Book 6 of Metaphysics by Aristotle. Chapter 13. But since our present investigation is concerning substance, let us once more take a review of the matter. Now, substance is said to subsist as the subject and the essence or very nature of a thing, and that which is composed from these is termed substance, and that which is universal. Respecting indeed, then, two of them have we declared our opinions already, for also we have done so in the case of the essence, or very nature of a thing, and the subject, observing that in two ways it is a subject, either as being this certain particular thing, as an animal is the subject of its passive states, or it is as matter in a condition of actuality. But to some speculators doth the universal in an eminent degree appear to be a cause, and the universal appears to be a first principle also. Wherefore likewise, as regards this point, must we institute an inquiry. For it seems to be a thing impossible that substance should be anything whatsoever of those things that are denominated universal. For primary substance, to be sure, in everything is that which does not belong to another thing. That which is universal, however, is common, for that is said to be universal, which by nature is fitted to be inherent in many things. Of what, then, will this be a substance? For either it will be a substance of all things or of nothing, but of all things it is not even possible that it should be a substance, and if it be the substance of one thing, other things also will be this. For those things of which the substance is one, and the essence or very nature one, will themselves likewise be one. Further is that denominated substance which is not predicated of a subject. The universal, however, is invariably predicated of a certain subject. But then shall we say that it is not possible, certainly, that it should subsist in such a way as the essence or very nature of a thing, but that it be inherent in this, for example, animal in man and horse. Therefore is it evident that there will be a certain definition of it, but there is no difference either if there is not a definition of all those things that are contained in the substance, for this, nevertheless, will be a substance of something, as man is the substance of man, wherein man is inherent. Wherefore the same consequence will again ensue, for substance will be substance of man, as for instance animal is substance in that species in which it is inherent as a peculiar property. And further, the thing would be both impossible and absurd that this particular thing and substance, if they are composed from certain things, should not consist of substances, or of anything of the sort, but from quality. For that which is not substance and quality will be prior both to substance and this particular thing, an assertion that is impossible, for neither in definition, nor in time, nor in generation is it possible. Likewise, that the passive properties of a thing should be prior to the substance of it, for they will involve a subsistence separable from it. Moreover, in Socrates, who is a substance, will substance be inherent. Wherefore will Socrates be a substance in two substances. And in general, the result following ensues, if man is substance, and as many things as are thus expressed, that none of those things contained in definition is substance of anything, and that it has not a subsistence separable from them, nor does it subsist in another. Now, I mean, for example, that there is not any animal besides those certain particular ones, or anything else of those things that are contained in the definitions. Now, from these considerations also, it is evident to persons examining into the subject that nothing of those things that have an universal subsistence is substance, and that nothing of those things that are predicated in common signifies this certain particular thing, but a thing of such a quality. And if this be not admitted, many other consequences also will ensue, and amongst the rest, the consequence that there will be a third man. Further also, it is evident that the case stands thus, from the following remark, for it is impossible that substance should be compounded from substances which are inherent in such a manner as to subsist in actuality, for two things thus would subsist in actuality, yet they never would be one thing in actuality. But if they may be two things in potentiality, they will be one, as the twofold is compounded of two halves, at least in potentiality, for actuality in the case of others separates them. Wherefore, if the substance be one thing, it will not be compounded from substances that are inherent, and subsisting according to that mode which Democritus mentions correctly. For it is impossible, he says, that from two atoms should be generated one, or two from one, for he makes magnitudes that are indivisible to be substances. Therefore is it plain that also in the case of number this will take place in a similar manner, if number be a composition of monads, as is said by some speculators, for either the duad is not one, or it is not the monad that is involved in this actuality. But the result which ensues contains a matter of doubt, for if neither from the universals is it possible that any substance be compounded, on account of an animal signifying a thing of such a sort, but not this certain particular thing, neither is it possible that there subsists any substance from substances in actuality. I mean, that no composite nature can thus subsist. Now, on such a supposition, every substance would be a thing that is uncompounded. Wherefore, neither would there be a definition of any substance. But assuredly, it seems, at least, to all speculators, and has been laid down originally, that definition is conversant about substance, either solely or principally. But now the conclusion drawn is this, that neither is there definition of this, that is, of substance, nor will there be a definition of any one thing in such a case. Or shall we say that in a certain manner there will be, and in a certain manner there will not be, a definition of substance? What, however, that is, which is affirmed will be more manifest from the sequel. Chapter 14. Now, from these very circumstances is evident the result which ensues to those both who say that ideas are as well substances as separable substances, and who at the same time constitute form out of the genus and the differences. For if forms and animal exist in man and in horse, there is undoubtedly one and the same, or a different animal in number. For by definition it is evident that there is one and the same, for the same definition does he assign who says that they are inherent in each. If therefore there is some man, an actual thing subsisting essentially, that is this certain particular individual thing, and one which has a separate subsistence, it is necessary also that those things from which they are composed, as for example animal and biped, should signify this certain particular individual thing, and should involve a separable subsistence, and be substances. Wherefore also this will be the case with animal. If therefore animal will be the same and one thing in horse and man, as yourself in yourself, how will it be one in things that subsist separately? And why will not this animal subsist likewise apart from itself? If in the next place it will participate in the properties of two-footed and many-footed, something which is impossible ensues. For contraries at the same time will be inherent in this, which is one thing, and this certain particular thing. And if this is not the case, what is the mode of subsistence when one affirms that an animal is two-footed, or adapted for walking? Perchance, however, they are composites, and are in contact with one another, or have been mingled together, but all such suppositions as to the mode of subsistence in this case are absurd. Shall we say, however, that in each thing there subsists something that is different? Therefore, to speak the word, those things will be infinite of which the substance is animal, for not according to accident is man from animal. Moreover, many things will animal itself be, for animal which is contained in each individual is substance, for it is not predicated of anything else. And if this be not admitted, from that will man subsist, and that will be a genus of man, and further, all things from which man consists will be ideas. Therefore, idea will not be an idea of one thing, but a substance of another, for this is impossible, for in such a case each of those things that are contained in animals will be an animal itself. Further, will it subsist from this certain particular thing? And how will it subsist from this actual animal? Or how is it possible that animal should subsist, which is substance, as this very thing beside animal itself? Further also, in the case of sensibles, both these consequences ensue, and consequences still more absurd than these. If, therefore, it is impossible that this can be the case, it is evident that there is not an idea of them after such a mode as some would affirm. Chapter 15. But since both entirety and the formal cause are a different substance, now I say that the former is substance in this way as the formal cause that is comprehended along with matter, and that the latter is the formal cause in general. In regard of as many things then as are so denominated, of these truly is their corruption, for of these also is their generation. With form, however, there is not a disruption of parts in such a way as for dissolution to ensue, for neither exists their generation in this case. For the being of a house is not generated, but the being of this particular house. But forms subsist without any connection with generation and corruption, and do not subsist in a state of dependence upon either, for it has been demonstrated that no one generates or produces these. And on this account also of sensible substances, I mean, such as are singulars, there is neither definition nor demonstration, because they involve matter, the nature of which is such as to admit of the possibility both of being and not being. Wherefore, all the singulars of such are things subject to decay or corruption. If therefore also demonstration be of those things that are necessary, as well as that which is a scientific definition, and if it does not admit of being the case, as neither with scientific knowledge, that at one time it should be scientific knowledge, and at another time should be ignorance, but a thing of this kind is opinion, so neither is it to be admitted that demonstration nor definition should subsist after this mode, but such is an opinion in regard of that which admits of being disposed otherwise. It is evident, therefore, that there would not be either definition or demonstration of those things that may subsist differently. For also things that are subject to corruption or decay are obscure to those even that are in possession of scientific knowledge, when they pass away from under the notice of sense. And though the same reasons or principles be preserved in the soul, still will there not further exist thereof either definition or demonstration. Wherefore, as regards things relating to definition, when one defines any of the singulars, it is right that he should not be ignorant that always is it possible to overturn this definition, for a thing of this sort does not admit of definition. Neither, therefore, is it possible for any idea to be defined, for the idea ranks amongst singulars, as they say, and has likewise a separable subsistence, and it is necessary also that definition consist from names, but the person who is framing the definition will not create a name or nominative term, for it will be a thing unknown. The things, however, that are posited or acknowledged are common to all. It is necessary, then, that these also subsist in other things. For instance, even just as if one should define yourself, he would say that you are an animal which is attenuated or white, or something else that will be inherent also in another. If any one, however, would say that there is no hindrance to all things being separately inherent in many, but that all collectively belong to this alone, we must in the first place say that also they would belong to both, namely animal biped to animal and biped, and this must needs ensue, likewise in the case of things that are everlasting, since at any rate they are prior existences, and are parts of that which is a composite. but assuredly also are they separable, if the thing, man, be separable, for either nothing will be separable, or both will be so. If indeed then nothing may possess the capacity of a separate subsistence, there will not exist genus besides species, but if both are separable, there will exist the difference likewise. In the next place, because they are prior existences in respect of being, these also, on the contrary, will not be exposed to decay. And then if ideas spring from ideas, for more uncompounded are those things from which other composites arise, it will be necessary that those things from which the idea consists should be predicated further of many. For instance, take the case of animal and biped. But if this be not admitted, how shall a knowledge of these be attained? For there will be a certain idea which it will be impossible to predicate in the case of more things than one. This does not, however, seem to be the case, but every idea appears to be participable. As therefore it has been declared, it is overlooked by these persons that it is impossible to frame any definitions or distinctions in the case of things that are eternal, and eminently in the case of as many things as are single, for instance the sun and moon. For not only do persons err in the addition of things of this sort, in the event of which, being taken away, still the sun will continue as that body which revolves around the earth, or which is hid by night. For if the sun were to stand still in his orbit, or were to become apparent by night, in such a case no longer will he be the sun. But the thing would be absurd if he were not, for the sun signifies a certain substance. Further, such persons take for granted whatsoever points admit of being affirmed of another thing, just as if something else should become a thing of this sort. It is evident that it will be the sun. The definition then is common, but the sun was classed amongst singulars in such a way as Cleon or Socrates, whereas why does no one of these bring forward a definition of idea? For it would become manifest to those who would attempt to prove the existence of such, that what is now stated is true. Chapter 16. It is evident also that, likewise, the majority of those things which seem substances are capacities and parts of animals, for none of these involves a separate subsistence, but when they may be separated, then also are they all of them as matter. I mean such as both earth, and fire, and air, for none of these is one thing, but each, as it were, a heap of immatured things before they be digested, and some one thing produced from their being blended together. But particularly would one suppose the parts of animated beings, and those of the soul, to be both of them contiguous to an existence in this manner, as well in actuality as also in capacity, in respect of having the first principles of motion from something in their joints or flexures. Wherefore, some animals continue to retain life after being divided, but nevertheless will all of them subsist in capacity when they may be one thing, and that which is continuous by nature, but not by force, or by connaissance, that is, growth in conjunction with something else, for a thing of this kind is mutilation. Since, however, unity is denominated as also entity is, and since the substance of unity is single, and those things of which there is one substance in number are one in number, it is evident that neither unity nor entity can possibly be the substance of things, as neither can the being of an element or first principle be the substance of things. But we are actually engaged in the inquiry. What therefore the first principle is, in order to conduct our investigation to that which is more known. The substance then indeed of these is rather entity and unity than both the first principle and the element and the cause, but by no means are these substances either, if there be not anything else which is in common with substance. For in nothing is the substance inherent but in itself, and in that which is in possession of itself, of which it is the substance. Further, unity would not subsist in many places at the same time. That which is common, however, does subsist in many places at the same time, Wherefore it is evident that nothing of those things that are universals can possess a subsistence separate from singulars. But they who affirm the existence of forms speak partly correct in assigning them a separable subsistence, if they be substances, but speak partly incorrect, because they assert unity to be a form in the case of many things. And the cause of this position with these Platonists is the following, that they have no rational account to render as to what are substances of this kind, I mean, such as are incorruptible and have a subsistence independent of singulars and sensibles. Therefore do they constitute them as the same in the species with things that are corruptible. For we know these, namely, ideal man and ideal horse, adding to sensibles the thing signified by the term ideal. Although indeed, if we had not beheld the stars, yet this would be no hindrance, I presume, to the existence of eternal substances in addition to those which we have already attained a knowledge of. Wherefore also, though even now we may not have it in our power to see what eternal substances are, yet perhaps it will be necessary that there be some eternal substances in existence at any rate. That indeed, therefore, neither any of those reputed universals is substance, nor that there is any substance composed of substances, is evident. Chapter 17. But what, and what sort of a thing we ought to define substance, let us again declare, just as if having made another commencement, for perhaps from these statements will be evident the circumstances also concerning that substance which is separated from sensible substances. Since therefore substance is a certain first principle and cause, from this starting point must we pass onwards in our investigation. But the inquiry why a thing subsists is invariably carried on in this way, namely, why one thing is inherent in a certain other. For the investigation why a musical man is a musical man, indeed, is to engage in the inquiry that has been mentioned, namely, why, or on what account a man is musical, or it is to engage in the inquiry of something else. Therefore, in sooth, the investigation why this thing is the thing which it is no investigation at all, for it is necessary that the wherefore and the existence of a thing should inhere as manifest entities. Now I say, for instance, the moon undergoes an eclipse, and of the inquiry why a thing is that thing which it is, there is one principle and one cause in the case of all things, as on what account a man is a man, or a musician, except some one say that each thing is indivisible in regard to itself. But this would be to constitute unity. But this is both common in the case of all things, and is a thing that is concise. One, however, might inquire why man is that kind of an animal that he is. This, then, is evident, that such a one does not investigate why he who is a man is a man. Accordingly, he engages in the inquiry why a certain thing subsists, as what is common in the case of something, but that it does so subsist ought to be evident. For if it be not thus, he inquires after nothing, as to take an instance, why does it thunder? Why? Because sound is produced in the clouds, for so one thing as the cause of another is that which is under investigation. And on what account do these things, as bricks and stones, constitute a house? It is evident, then, that he investigates the cause, but this is the essence or very nature of a thing, that is, if one is to express himself logically, which, in the case of some things, is that for the sake of which a thing subsists, that is, the final cause, as perhaps in the case of a house or a bed. But in the case of other things it is something that has imparted motion in the first instance, for this also is a cause. But a cause of this kind is such a cause as is sought for in the case of a thing that is being produced and destroyed, but the other cause also is sought for in the case of a thing already in existence. The subject of investigation, however, is in an eminent degree latent, I mean, such a one as is involved in the things that are mutually not predicated of one another, as for instance in the inquiry what man is, on account of its being asserted that he is simply so and so, but not from any definition being framed to the effect that he is this or that. It is requisite, however, if they conduct the inquiry correctly, to investigate such, but if not, it will be the case that nothing will be under investigation, and something under investigation in common. But since it is requisite to have in possession the being of a thing, and that it should subsist, it is evident that the inquiry is about matter, why it subsists, as for instance, these particulars constitute a house. Why? Because these subsist as that which is the being of a house. Thus, too, is it in the inquiry why man is this particular thing, or why this body is in possession of this particular quality. The like inquiry is made. Wherefore, the cause of the matter is under investigation, but this is the form by which anything subsists, and this is substance. It is evident, therefore, that in the case of simple substances there is not any investigation in existence, nor any disciplinary teaching, but there is a different mode of investigation of things of this sort. Since, however, that which is compounded of something, and compounded in such a way as that the whole is one thing, but not as a heap, but as a syllable, yet a syllable is not the elements of speech, nor the same thing with the letters B and A. Nor is flesh the same with fire and earth, for when a dissolution of these takes place, flesh and syllable no longer exist, as in the instance of the flesh and the syllable, but the elements subsist, that is, the fire and earth continue to subsist. The syllable in this case is something besides not only the elements of speech, namely the vowel and the mute, but also something else, and the flesh not only is fire and earth, or the warm and the cold, but also something else. If, therefore, it is requisite that also flesh be either an element, or that which is compounded from elements, if it is an element, again will there be the same reasoning, for from this, even from fire and earth, will consist the flesh, and further, from something else, something different, so that the progression will go on to infinity. But if it be compounded from an element, it is evident that it will not consist of one, but many, or it will be that very thing itself. Wherefore again, in the case of this, as in the case of the flesh, or syllable, we shall put forward the same reasoning. Now it would seem that there is something of this sort, and that it is not an element, and the cause at least of this thing being flesh, but that a syllable. In like manner also is it concerning other things, but the substance of each thing constitutes this, in truth, for this is the first cause of being or substance. Since, however, some things are not substances of things, but this is the case with as many substances as according to nature are constituted as well as by nature, to some also would this nature appear to be substance, or it is not an element, but a first principle. Now an element is that whereunto as inherent in a thing, as matter, a compound is divided, as for instance, of the syllable A, B. A and B are the elements. Book 7 of Metaphysics by Aristotle. Chapter 1. From the statements that have been now made, it is necessary to draw our inference, and, collecting together a summary of the foregoing, to impose upon our remarks some termination or conclusion. It has therefore been stated that the causes and the first principles and the elements of substances are the subjects under investigation in the present treatise. Now, as to substances, some are acknowledged to have a subsistence by all philosophers. Respecting others, however, certain speculators have put forth from time to time certain peculiar opinions of their own. Physical or natural substances are acknowledged to have a subsistence, for example, fire, earth, water, air, and the rest of simple bodies. In the next place, plants and the parts of these, animals also and their parts, and lastly, the heaven and the parts of the heaven. but those certain philosophers who hold peculiar sentiments respecting substances affirm that both forms and mathematical entities or species are substances. But unquestionably, from the foregoing reasonings, the consequence ensues of there being other substances, I mean, the essence or very nature of a thing, and the subject. Further, in other respects we may assume that the genus is substance in preference to the species, and the universal to the singulars. With the universal, however, and the genus, the ideas also are connected, for they seem to be substances according with the same process of reasoning. Since, however, the essence or very nature of a thing appears to be substance, and the reason or principle of this is definition, on this account we have settled various points respecting definition, and respecting that which is essential. But since definition is a sentence, and since a sentence has parts, we found it requisite also to examine concerning a part, what sort are the parts of substance, and what sort they are not, and whether these ought to be the same with the parts of the definition likewise. Further then, neither is the universal, nor the genus substance, but concerning ideas and mathematical entities we will subsequently institute an inquiry, for beside the substances of things cognizant by the senses, certain speculators assert these to have a subsistence. At present, however, let us treat of those substances that are acknowledged to have a subsistence, but these are sensible substances, or the substances of those things that fall beneath the notice of the senses. Now, all sensible substances involve matter, but substance may be considered as those things that may be classed amongst subjects in one sense as matter, but in another as the definition. Now, I mean by matter that which is not this certain particular thing in energy, but in capacity is this certain particular thing, and in a different sense definition and form are subjects. That which is this certain particular thing is separable from the formal principle of it. And third is that which is composed of these, of which alone there are generation and corruption, and which is a thing that simply has a separable subsistence. For of those substances which subsist according to a formal principle, some are capable of a separate subsistence, but some are not so. But that matter is a substance is evident, for in all opposite changes is there something which is the subject of the changes, as for instance in place, that which is now here, but again is elsewhere, and according to increase, that which is at the present moment of such a size, and the next less or larger, and according to alteration, a person who is now healthy, and at another time indisposed, and in like manner also, according to substance, a thing which now subsists in a state of generation is again, however, in a state of corruption, and that which is at the present time a subject, as this certain particular thing, yet is at some future period a subject as according to privation. And, doubtless, the rest of the changes follow upon this, yet this does not follow one or two of the other changes, for there is no necessity, should even anything involve local or topical matter, that this also involve matter, both such as is generable and corruptible. What, then, is the difference between simple production and that which is not simple production has been declared in our treatise on physical phenomena. Chapter 2. But since the subsistence of substance as a subject and as matter is admitted by philosophers, and this is that which subsists in capacity, it remains that we should state what that substance is amongst sensibles which subsists as energy. Democritus, therefore, assuredly seems to be a person who considered that, in regard of this, there are three differences, for he was of opinion that the subject body and the matter were one and the same thing, but that the difference lay either in the rysmos, which is figure, or in the trope, which is position, or in the diathege, which is order. But there appear many existing differences, as, for example, some things are termed substance from the composition of matter, as, to give an instance, whatsoever things are formed by mixture, such as mead, which is a mixture of honey and water, and others are termed so from a wooden fastening, as a chest, and others from a string, such as a bundle, and others from glue, as a book, and others from many of these, and others again are said to subsist from position, as a threshold and the lintel of a door, for these differ from circumstances of position in a certain respect. Other things, however, derive their being from time, as dinner and breakfast, and some from place, as the winds. And some things are styled differences from the passive properties of sensibles, as for example, hardness and softness, and thickness and thinness, and dryness and moistness, and some are so termed from certain of these qualities, and others from all of them, and in general, some from excess, but others from defect. Wherefore it is evident that the fact of a thing's subsistence is denominated in thus many ways, for a threshold is a threshold because it is situated thus, and its subsistence signifies that it has this position in this way. And the subsistence of ice signifies the fact of its congelation in this form. And the subsistence of some things will be defined by even all of these circumstances, and this because some things consist from the mixture of some things, but others from their temperament, and some from their connection, and some from their condensation, and some from their employment of other differential qualities, as either the hand or foot. Therefore must we take into consideration the genera of differences, for these will be the first principles of subsistence, as for example, those things which have their subsistence in the more and the less, or the dense and the rare, and the other properties of this kind. For all these belong to excess and defect. If anything, however, has its subsistence in figure, or smoothness and roughness, all things will subsist in what is right-lined and curved. Now to some things their subsistence will consist in their being mingled, and in an opposite way their non-subsistence will consist in not being mingled. It is therefore evident from these foregoing statements that if substance is a cause of the subsistence of each thing, that in these must be sought the solution of the question what the cause of the subsistence of each of these is. Substance indeed then is not any of these, or a thing that is connected together, nevertheless it subsists analogically in each thing, and as in substances whatsoever is predicated of matter is actual energy, this also in an eminent degree is the case with the other definitions, as for example, if it be necessary to define a threshold, we will say that it is a piece of wood or stone situated in this way, and if a house, that it is bricks and timbers disposed in such or such a way. Or shall we further say that likewise the final cause exists in the case of some things? And if we are called on to define a lump of ice, we would reply that it is water congealed or condensed in this form, and if symphony is to be defined, that it is a particular sort of mixture of the sharp and the flat, and we must proceed in the same manner with other things also. It is evident therefore from these statements that there is of different matter a different energy, and a different definition, for of some things composition is the energy and form, and of other things mixture, and of others something else of those particulars enumerated above. Wherefore, of persons engaged in defining things, those on the one hand who say what a house is, that it is stones, bricks, timbers, speak of the house in respect of potentiality or capacity, for these are matter. But those who say in addition that it is a receptacle preservative of goods and bodies, or that it is some other such thing, speak of the house in regard of its energy. And those who put both of these together speak of the third substance, I mean, the substance composed of these, that is, of potentiality and energy. For the definition that subsists by means of differences seems to be that of form and energy, but that which consists from things that are inherent appears to be the definition of matter rather. In like manner also does this consequence result unto the definitions which Archytas admitted, for they are compounded of both together, as for example, What is a lull? Stillness in a mass of air. The air in this case is matter, but the stillness is energy and substance. What is a calm? Smoothness of sea. The subject in this case, as matter, is the sea, but the energy and form are smoothness. Now it is evident from what has been stated what sensible substance is, and how it subsists, for the one thing is as matter, but the other as form when it is energy, but the third is that which is composed of these. Chapter 3. It is requisite, however, that we should not be ignorant that sometimes it escapes our notice whether the name signifies the composite substance, or energy, or form, as for example, a house, whether it is a sign of that which is common to all houses, viz., that it is a shelter composed of bricks and rafters and stones disposed in this way, or whether it is a sign of energy and form, because it is a shelter. In the instance of a line, also, whether the name signifies that it is a duad in length, or, because of its being the duad, is a sign of energy and form. And in the case of animal, whether it is soul contained in body, or soul simply, for soul is the substance and energy belonging to a certain body. And animal also would be involved in both, not as what is predicated by one definition, but as in relation to one thing. These, however, differ in relation to something else, but they in no wise contribute to the advancement of the present investigation about substance. I mean that substance which is cognizant by sense. For the essence or very nature of a thing is inherent in the form and energy. For soul, I admit, and the being of a soul are the same thing, but the being of a man and the being man are not the same thing, unless likewise the soul will be styled a man, and so the being of man will be the same, no doubt, in one respect, but not the same in another with man. But the syllable does not appear to persons engaged in such investigations as consisting of the elements of speech and of composition, nor does a house seem to constitute both bricks and composition, and this supposition is made correctly. For the composition and the mixture of anything consist not from those things to which composition or mixture belongs. In like manner also, it is not the case with anything else, as for example, a threshold subsists from position, not position from a threshold, but the latter rather from the former. Nor is a man animal and biped, but must needs be something which subsists besides these, if these are matter, and which is neither an element, nor from an element, but the substance, and the thing which they take away they denominate matter. If, then, this is a cause of existence, and if this is substance, they would term this actual substance. Now it is necessary that this be either a thing eternal, or subject to decay, without being reduced to decay, and be generated without going through a process of generation. But it has been demonstrated and made apparent elsewhere that no one produces form, nor generates it, but that this particular thing is produced, and that what is composed of these is generated. But whether there are substances of things corruptible, capable of having a separate subsistence, is in no wise evident as yet, save that thus much is plain, that it is not admissible with some things at any rate, such as cannot possibly subsist, even beside certain particulars, say a house or a utensil. Therefore perhaps indeed neither such are substances, I mean sensibles, nor are these very things substances in any respect, nor anything else that does not consist naturally, for one may consider nature as alone the substance in things that are liable to decay. Wherefore, the doubt which the followers of Antisthenes and persons similarly uneducated indulged in, namely, that the nature of a thing cannot be defined, involves some opportunity of a solution at present. For what they say is, that definition is a long sentence, but certainly, as to the quality of a thing, what it is, though we cannot frame any definition, yet we can even give instruction of some kind or other on such point. As, take the case of silver, you may not be able to tell what it is, to be sure, yet you may say that it can be assimilated in its appearance to tin. Wherefore it belongs in fact to a substance of which it is admissible that there be a definition and formal principle, as for example of that which is a composite nature, whether it be cognizant to the sense or the intellect. But there cannot be such of those things from which these consist primarily, if the definitive reason has any signification in regard of anything, and it is necessary that the one be as matter, but the other as form. Now it is likewise evident on the supposition that numbers are in a manner substances, why it is that they subsist after this mode, and not as certain philosophers say, because they are a multitude or aggregation of monads. For definition also is a certain number, for both it is divisible and resolvable into indivisible elements, for formal principles are not infinite, and number is a thing of this kind. And just as when any of those things whereof number consists has been either subtracted from number or added to it, no longer is there the same number, but a different one, even though ever so little be subtracted or added, so in like manner neither will definition, nor the essence or very nature of a thing be any longer the same when there is a subtraction or addition of anything. And it is necessary, further, as regards number, that there should be something through which it is one, which in the present case they cannot assign. I mean, something through which it is one, if number is one thing. For either it is not one thing, but is, as it were, a heap, or if it is, it must be stated what that is which makes it to be one out of many things. Definition also is one thing, and similarly, neither in regard of this which is compounded out of many things can they make assertions in this way. And this result naturally takes place, for it is a consequence from the same reasoning, and the substance in this way is one thing, but not in such a way as some would make out who say, for instance, that it is a certain monad or point, but that each is actuality and a certain nature. And as number involves neither the more and the less, so neither does that substance which subsists according to form, but if this be the case, it is that which is connected with matter. Respecting indeed then generation and corruption in regard of the aforesaid substances, in what manner it is admissible, and how it is impossible that they should take place, and regarding the reduction of definition into number, let the foregoing distinctions be set down thus far. Chapter 4. As regards material substance, however, it is necessary that it should not escape our notice that, even though all things are from the same primary nature, or the same things as those that are primary, and though the same matter be as a first principle, for things that are generated nevertheless, there is a certain peculiar matter of everything. For instance, the first matter of phlegm is the sweet, or the oily, and of bile the bitter, or something else of this sort. But perhaps these also are from the same thing, and there are produced many substances of the same thing when one thing is the substance of another, as phlegm is from the fat and the sweet, if what is fat or oily be from what is sweet, and it is the case that it is from bile on account of the resolution of the component qualities into bile, as into their primary matter. For in a twofold way does one thing proceed from another, namely either because it will be in the way of progression, or of analyzation into its first principle. Now, on the supposition of the existence of one matter, it is possible for different things to be generated by reason of the cause which imparts motion, as both a chest and a bed are formed from wood. Of some things, however, the matter is necessarily different, when the things themselves are different, as, for example, a saw can never be made of wood, nor does it belong to the cause imparting motion to accomplish this, for it can never produce a saw of wool or of wood. But if, then, it is possible to make the same thing of different matter, it is evident that art, and the first principle, as one that originates the motion in a thing, are the same. For if matter were different from that which imparts motion, the thing made or generated would also be different. When, therefore, one may investigate what the cause of a thing is, since causes are denominated in many ways, it is necessary to mention all the contingent causes, as, for example, what is the cause of man as matter, that is, the material cause? Is it the menstrual blood? And what is the cause as that which imparts motion, or in other words, the efficient cause? Is it not the seed then? And what is the cause as form, or the formal cause? Is it not the essence or very nature of the thing? And what is the final cause of his existence? Is it not the end thereof? But perhaps both of these are the same, and it is requisite also to mention the most immediate or proximate causes. What is the matter of man? Not fire or earth, but that which is matter peculiar or domestic to the nature of man. Certainly then, respecting physical and generable substances, it is necessary to advance forwards in our investigations in this manner, if one will advance correctly, since in such a case both these causes and causes of such a description are in existence, and if it be requisite to have a knowledge of causes. Concerning physical or natural substances, however, but such as are everlasting, there is another mode of reasoning. For some of them perhaps do not involve matter, or do not involve matter of this kind, but only that which is movable in place, and therefore as many as possess a natural subsistence, but are not substance, these do not involve matter, but the subject to them constitutes substance, as for instance, what cause is there of an eclipse? Say, what material cause is there? For no such can be assigned, save that the moon is that which is passive, and what is the cause of this phenomena? As that which imparts motion and destroys light, that is, the efficient cause, the earth. The final cause, however, does not perhaps exist in this case, and the formal cause is definition, yet this is obscure unless the definition be along with the cause, as what is an eclipse? It is a privation of light, and if this addition be made, that this privation of light is occasioned by the earth intervening in the midst, this will be a definition in conjunction with the cause. But in the case of sleep, it is obscure what is the first thing that is passive. Shall we say that it is the animal in its entirety? Yes. But in what part does this passive condition arise? And what organ is it that first undergoes this passive change? Is it the heart or something else? Then there is the inquiry by reason of what agency does this passive condition ensue? And in the next place, what is this passive condition? I mean, the condition that belongs to that particular organ, and does not belong to the whole body. Shall we say that it is such and such a kind of immobility? Be it so. But this is such because there is something to undergo an affection in the first instance. Chapter 5. And since some things are unconnected both with generation and corruption, and some are not so, as for example points, if they really subsist, and in general, species and forms, for it is not whiteness that is generated, but the white wood, or if also everything which is generated from something, in such a case all contraries would not be generated from one another, but in a different way would white man be from black man, and whiteness from blackness. Nor of everything is there matter, but of as many things as there is generation and mutual change, and as many things as are without alteration, or are not, of these there is not matter. It involves, however, a subject of doubt, how matter, I mean, that which belongs to each thing, stands in relation to contraries. For instance, if the body be healthy in capacity, and if the opposite thing to health be disease, whether shall we say that both subsist in capacity? Whether shall we also say that water in capacity is both wine and vinegar? Or shall we say that the body is matter of health according to its habit and according to form, but that it is the matter of disease according to privation and according to corruption, such as is contrary to nature? And another certain doubt is there also, why wine is not the matter of vinegar, nor vinegar in capacity, although vinegar is produced from this. And in respect of one that is alive, we may doubt whether such is in potentiality a dead body, or is not. But the corruptions subsist according to accident. The actual matter, however, of an animal subsists according to corruption, as the capacity and matter of a dead body, and the water also of vinegar, for from these are they generated as night from day, and as many things therefore as in this way undergo changes into one another ought to revert back into matter, as for instance, if from a dead body an animated one should be generated, it is requisite that the dead body should first be resolved into matter, in order that in this way an animated body might afterwards be generated from it, and in like manner vinegar must be resolved into water, then will wine in this way be produced. Chapter 6. But bearing upon the doubt mentioned above, both respecting definitions and respecting numbers, is the question, what is the cause of their being one? For of all such things as have many parts, and of which the whole is not, as it were, a heap, but is something else, namely an entirety, beside the parts, there is a certain cause, since also in bodies, in some indeed, contact is the cause of their being one, and in others viscosity, or some other such passive quality. Now, definition is one discursus or sentence, not by a bond of connection, as the Iliad, but in respect of being of one thing. What, then, is it which makes man to be one thing? And why is he one thing, but not many things? As, for example, both animal and biped, and in the most eminent degree also, if, as some say, any animal in itself, and biped in itself, have a subsistence. For why is not man those very things? And why will men subsist, not according to participation of one man, but the participation of two things, both animal and biped? And in general, therefore, man will not be one thing, but many things, namely animal and biped. It is therefore evident that to persons treating the subject in such a way as they have been accustomed to frame their definitions and assertions, it is not possible to adduce a reason of this and solve the matter in doubt. But if the case stands as we say, namely, that one thing indeed is matter, but another form, and again that one thing subsists in capacity, but another in energy, no longer would the matter under investigation seem a subject of doubt. For this doubt is the same as if the round brass were the definition of a garment. For this name would be a sign of the definition. Wherefore the object of investigation is what the cause is, that the circular and the brass are one. No longer, however, does the doubt appear to remain, because the one is matter, but the other form. What then is the cause of this? Namely, that what subsists in capacity should subsist in energy beside the producing cause. I mean, in the case of whatsoever things there is generation. For there is no other cause of the sphere that subsists in capacity subsisting as a sphere in energy, but this was the essence in each thing. And as regards matter, there is one kind that is intelligible, and another that is cognizant by the senses. And as regards definition, one sort indeed is invariably matter, and another is energy, as a circle is a plane figure. As many things, however, as do not involve matter, either intelligible or sensible, forthwith is it possible that each of these be one certain particular thing, as that which is a certain particular thing is this particular thing as well as quality and quantity. Wherefore also there does not inhere in definitions either entity or unity, and the essence or very nature of a thing is forthwith a certain unity, as also a certain entity. Wherefore also there is not any different cause for any of these being one, or of there being a certain entity in them, for immediately doth each constitute a certain entity and a certain unity, yet they are not inherent in entity or unity as in the genus of these, nor have they a subsistence as though they were separable from singulars. And on account of this aforesaid doubt, some philosophers maintain that participation, to wit, is the cause, and what the cause of the participation is, and what the participation itself is, they are in doubt, but some assign the intercourse of the soul as the cause, just as Lycophron, who says that science is the union of the act of scientific knowledge and of the soul. But others affirm that the principle of vitality consists in the composition or conjunction of soul with body. Indeed, the same reasoning holds good as regards all things, for also the being in sound health will be either the union or conjunction or composition of soul with health, and for the brass to be a triangle will be a composition of brass and of triangle, and for a thing to be white will be a composition of superficies and whiteness. And a cause of their speaking in this way is because they are searching for the uniting principle and difference of capacity and actuality. But, as has been said, both the ultimate matter and the form are the same, and the one subsists in capacity, but the other in actuality. Wherefore, the investigation of what is the cause of unity is similar to the inquiry into the cause of a thing being one. For everything is one particular thing subsisting both partly in capacity and partly in energy, in a certain respect, as one thing. Wherefore there is no other cause, except there be something that can be shown to subsist as a cause, imparting motion from potentiality into energy. Now, whatever things do not involve matter, all of these are simply some certain particular thing. Book 8 of Metaphysics, by Aristotle. Chapter 1. Concerning substance, then, I mean, concerning that which is primarily entity, and to which all the rest of the categories of entity are referred, we have declared our sentiments. For according to the definition of substance are denominated the other entities, viz., both quantity and quality, and the rest of the things that are predicated in this way. For all such will involve the definition of substance, as we have asserted in our earliest dissertations. But since entity is denominated partly as quiddity, or quality, or quantity, but partly according to capacity, and actuality, and according to work, let us frame certain distinctions and definitions as regards both capacity and actuality, and in the first instance, as regards that capacity or potentiality which is spoken of as such with especial precision, not to be sure that this is of service towards the advancement of our present design. For potentiality and actuality extend further than things merely predicated according to motion. But when we have spoken our opinions concerning this in our definitions, as regards energy, we shall make matters plain concerning the other points likewise. That indeed, therefore, potentiality is predicated in many ways, and that the possession of potentiality is expressed in many ways, has been settled by us elsewhere. But as many of these as are styled potentialities equivocally may be omitted, for some capacities or potentialities are denominated capacities by reason of a certain similarity, as in geometry we speak of potentiality in this way, and things that are potential and impotential we call such in regard of their being in a certain respect endued with such a capacity, or not being so. As many potentialities, however, as are referred to the same form or species, are all certain first principles, and are predicated in reference to one primary potentiality, which is a first principle of change in another body, so far forth as it is another. For there is a capacity, on the one hand, of being passive, which in the actual subject of passion constitutes a first principle of a passive state, through the intervention of another body, so far forth as it is another. There is, on the other hand, the habit of impassivity, such as tends towards a condition which is worse, and the habit of corruption, which arises from the instrumentality of another body, so far forth as it is another, I mean a first principle capable of bringing about a change. For in all these definitions is inherent the definition of the primary potentiality just mentioned. And again, these potentialities are styled either those of action merely, or passion, or subsistence in an excellent manner. Wherefore also, in the definitions of these are inherent, in a manner, the definitions of the former potentialities. It is therefore evident that there is, in a certain respect, one potentiality of action and passion, For a thing that is potential is such in regard of itself, having the potentiality of passiveness, and in regard of another thing having it by reason of this, and in another respect there is a different potentiality. For one kind of potentiality resides in the patient, for on account of its having a certain first principle, and on account of matter, also, being a certain first principle, the subject of the passion is passive. And one thing undergoes a change by reason of another. For that which is fat is combustible also, but that which yields in this manner is a thing that is bruised, and in like manner also is it with other things. But another kind of potentiality resides in the agent, as the hot, and the capacity of house building are involved severally, the former in that which is capable of making a thing warm, and the latter in a person who is qualified to build a house. Wherefore, as far forth as a thing is naturally connected with itself, it in no wise undergoes a passive state itself by reason of its own agency, for it is one thing, and not anything else. And impotentiality, and that which is impotential, now, such is contrary to potentiality, is privation. Wherefore, every potentiality belongs to the same, and subsists according to the same subject, with impotentiality. Privation, however, is predicated in many ways, for privation is to be found where a thing does not possess something else, and, though fitted by nature for the possession of such, may yet not have it either entirely, or when it is fitted by nature. And we say either, after this manner, that it is privation, for instance, altogether so, or yet even in some certain respect or other. And in the case of some things, if being by nature adapted to possess a thing, they may not yet have such by reason of violence. We say that these are subjects of privation in this respect. Chapter 2. Since, however, such first principles of potentiality are inherent, partly in things that are inanimate, and partly in things that are animate and contained in soul, and in that portion of the soul which possesses reason, it is evident that also of potentialities some will be devoid of reason, whereas others will be accompanied with reason. Wherefore, all the arts, even such as are constructive, as well as the sciences, are potentialities, for they constitute first principles, which are causes of change in another subject, so far forth as it is another. And all those potentialities indeed, that are accompanied, or involve any connection with reason, are productive of contraries. Each of those, however, that is devoid of reason is alone productive of one result, as, for instance, that which is hot is productive of the promotion of heat merely, and the medicinal art of disease and health. And a cause of this is the following, that scientific knowledge is reason, and the same reason makes manifest the result produced and its privation, though not after the same manner. And in one way is this reason that which creates this knowledge for both, yet in another it affords greater knowledge of the thing in existence than of its privation. Wherefore it is requisite that such sciences as these should involve a knowledge of contraries, but that of the one it should be thus essentially, and of the other not essentially. For also reason is a knowledge of the one essentially, but of the other after a certain manner according to accident. For by negation and ablation it makes manifest the contrary. For primary privation is that which is contrary, and this is an ablation of the other. Since, however, contraries are not inherent in the same thing, now science is a capacity in respect of the possession of reason, and the soul also possesses a first principle of motion, hence the healthy or salubrious produces health only, and that which is capable of promoting heat, warmth, and of promoting cold, chilliness, but the scientific person produces both, for of both no doubt has reason a knowledge, but not in the same manner, and this reason subsists in a soul, which possesses a first principle of motion, wherefore soul will move both from the same first principle, having effected coherence towards the same thing, wherefore the things which are potential or endowed with capacity according to reason, produce contraries to the productions of that which is potential without reason, for one first principle is comprised in reason. But it is evident that also upon the power of action and passion in an excellent manner there follows the power merely of action or of passion, but in this latter the former is not invariably to be found. For he that acts well must needs also be an agent, but where a person only is an agent, it is not necessary also that he should act well. Chapter 3. But there are some who say, for instance those of the megaric school, that where there is energy, there only is there potentiality, or capacity, but that where there is no energy, there is no potentiality. For example, that the person who does not actually build has not the capacity of building, but that he has the capacity of building when he actually builds, and that it is in like manner also with other things. Now, the absurdities which ensue with these speculators it is not difficult to discover, for it is evident that neither will he be a builder if he does not actually build, for the being of a builder consists in the possession of the capacity of building, and in like manner also it is the case with the rest of the arts. If therefore it is impossible for one to possess arts of this kind, if he has not at any time received instruction in them, and acquired them, and not to be in the possession of them, unless at some time or other he lose them, for one may do so either through forgetfulness, or a certain affection, or time, for as to the thing itself, that at any rate has not fallen into decay, for it is in existence always. This being the case, when there may be a cessation of operation on the part of such a one, he will not have in possession the art, and how will he again forthwith proceed to build in resuming the art which he had lost? And in like manner will it be the case also with things that are inanimate, for there will be neither cold, nor hot, nor sweet, nor in short anything cognizable by sense, when such is not an object of sensation. Wherefore it will happen with these philosophers that they should put forward the same theory with Protagoras. But unquestionably neither will a man possess any sense unless he perceives or energizes. If therefore that animal is blind which does not possess the power of vision, though naturally adapted to see, and when it is naturally adapted to see, and further, as it is thus naturally adapted, in such a case the same individuals oftentimes during the same day will be blind, and in like manner deaf. Further, if that which is impotential be that which has been deprived of capacity, that which has not been generated to be generated will be a thing that is impossible. But one who says that what is devoid of a capacity of being generated either actually exists, or will do so, shall affirm what is false, for this would signify what is impotential. Wherefore, these assertions overturn both the existence of motion and of generation, for that which stands will always stand, and that which sits will always remain in a sitting posture, for a man will not rise up if he be sitting down, for it will be impossible for that to rise up which would not possess the capability at least of rising up. If therefore it may not be possible to affirm these things, it is evident that potentiality and energy are something different from each other. Those theories, however, make potentiality and energy to be the same, and thus it is not a small thing which they are seeking to overturn. Wherefore it happens that a thing admits of being and yet may not be, and that a thing admits of not being and yet may be. In like manner also is it with the rest of the categories, that which is endued with the capacity of walking, yet may not walk, and that which does not walk may yet be able to walk. This, however, is a thing that is potential, in which, when the energy is present of that of which it is said to have the capacity, there will not be in existence anything that is devoid of potentiality. Now I mean, for instance, if one is able to sit, and it so happens that such a one sits, if this sitting posture will have an existence in the case of such a one, nothing impossible or impotential will ensue. And if anything may be moved, or may impart motion, or remain at rest, or impede a body in its course, or be in existence, or be generated, or not be in existence, or not be generated, the case will be similar. But the name energy, which is combined with actuality, and tends towards other things, has proceeded forth from motions principally, for motion in an eminent sense appears to constitute the energy of a thing. Wherefore also, to non-entities they do not attribute the having motion imparted to them, but certain other categories, as for instance, things which are non-entities are intelligible and desirable objects, but are not in motion. And this is the case because non-entities in energy will, however, subsist in energy. For of non-entities, some are non-entities in capacity, but yet have no existence because they do not exist actually. Chapter 4. Now, if the potential be that which it has been declared to be, upon which energy is consequential, it is evident that it is not possible that it be true to say that this particular thing is endued with a capability of being, but yet will not exist, so that on this supposition, what things impotential are would elude our search. Now I say, for instance, this is just as if any one affirm it to be possible that the diameter of a square be commensurate with its side, although this commensurability will never be established, not reckoning that it is a thing that is impossible, because nothing hinders anything that is potential in regard of existence and of generation from not being, nor being likely to exist. But that follows necessarily from the points laid down, if also we should suppose a thing may be, or may be generated which is not in existence. I admit, but yet is a thing that is endued with the capacity of being, because there will be in such a supposition as this nothing that is impossible. But at any rate it will be admitted that this result will ensue, for allowing the commensurability of the diameter, the inference must follow that even are equal to odd numbers, which is an impossibility. For what is false is not the same also with that which is impotential. For that you now are in a standing position is false to be sure, but is not a thing that is impossible. And at the same time also is it evident that upon the supposition of the existence of A, B must needs exist likewise, and if A exist as a thing that is potential in regard of being, it follows that also B must needs be a thing that is potential in regard of being. For if there be no necessity for its being a thing potential in regard of being, nothing hinders that which is a thing possible to be from not being at all. Now let A be a thing that is possible to be. Therefore, since A is a thing possible to be, if A be admitted as existing, nothing impossible to be would actually ensue. However, B, at any rate, must necessarily exist, but this was impossible. Grant, therefore, that it is impossible. If, then, it were impossible for B to exist necessarily, it is necessary that it should be impossible for A to exist. But then A was possible, therefore will B be so likewise. If, then, A be possible, B also will be possible, if they subsist in such a way as that in consequence of the existence of A, B necessarily exists also. If, therefore, on the supposition that the thing signified by A, B, subsist in this manner, it may not be a thing possible for this to take place in reference to B in this way. Neither will A, B, subsist in the manner that has been laid down. And if on the supposition of the possibility of the existence of A, it is necessary that B also should exist as a thing that is possible to be, supposing then A to exist, it is necessary also that B exist. For that it is possible from necessity for B to exist, if it be possible for A to exist, signifies as follows, that if A exists, and when it exists, and as far as it is a thing that is possible to exist, that then, and in this way also, that is necessary in regard of the existence of B. Chapter 5. And whereas of all existing potentialities, some are congenital, as those of the senses, but others are developed from habit, as the ability of playing on a flute, and some from discipline, as capacity in the arts, it is necessary that those that are developed from habit and reason should be acquired by repeated exercises of previous activity, but that those which are not of this description, and such as are concerned with passivity, should not necessarily be acquired in this way. Since, however, that which is endued with potentiality is able to effect something, both the term "sometimes" and the term "somehow" must one add in the definition, and as many things else as are consequential to this, and some things that subsist according to reason do not possess the potentiality of imparting motion, and their potentialities are accompanied with reason, whereas as regards other things that are irrational, and their potentialities irrational, those also it is necessary should subsist in an animated creature, but these in both. Now, this being the case, in respect of potentialities of such a description as this, it is requisite, when as far as they are endued with capacity in this way, the passive and the productive approximate towards each other, that one set of them should be active, and the other passive. But it is not necessary that this should take place with those, I mean with rational potentialities, for as regards all of these, each one is productive of one thing, whereas those are productive of contraries, wherefore this will at the same time produce contraries, a thing however that is impossible. It is necessary then that there be something else which may be predominant, and this I call Prepension, or free will, for whatsoever is the object of a particular propension, this will that propension authoritatively or rightfully accomplish, when as far as it is endued with capacity, it may subsist and approximate unto the passive. Wherefore, that which is endued with capacity according to reason must altogether compass its object, when it feels an appetite after that unto which it has a capability of attaining, and so far as it has this capability. Now, the power to do or accomplish anything subsists when that which is passive is present, and is so disposed, and if this be not the case, there will be no power to accomplish it. For in the event of none of those things that are extrinsic offering any obstruction, there is no further necessity for adding these words, "nothing extrinsic offering obstruction," into the definition, for it involves potentiality as it belongs to a capacity of action, yet it is not so altogether. But when things are disposed in some such manner as that in their case will also external impediments be removed, for these are taken away, I mean some of those distinctive terms that are contained in the definition, wherefore neither will an appetite accomplish two things, or contrary things, even though at the same time it may feel disposed, or be actuated by an inordinate desire to accomplish them, for it does not involve power over their attainment in this way at the same time, nor is there present the power of the simultaneous accomplishment of such, since those objects of pursuit over which appetite has control, it will accomplish in this manner. Chapter 6. But since we have spoken concerning potentiality, such as subsists according to motion, let us frame some definitions and distinctions regarding energy, both as to what energy or activity is, and what sort of a thing it is. For the nature of that which is potential or endued with capacity, likewise at the same time will be apparent to those who make a division in this matter, because we not only say that this is a thing endued with potentiality, or capacity, which is fitted by nature to impart motion to something else, or to have motion imparted to itself by something else, either viewed simply or in a certain manner, but we also assert this as being the case after a different mode. Wherefore, in our investigations, we shall also treat of these points. The existence of the thing, however, as the energy, does not subsist in such a way as when we speak of a thing in potentiality. Now, we mean by a thing subsisting in potentiality, for instance, mercury in the wood, and the half in the whole, because it can be taken away from the whole. And we term that a scientific person in capacity, even though not actually engaged in speculation, provided only such may be endued with a capacity for speculative pursuits. And we mean by a thing subsisting in energy. Now, by an induction of singulars is the assertion evident which we wish to make, and it is not expedient that we should seek after a definition for everything, but it is sufficient to perceive at a glance that which is analogous. Now I say, by a thing subsisting in energy, we mean that it should be as a person engaged in building stands in relation to that which is fit for being built, and the wakeful to the sleeper, and one who sees to one whose eyes are closed, but who nevertheless possesses the power of vision, and as that which involves a separable subsistence from matter to matter, and as that which has been wrought by art to that which is unwrought. After this mode, then, is energy compared with capacity, or potentiality. By one portion, however, of this difference, let energy be distinguished, and that which is endued with potentiality by the other. All things, however, are not said to subsist in energy in a similar way, but either analogically, as this thing in this, or relatively to this, and that thing in this particular thing, or relatively to this particular thing. For some things are as motion in respect of potentiality, but other things are as substance in respect of a certain matter. But the infinite and the void and such like things are said to subsist both in potentiality and energy after another manner, different from many entities, as for example, that which sees, and that which walks, and that which is seen. For sometimes do these things admit of being verified, and simply verified, for the one is an object to be seen because it is seen, but the other because it is endued with a potentiality of being seen. The infinite, however, does not subsist in potentiality after such a mode, as it is likely to be in energy when it involves a separable subsistence. But it does in knowledge, for infinite divisibility is the cause which these persons assign for the subsistence in potentiality amounting to this energy, not, however, in respect of its being made to involve a separate subsistence. But, since none of those doings of which there is a termination constitutes an end, but only some of those that are performed in regard of the end, as the actual end of inducing emaciation is emaciation, and when these happen to induce or promote a state of emaciation, they are in this way in motion, not being inherent, as the things on account of which the motion subsists. Now, on such a supposition, these things do not constitute the method of doing a thing, or at any rate, such a method as is perfect, that is, involves an end. For they do not constitute an end, but in that, I mean, the motion, are inherent the end and the method of doing a thing, as, for example, a man sees, but also he exercises thought and employs his understanding, and has employed his understanding, but he does not receive instruction, and has received instruction, neither is he in a sound state of health, and has he been restored to health. He may live properly, and has lived properly, but also he enjoys the felicity of a regular life, and has enjoyed this felicity, and if this be not the case, he ought at some time or other to intermit, as when he may induce emaciation. He does not, however, produce this state at present, but he lives and has lived. Therefore is it proper to denominate some of these aforesaid conditions as motions, and some of them as energies or activities, for every motion is imperfect, as for instance emaciation, learning, walking, building, and these are motions, even imperfect ones at least. For a person does not walk at the same time that he has walked, nor does a builder construct a house at the same time that he has built one, nor is a thing generated simultaneously with its having been generated in time past, or is motion imparted simultaneously with the communication of motion in time past, but it is a different thing as regards the communication and the reception of motion. Now a person, to give an illustration, has seen and sees the same thing at the same time, and exercises his understanding, and has exercised his understanding simultaneously in regard of the same thing. A thing of this kind, indeed, do I denominate energy and activity, but I call that motion. Therefore, as to the subsistence of a thing in energy, both what it is and what sort of a thing it is, from these and such like statements let this point be evident to us. Chapter 7. And when it is that each thing subsists in potentiality, and when it does not, this point must now be determined by us. For a thing does not subsist in potentiality at any time whatsoever indifferently. Thus, for instance, earth. Is it, pray, man in potentiality, or is it not? But is this the case rather when seed already is generated? Nor even the case somehow perhaps then. Just then, as neither by the medicinal art everything would be indifferently reduced to a sound state, nor from chance, but there is something which is endued with a capacity of health, and this is that which subsists in a healthy condition potentially. But the definition of that which by reason of an exercise of intellect is in a state of generation, in a condition of actuality, from such a cause as exists potentially, such a definition may be discovered when the process of generation is accomplished by one in the exercise of volition, and in a case where no impediment is offered by external obstructions. Now, this takes place in the instance adduced in the case of a person being reduced to a sound state of health, when there is no obstruction offered by those things that reside in himself. And the case is similar with a house also in potentiality, if there is no hindrance to its construction as a house from obstacles discoverable in the builder of that house, or the matter of it, and if there is not that which it is requisite should be added, or subtracted, or changed, this constitutes a house in potentiality. And this is the case likewise with the rest of those things of which there is a first principle of generation, that is extrinsic, and in regard of as many things doubtless as are contained in the thing itself in possession of them, whatever will subsist by means of this, in the absence of external impediments, offering any hindrance. For example, the seed does not as yet subsist in potentiality, for it is necessary that it also accomplish a change in another body. But when now, by means of its own first principle, it may subsist as a thing of this kind, it is now this thing in potentiality, and that requires a different first principle, just as earth is not yet a statue in capacity or potentiality, for when it is being changed it will become brass. But what we are speaking of seems to be not this particular thing, but a thing composed of this or that material, just as a chest is not wood, but wooden, nor is the wood earth, but earthy. Again, if earth, after this manner, is not anything else, but is termed derivatively, or a thing that is composed from that material, in such a case, that which subsists invariably in capacity simply is that which is subsequent, just as the chest is neither earthy nor earth, but wooden. For this amounts to the subsistence of the chest in capacity, and this is the matter of the chest, simply considered as of that which is viewed simply. But of this particular chest is this particular piece of wood the matter. If, however, there is something primary that is not any longer denominated according to something else, as a thing composed from that material, this is primary matter. For example, if earth is of air, and air is not fire, but composed of fire, in this case fire is the primary matter of earth, as this certain particular thing and substance. For in this respect is the universal different from the subject in regard of being the one, this certain particular thing contrasted with the other which is not. For, to give an example, man and body and soul are each the subject of passive conditions. The passive condition, however, is the being musical and white. But when the musical is ingenerated as a capacity, that thing is not styled a musical capacity, but a thing that is musical, and man is not termed whiteness, but a thing that is white, nor walking or motion, but a thing which walks or is moved, just as a thing that is composed of something else. Now as regards then as many things as are denominated in this manner, that which is last is substance, but in respect of as many things as are not styled in this way, but of which a certain species, and this certain particular thing are predicated, that which is last is matter, and a material substance, and therefore it happens correctly that what is composed of the material of something else is not predicated according to its matter and its passive conditions, for both of these are indefinite. When therefore a thing must be styled as that which subsists in capacity, and when it does not subsist thus, has been declared. Chapter 8. Since, however, it has been determined in how many ways that which has a priority of subsistence is predicated, it is evident that energy or activity is prior to potentiality. Now, I mean by potentiality not merely a definite potentiality, which is styled an alternative first principle in another body, so far forth as it is another, but in general every first principle which is the originator of motion or of rest. For nature also may be ranked in the same genus with potentiality, for she is a first principle which is fit to be the cause of motion, not however in another body, but in itself, so far forth as it is itself. Therefore, prior to every principle of this sort is energy, or activity, both in definition and in substance, but it is also in a certain respect prior in duration, and in a certain respect it is not so. That indeed therefore it is prior in definition is evident, for that which is potential in regard of its possibility of energizing, or assuming a state of activity, such is a thing that is primarily endued with capacity or potentiality. For example, I speak of one that is skilled in building, now, I mean one that has a capacity of building, and I speak of one that is able to see, and I mean one that possesses the capacity of seeing, and of a thing that may be seen, as that which involves the capacity of being seen. And the same reasoning also holds good as regards other things. Wherefore, the definition and knowledge of energy must needs pre-exist the definition and knowledge of potentiality. But energy, likewise, is in time prior to capacity after this mode, namely, the priority of that which actively accomplishes the same thing in species, but not in number. Now, I mean to say this, that in the case of this particular man existing at present according to energy, and in the case of the corn, and the horse, and the person who sees, prior in time are the matter, and the seed, and that which is able to see, which in potentiality constitute man, and corn, and one who sees, but are not as yet these in energy. Prior, however, to these in time are those different things that subsist in energy, and from which these have been generated, for always from an entity in capacity arises, or is generated, an entity in energy by means of an entity in energy, as man is generated from man, a musician by means of a musician, on the condition of something that is primary in its nature always imparting motion. The moving power at present, however, subsists in energy, or activity, but it has been declared in our disquisitions concerning substance, that everything that is generated from something and by something, and that this is the same in species. Wherefore also it seems to be impossible that a builder be a person not likely to have built anything, or a harpist to be one who has not harped anything. For one who learns to play upon the harp learns to play upon the harp by actually playing upon the harp. It is also the case, in like manner, with other artists. Whence arose the argument, by refutation, of the sophists, that one who is not in possession of scientific knowledge will accomplish the mastery of that about which such scientific knowledge is conversant, for the learner of a science is not in possession of it. But, in reply to this, we may observe that from the fact that something of that which is being produced or generated has been produced, and that in general something of that which is being moved has been moved. Now, this is evident according to what has been proved in our disquisitions concerning motion. The learner also in this case must needs possess something, perhaps of scientific knowledge, but then also by this it is at any rate evident that energy in this way likewise is prior to potentiality in regard of generation and time. But unquestionably it is also prior in substance at least in the first place indeed then, because those things that are subsequent in generation are prior in form and substance, as a man to a child, and a human being to seed, for now the one possesses the form, but the other does not. And in the second place, this is so because everything that is being produced advances towards a first principle and an end, for the final cause is a first principle, and the generation or production is on account of the end. But energy is an end, and on account of this is potentiality assumed, for not in order that they may have the power of vision do animals see, but they have the power of vision that they may see. In like manner also, persons are in possession of the building art, or capacity that they may actually build, and of the speculative art that they may devise systems of speculation. They do not, however, devise speculative systems that they may have the speculative capacity, unless those who do so for the sake of meditation. Yet these by no means speculate absolutely, but they either speculate in this manner, or the fact is so that they have not in any wise an occasion to speculate. Moreover, matter subsists in potentiality because it may advance onwards to form, but when at least it subsists in energy, then doth it subsist in form. In like manner also is it the case with other things, and those of which the end is motion. Wherefore, as those engaged in teaching by showing, in the way of example, one energizing, say, their pupil, think that they have adduced the end, it is so with nature in like manner. For if this be not the case, a circumstance, like the mercury of Paso, will take place. For scientific knowledge would be obscure as to whether it might be internal or external, as was the case with Paso's Hermes likewise. For an end is the work, and the work constitutes the energy. Wherefore the name energy is denominated according to the work, and converges towards actuality. And since of some things that which is ultimate is the use, as for example, of the power of vision, the act of vision, and besides this, no other work is produced different from the power of vision, yet in certain things is there something else generated. For example, from the art of house building, a house is produced in addition to the act of building, notwithstanding that energy, nevertheless, will be the end of potentiality in both instances, to be sure, though it is more the end of it in the latter than in the former. For building is contained in that which is being built, and is generated and exists at the same time with the house. Of as many things, therefore, as there is something different, namely, that which is being produced from their use, of these doth there subsist the energy in that which is being constructed, just as both the building resides in that which is being built, and the weaving in that which is being woven. In like manner also is it the case with other things, and in general doth motion subsist in that to which motion is being imparted. Of as many things, however, as there is not some different work beside the energy, in these is energy inherent, as, for instance, the act or power of seeing resides in the person who sees, and theory in the theorizer, and vitality or life in the soul. Therefore also is happiness resident in the soul, for it also constitutes a certain sort of vitality. Wherefore is it evident that substance and form are each of them a certain energy, and therefore according to this reasoning it is evident that in substance energy is prior to potentiality, and as we have stated, one energy invariably is antecedent to another in time, up to that which is primarily and eternally the moving cause. But assuredly also in a more strict and important sense is energy prior to capacity, for the things that are eternal are in substance prior to things that are perishable, yet nothing subsisting in potentiality is everlasting, and a reason of this is the following. Every potentiality is at the same time a potentiality of its contradiction, for that which is not endued with the capacity of existing will not subsist in anything, but everything that is endued with capacity admits of not energizing. Accordingly, that thing the existence of which is potential admits of both being and not being. The same thing then is that which is potential, or endued with a capacity of both being and not being. But that thing, the non-existence of which is potential, admits of not being, and that which admits of not being is subject to decay, either simply, or it is not this very thing, the admissibility of whose non-existence is affirmed, either according to place, or according to quantity, or according to quality, but simply is a thing exposed to corruption according to substance. None then of those things that are simply incorruptible is an entity in potentiality simply considered, but in a certain respect there is no hindrance to this being so, for instance according to quality, or the place where. All things then subsist in energy, nor even on the supposition of things being from necessity are these things however primary, for unless these were so, there would be nothing so. Nor therefore, again, supposing there is any eternal motion, does such a motion subsist in capacity, nor supposing that there is anything that is being eternally moved, such a thing that is being moved does not subsist according to capacity, unless so far as it proceeds from a certain quarter, or towards a certain direction. There is no hindrance, however, to the subsistence of the matter of this. Wherefore, the sun and stars and the entire firmament perpetually energize. No apprehension also is there lest at any time they may come to a standstill, which dread overwhelms some of the natural philosophers. For neither are the heavenly bodies wearied in this operation of revolving, for their motion does not happen to subsist in regard of the capacity of the contradiction of those, as for example is the case with things subject to decay, so as to render the continuity of the motion a laborious operation. For substance, which is matter and potentiality, and does not subsist in energy, is the cause of this. There is, however, an imitation between things incorruptible and those that are in a state of change, for instance, earth and fire, for these also invariably energize, seeing that they involve motion essentially and in themselves, but all the rest of the potentialities about which we have discoursed, from the distinctions and definitions that have been framed, it is evident are conversant about contradiction. For that which is endued with the capacity of imparting motion in this particular way can also do so in another way, and not in this way, I mean, as many things at any rate as subsist as potentialities according to a rational principle. Potentialities, however, that are devoid of reason in respect of presence and absence will as the same be conversant about contradiction. If then there are certain natures of such a sort, or substances of such a description as those speculators who have been engaged in such theories affirm ideas to be, something would there be which would be skilled in scientific knowledge in a greater degree than science itself, and something would be much more moved than motion itself, for the former rather are energies, but the latter are potentialities of the former, that therefore energy is a thing prior both to potentiality and every alternative first principle is evident. Chapter 9. But that also energy is both superior and more excellent than potentiality, however excellent, is evident from these statements. For as many things as are denominated according to the being potential, as far as these are concerned, it is the same thing the being what is potential in regard of contraries. For instance, that which is said to be endued with a capacity of health and sickness is the same thing, and that too, at the same time, for there is the same capacity or potentiality of being in a sound state of health, and being indisposed, and of being at rest, and in motion, and of building, and of demolishing what is built, and of being built, and falling into ruin. The capacity, then, of accomplishing contraries exists at the same time, but the actual subsistence of these contraries at the same time is a thing that is impossible, and it is a thing that is impossible that contrary energies be also present at the same time, for instance, in the case of being healthy and being indisposed. Wherefore, either of these must needs be that which is good, and it must in like manner be possible that this be the case with both or neither. Energy, accordingly, is the more excellent of the two. There is, however, a necessity that, as regards that which is bad, the end and energy should be worse than the potentiality, for that which is endued with capacity, as regards both the contraries, is the same thing. It is evident, then, that what is evil is not anything independent of the things themselves, for that which is evil is by the constitution of nature subsequent to that which we term potentiality. Accordingly, neither in those things which subsist from a first principle, and those that are everlasting existences, is there anything that is either evil, or anything in the shape of imperfection, or aught that has been actually reduced to decay. For a tendency towards decay or corruption belongs to things that are evil. But mathematical figures are also discovered as subsisting in energy, for persons discover such in the act of division, and if such had been divided in twain, these mathematical figures would have been apparent, but now are they inherent potentially. Why, let me ask, has a triangle angles equal to two right angles? Because the angles about one point are equal to two right angles. If, therefore, the line about the side be produced, to one who merely glances at the figure the thing is at once obvious. Why, too, in a semicircle is the angle universally a right angle? Because if there are three equal right lines, or even two at the base, and one right line raised thereupon from the central point, the thing will be obvious to anyone at a glance, provided he be a person that has some knowledge of mathematics. Wherefore it is evident that mathematical diagrams, subsisting as they do in potentiality, are discovered when they are being reduced to energy, and the cause of this is the following, that understanding constitutes the energy, wherefore from energy springs potentiality, and on account of this circumstance, persons engaged in doing anything are acquainted with that thing, for subsequent in regard of production is energy, I mean, such as subsists according to number. Chapter 10. Since, however, entity and non-entity are denominated partly in accordance with the figures of the categories, and partly in accordance with the capacity or the energy of these, or in accordance with contraries, but since that which is entity, in the strictest sense of the word, is what is true or false, and this in the case of things consists in composition or division, so that one can verify his assertion who considers that which has been divided to be divided, and that which has been compounded to be compounded, but he speaks falsely, who, when either things are, or when they are not, makes assertions about them in a contrary way to that in which they actually subsist. Seeing then that this is the case, the thing is termed true or false, for it is fitting that we should take into consideration what this is which is termed true or false. For it is not on account of a true supposition on our parts of your being white that you are in reality white, but on account of your being white, we who make this assertion as to your whiteness can verify our assertion. If, therefore, some things are invariably compounded and involve an impossibility of being divided, but if other things are perpetually in a state of division and are not endued with a capacity of being put together again, and if some things are the recipients of contraries, in such a case actual existence is the being compounded, and the being one thing, but non-existence, the not being compounded, but the being more than one thing. Respecting then admissible or contingent natures, the same opinion becomes false and true, and this is the case with the same definition, or discursus, and they involve the possibility of true assertions being made of them in one instance, but false assertions in another. Regarding, however, things that are devoid of a potentiality of being disposed otherwise than they are, a thing in this case is not generated, so as at one time to be true, but at another false, but these things are invariably true and false. And therefore, in regard of incomposite natures, what, let me ask, is the being or not being, and what the true and the false in respect of these? For it is not a thing that is compounded, so that it actually involves existence, when it may be in a state of composition, but does not involve existence when it may subsist in a state of division, as a piece of white wood, or the incommensurability of the diagonal of a square with its side. Neither will the true and the false, in like manner, be still inherent also in those things, I mean incomposite natures. Or, shall we say that, as neither that which is true in regard of these, so neither is their actual existence the same, but the one is that which is true, while the other is that which is false? Contact and assertion give us that which is true, for not the same thing is affirmation with assertion. Not, however, to pass into contact amounts to ignorance, for deception about the nature of anything has no existence, save by accident. In like manner also is it in the case of substances that are uncompounded, for deception in regard of them is not a thing that is possible. And all such substances subsist in energy, not in potentiality, for if they subsisted in potentiality, they would be generated, and in process of time would be corrupted. But in the present instance, the actual entity is not generated, nor is it reduced into corruption, for it would be generated from something. And as regards whatsoever things, therefore, that amount to the existence of any certain particular thing, and its subsistence in energy or activity, as regards these, I say, there is no possibility of labouring under deception, but either one understands them, or he does not. But the inquiry as to the nature of anything is being instituted by us in respect of these natures, as to whether there are things of this sort at all or not. And the fact is, the existence of a thing is as that which is true, and its non-existence as that which is false. In one way, if it is that which is compounded, it is true, whereas in the other, if it is not a composite nature, it is false. And in another way, if we suppose it to exist in this way, it is true, but if not in this way, it is not true. Now, that which is true amounts to the intellectual apprehension of these, but that which is false does not exist, nor does it amount to deception, but ignorance. Not, however, such as may be assimilated unto blindness. For blindness is just as if one, in short, did not possess the capacity of intellectually apprehending any subject. and it is also evident that, respecting things that are immovable, there is no deception as to the time when of their existence, supposing that one consider them as things that are immovable, for instance, the triangle, unless viewed as that which is subject to mutation. A mathematician will not consider as being at one time in possession of angles equal to two right angles, but at another not so, for it would undergo a certain mutation. Yet he might consider one thing in this point of view, but not another, for example, that there be no even number, first, or that some are so, but that other numbers are not so. In regard, however, of one thing in number, we cannot expect that he should entertain this opinion, for no longer would he do so as regards certain things, yet not as regards others, but he will speak truth or falsehood so far as he makes assertions of it as a thing that is invariably disposed in this way. Book 9 of Metaphysics by Aristotle, Chapter 1. That unity is denominated in many ways has been previously declared in our divisions on its multifarious predications, and whereas it is denominated in many ways, there are summarily arranged four modes of things that are styled one, primarily and essentially, but not according to accident. For both that which is continuous, either simply considered, or especially what is so by nature at least, and not by contact, or by a bond of connection, such is one thing, and that in a more eminent degree is one thing, and prior to these, of which the motion is more indivisible, and simple, rather. Moreover, is unity a thing of this sort, and in a more eminent degree is that which is a whole one thing, and that which possesses a certain form and species, but particularly we look for unity if a thing of this sort subsists by the constitution of nature, and not by violent or abnormal means. In like manner, as whatever things are joined together by glue, or by a nail, or by a chain, are one thing, but contains in itself the cause of its own continuity. And it is a thing of this kind in respect of its motion being one and indivisible in place and time, so that it is evident if anything, by the constitution of nature, involves a principle of the earliest motion, I mean such a principle as is primary, that it is the first magnitude, as, for example, I speak of the circular motion of a body, for this is the earliest motion. Therefore, in this way are some things one, either as what is continuous or entire. Others, however, are one of which the definition may be one, and things of this sort are such as those of which the intellectual apprehension is one, and such as those of which it is indivisible, and of which there is an indivisible apprehension of what is indivisible in form or number. In number, therefore, is the singular indivisible, but in form that is indivisible which resides in what is an object of knowledge, and in scientific knowledge itself. Wherefore, that would be one thing primarily, which is the cause of the subsistence of unity in substances. Therefore, no doubt, is unity denominated in such many ways, as both that which is continuous by the constitution of nature, and is an entirety, and a singular, and that which is universal. Now, all these are one in respect of the indivisibility of the motion of some of them, but of the intellectual perception, or the definition of others. It is requisite, however, to understand that we should not assume that the same assertions should be made alike in the inquiries, both as to what sort of things are styled one, and what is the nature of the existence of unity, and what is the definition of it. For unity is predicated in thus many ways, and each of those things will be one in which any one of these modes will be inherent. The being or existence of unity, however, sometimes will be in accordance with one of these, and sometimes with another, which also is nearer to the name, but those are one in regard of capacity, just as also, if it may be expedient to discuss the subject relating to element and cause, it would be necessary, in the treatment of these matters, both to frame distinctions and to assign the definition of the name. For fire, in one sense, is an element, and perhaps also with the infinite in itself this is the case, or it is something else of the sort, and in another sense it is not so. For the essence of element is not the same thing with the essence of fire and of element, but so far forth as fire is a certain thing and a certain nature, so far is it an element. But the name signifies that this particular quality is an accident in this, because there is something subsisting from this, as from a thing that is primarily inherent. So also is it in the case of cause and unity, and all things of this sort. Wherefore also the essence or existence of one consists in being indivisible, namely, in being this certain particular thing, and incapable of a separate subsistence, either in place or form, or in the faculty of thought, or in that which is entire, and has been made the subject of definition. But especially doth the nature or essence of unity consist in being the first measure of every genus, and the principal portions of quantity. For from this quarter likewise hath it proceeded to other things. For measure is that whereby quantity is known, but quantity, so far forth as it is quantity, is known either by unity or by number. For every number is known by unity. Wherefore every quantity, so far forth as it is quantity, is discoverable by unity, and that by which as primary it is known, this itself is one. Wherefore unity is a first principle of number, so far forth as it is number, and hence also in the case of other things that is denominated a measure whereby as primary each thing is known, and the measure of everything is one in length, in breadth, in depth, in gravity, in velocity. For gravity and velocity are what is common in the case of contraries, for in a twofold sense may each of them be taken, as for instance, gravity is both that which involves any momentum whatsoever, and that which possesses a superabundance of momentum, and velocity is both that which involves any motion whatever, and an excess of motion. For likewise is there a certain velocity even of that which is slow, and there is a certain gravity of that which is rather light. Now a measure and first principle in all of these is a sort of unity, and a thing that is indivisible, since, to give an instance, in lines also they employ that which measures a foot as a thing that is indivisible. For everywhere, or in every instance, do investigators search for measure as a certain unity, and as a thing that is indivisible, and this constitutes what is simple, either in the quality or in the quantity. Wheresoever indeed therefore there does not appear to be anything subtracted or added, this is the most accurate measure. Wherefore the measure of number is the most precise of all measures, for the monad they have posited as in every way indivisible, but in the case of other things they imitate a measure of this sort. For from a stadium and a talent, and that which is invariably greater, would anything that has been both added and taken away rather escape our notice, than from that which is less. Wherefore that from which, considered as primary, a thing does not admit of subsisting according to sense, this all men constitute as a measure, both of things moist and dry, and of gravity and magnitude, and they imagine that they then know the quantity of a thing when they happen to know it by means of this measure. And therefore also motion do they measure by a simple motion, and one which is the most rapid, for this involves the very smallest possible duration. Wherefore in astronomy a unity of this kind is a first principle, and a measure, for their hypothesis is that the motion of the heavens is equable, and that it is of the utmost velocity, and in accordance with this astronomers adjust the other motions, and in music diesis is adopted as a measure because it constitutes the least perceptible sound, and in the case of vocal sounds it is an element of speech that is such. And all these things in this way are a certain one, not in such a manner as that the one is a thing common to them, but in such a way as has been declared. A measure is not, however, invariably one in number, but sometimes more than one, as for instance, 2 diases, such as are not understood according to hearing, but are contained in the definitions, and the vocal sounds by which we measure are more numerous, and the diameter of the square, likewise, is measured by 2 things, and this is the case with the side, and with all magnitudes. Thus, therefore, is unity a measure of all things, because we thereby know those things of which substance consists, by making a division of it, either according to quantity or according to form, and on this account is unity indivisible, because the original of everything is that which is indivisible. But each thing is not indivisible in the same manner as a foot, and the monad, but the latter is indivisible in every respect, and the former has a tendency towards things that are indivisible according to sense, as just now has been remarked, for perhaps everything continuous is divisible. The measure, however, is always a thing of a kindred nature, for of magnitudes is magnitude the measure, and in regard of an individual thing, length is a measure of length, breadth of breadth, of vocal sounds, voice is a measure, weight a measure of weight, a monad of monads. For in this way must we receive this assertion, but not to the effect that number is a measure of numbers, although this ought to be the case if measure, in like manner, in this case is to be kindred with what is measured. But he who entertains this opinion does not think similarly of this instance, but, just as if one would suppose that monads are a measure of monads, but not a monad, number, however, is a multitude of monads. And science we pronounce to be the measure of things and sense, likewise for this very reason, because we attain unto some knowledge through the instrumentality of these, since rather are they measured than are they standards of measure. But it happens unto us, just as if another were measuring us, we should know how large we were by reason of the cubital measure being extended over us thus far. Protagoras, however, says that man is the measure of all things, just as if he should say that one who possesses scientific knowledge, or who goes through an act of perception by sense, is a measure, and that this is so with these, because the one possesses sense, but the other scientific knowledge, which we affirm to be measures of those things that are subjects to either one or the other. Doubtless, such persons in their assertion of nothing that is extraordinary appear to say something pertinent to the matter in hand. That therefore, indeed, the being or essence of unity subsists in an eminent degree, according to the name which they determine upon as a certain measure, and the most important measure, of quantity, and in the next place of quality, this is evident. Now, a measure of this sort will be of one kind, if it may be indivisible as far as regards quantity, but of another, if it be so as regards quality. Wherefore, unity is indivisible, either simply or so far forth as it is unity. Chapter 2. But, as regards substance and nature, we must institute an inquiry how they are disposed in like manner, as in the doubts mooted in the earlier portions of this work we have taken a review of what unity is, and how one ought to take up his opinions respecting the same, whether as though this unity were to be considered as a certain substance, as both the Pythagorics affirm in the first instance, and Plato subsequently, or rather whether some nature is subjected to it, and in what manner this ought to be more intelligibly discoursed of, and whether, rather, is it the case that we should look at unity from the point of view that some of the natural philosophers do, for of those a certain one says that unity is harmony, but another air, and a third the infinite. Now, if it is not possible for any of the universals to be substance, as has been declared in our disquisitions concerning substance, and in those concerning entity, nor that this very thing be substance, so as to be endued with the capacity of subsisting as a certain one thing separate from plurality, for a thing of this kind is what is common, but alone may be ranked as a category, it is evident, if the foregoing be true, that neither is unity itself a substance, for entity and unity, in an eminent degree above other things, are predicated universally of all things. Wherefore, neither are genera certain natures and substances, capable of a separable subsistence from other things, nor does unity admit of being a genus, on account of the same causes, through which neither does unity or substance admit of being a genus. And further, in like manner, it is expedient that the case stand in regard of all things. Now, unity and entity are predicated in an equal number of ways. Wherefore, since in quantities there is a certain unity and a certain nature, and since, in like manner, both of these reside in quantities, it is plain that likewise, in general, we must investigate what unity is, as well as what entity is also, as if it were not sufficient to determine that this very thing is the nature of it. But unquestionably, in colours at least, there is the one colour, for example, white. Afterwards, the rest appear to be produced from this and black. But black is a privation of white, as darkness also is of light. But this is a privation of light. Wherefore, if entities were colours, entities would constitute a certain number. But of what, let me ask? Without doubt, manifestly of colours. And unity would be a certain one thing, as for example, white. And in like manner also, if entities were melodies, there would be a number of diases, however, but the substance of them would not be number, and unity would be something the substance of which would not be unity, but diasis. In like manner also, in the case of the elements of sounds, if all entities were sounds, they would constitute the number of the elements, and unity would be a vocal element. And if entities were right-lined figures, they would constitute the number of figures, and unity would be a triangle. And the same reasoning stands good likewise in the case of the other genera of things. Wherefore, if also in passive properties, and in qualities, and in quantities, and in motion, there subsist numbers, and a certain one thing in all these, unity would be both a number of certain things, and it would constitute a certain entity. But by no means would this be the substance of that thing. And, as regards substances, the case must needs be the same, for in like manner is it in the case of all things. That therefore, unity in every genus is a sort of nature, and that this very thing, namely unity, is not the nature of anything is evident. But, as in colours there is one colour to be sought for as unity itself, so also in substances is one substance to be sought for as unity itself. But that somehow unity and entity are equivalent in their meaning is evident from the fact that unity follows upon the categories in an equal number of ways with entity, and yet does not subsist in any of them, as for example, neither in quiddity nor in quality, but it subsists in like manner as entity. And from this fact it follows that there is not anything different from man additionally predicated in the predication of one man, as neither is entity anything independent of quiddity, or quality, or quantity, and that the being of unity is the same thing as the being of some individual thing. Chapter 3. Unity, however, and plurality are opposed in many ways, in one of which modes the unity and the multitude are opposed, as what is indivisible, and what is divisible. For that which has been divided, or is actually divisible, is styled a certain multitude, but what is indivisible, or that which has not been divided, is styled one. Since therefore the oppositions are fourfold, and one of these is expressed according to privation, there would subsist what is contrary, and neither would they be denominated as contradictions, nor as things predicated relatively. But unity is predicated from its contrary, and thereby made evident, viz., that which is indivisible from that which is divisible, from the fact that multitude and that which is divisible are rather cognizable by sense than that which is indivisible. Wherefore, in the definition, the multitude is prior to that which is indivisible by reason of perception by sense. There also belong to unity, as we have likewise described in our division of contraries, sameness and similarity and equality, but to multitude belong diversity and dissimilarity and inequality. Seeing, however, that sameness is predicated in many ways, after one mode also, namely according to number, subsists that which we denominate occasionally as this, and after another mode, if a thing be one, both in definition and in number. For instance, you are the same with yourself, both in form and matter. Further, are those things said to be the same, to the primary substance of which there may belong one definition. As, for instance, equal right lines are the same, and equal-angled quadrangular figures, notwithstanding that they are many in number, but in these the equality is unity. And things are said to be similar, if they be not the same simply considered, nor without a difference in regard of subject substance, but yet may be the same as regards form. For example, the greater square is similar to a less, and so it is with unequal right lines, for these are similar, no doubt, but not the same absolutely. And some things are called similar if they possess the same form, wherein reside the more and less, as properties ingenerated, while the things themselves are neither greater nor less. And other things are so styled if there belong to them the same passive condition, and such as is one in species, as for instance, that which is exceedingly white, and what is so in a less degree, they say that such are similar, because the form of them is one. And other things are so called, if they possess more of sameness than of diversity, either considered simply, or provided they be more obvious to perception as possessing such. For instance, tin is more similar to silver than to gold, and gold is similar to fire, so far forth as it is ruddy and brilliant. Wherefore it is evident that both diversity and dissimilarity are denominated in many ways, and that which is another thing is expressed in opposition to that which is the same. Wherefore, everything in relation to everything is either the same or different, but that is said to take place if the matter and the definition be not one. Wherefore you and your neighbour are different. But a third signification of the foregoing is when things subsist as in mathematical entities. Therefore, indeed, on this account, everything of those, as many as are denominated unity and entity, are so denominated in reference to everything as different or the same. For neither is there any contradiction of sameness. Wherefore, the assertion is not made in the case of non-entities, but of all entities. The, quote, not same, close quote, however, is predicated of entities. For sameness and diversity, being constituted by nature an entity, and one thing, are either one or not one. That, then, which is diversity, and that which is sameness, are in this way opposed. Difference, however, and diversity are something else, for it is not requisite that a thing which is diverse, and that in reference to, or because of which a thing is diverse, should be a diverse thing by reason of something common. For everything whatsoever, in regard of its being an entity, is either diverse or the same. That, however, which is different from something is different by something, or in some respect, so that it is necessary that something wherein they differ should be the same, and this something which is thus the same is either genus or species, for everything that is different differs either in genus or in species. Those things differ in genus, of which neither the matter is common, nor their generation into one another. For instance, take the case of those things of as many as there is another figure of predication. but things are different in species, of which the genus may be the same, and that is called a genus in respect of which both of the things that are different are styled the same according to substance. But contraries are things different, and contrariety is a certain difference. And that we have made this foregoing supposition correctly is evident from induction. For all those things that are different, their difference is even apparent, and not merely so when they are diverse. But some things are diverse in genus, but others are diverse which belong to the same coordination of predication. Wherefore also, those same things that are contained in the same genus are also involved in the same species. Now it has been determined in the case of other things what sort of entities are the same or different in the genus. Chapter 4. But, since it is admissible that things which are different should differ one from another, more and less, there is likewise a certain greatest difference, and I mean by this contrariety, and that there does exist this greatest difference is evident from induction. For some things that are different in genus do not possess a way one towards another, but are distant to a considerable extent, and are not things that may be compared together. To those things, however, that differ in species belong generations that take their rise from contraries, as from extremes, but the last interval is the greatest. Wherefore also is this the case with that which lies between the contraries. But surely this which is the greatest in each genus, at any rate, is that which is perfect, for greatest is that of which there is no excess, or superabundancy, and finished is that beyond which there is no possibility of assuming anything, for the perfect difference involves an end, in like manner as other things are called perfect, or finished in respect of their involving an end. But to the end there is nothing extrinsic, for it is the ultimate thing in everything, and comprises those things of which it is the end. Wherefore nothing is extrinsic to the end, nor does the perfect require anything of the sort. That therefore indeed contrariety constitutes a perfect difference is evident from these statements. And whereas contraries are denominated in many ways, subsistence in a perfect manner will follow in such a way as that the subsistence also of contraries would be inherent in them. Now, seeing that these things are so, it is plain that there is no possibility of one thing involving many contraries, for neither could there be anything more ultimate or final than the extreme, nor of one interval would there be more than two extremes. And in general, if contrariety be a difference, yet difference is the difference between two things, wherefore also this will be the case with the perfect difference. It is necessary, however, that the rest of the definitions also of the contraries be correct, for likewise doth the perfect difference evince the greatest amount of difference. For of things that differ in genus and in species, there is no possibility of assuming anything that is more external, for it has been demonstrated that respecting things extrinsic to the genus, there subsists not a difference, and of these, this is the greatest difference, and those things that belong to the same genus, and involve the greatest difference, are contraries, for the greatest difference of these is the perfect difference, and those things that involve the greatest amount of difference in the same recipient are contraries, for there is the same matter for the contraries, and things that rank under the same potentiality and involve the greatest difference are also contraries, for also the science is one concerning one genus of those things in which the perfect difference is the greatest. The first or chief contrariety, however, consists in habit and privation, yet not every privation, for privation is predicated in many ways, but whatsoever such as may be perfect, and the other contraries will be denominated according to these, some on the one hand in respect of possession, and others from action, or from being fit subjects for action, and on the other hand some in respect of their being recipients, and rejections of these, or of other contraries. Now, if they are opposed, I mean contradiction and privation, and contrariety and relations, and if of these, contradiction is the first, and of contradiction there is nothing intermediate, but if of contraries this is admissible, it is evident that contradiction is not the same thing with contrariety, and that privation constitutes a certain contradiction, for privation belongs either to what is entirely devoid of a capacity of possessing, or to that which, even though adapted by nature for possession, may yet not actually possess, either entirely or in a certain definite manner. For we now express this in many ways, just as the distinctions have been drawn by us elsewhere. Wherefore, privation is a certain contradiction, or a defined impotentiality, or one which is conjoined along with what is receptive. Wherefore, of contradiction there is not anything that is intermediate, but of a certain privation there is, for everything is either equal or not equal, but not everything is equal or unequal, but only if it be contained in that which is receptive of equality. If now there are generations in matter from contraries, and these are produced either from form and the habit of the species, or from a certain privation of the species and of the form, it is evident that every contrariety would constitute a certain privation, but not every privation, perhaps, would constitute contrariety. And a cause of this is the following, that whatever is a subject of the privation admits of being a subject of privation in many ways, for those things from the extremities of which changes are generated, these are contraries. And this is evident likewise from induction, for every contrariety involves a privation of either of the contraries. Not similarly, however, is it the case with all things, for inequality is a privation of equality, but dissimilarity of similarity, and vice of virtue. But there is the same difference, as has been stated, for one thing is a subject of privation, if it may happen to be deprived of anything, but another, if it may be so at any time, or in any subject, as, for example, would be the case at a certain age, either in that which is the principal age, or altogether so. Wherefore, of some contraries is there a medium, and there is a man who is neither good nor evil, but of others there is not a medium, but a number must needs be either odd or even. Further, do some things involve a definite subject, but others do not. Wherefore, it is evident that invariably either of the contraries is denominated according to privation. It is sufficient, however, if there are in existence the primaries and the genera of contraries, as for instance, unity and plurality are styled such, for the rest are referred or reduced to these. Chapter 5. But since one thing is contrary to one thing, a person would feel perplexed as to how unity and plurality are opposed, and how the equal is opposed to the great and the small. For there is the question whether invariably we speak of a thing in the way of opposition, for example, whether it is white or black, and whether it is white or not white. But we do not say whether such is a man or a thing that is white, unless hypothetically, and in such an inquiry, as for instance, whether Cleon came or Socrates. But there is no necessity for this inquiry being found in any genus, but this, likewise, has proceeded from thence. For things in opposition do not admit of subsisting alone at the same time, which aforesaid mode of speaking of a thing one employs in the present instance, I mean, in the inquiry which of the two came first. For if both could do so at the same time, the question would be ridiculous, and if this were possible in this way also, in like manner would the person who makes the inquiry fall into opposition, viz. Into unity, or plurality, as, for example, whether both came or either of the two. If, therefore, in things that are opposed, the question whether a thing, quote, is so-and-so, is to be found invariably, now, we speak of a thing as to whether it is greater, or less, or equal. What opposition is there of equality in respect of these? For neither is it contrary to either only, nor to both. For why should it be contrary to the greater more than to the less? Further, is the equal contrary to that which is unequal? Wherefore it will be contrary to more than one. If, however, inequality signifies the same thing with both of these at the same time, it would be in opposition to both, and the doubt renders assistance to those who say that inequality constitutes the duad. It happens, however, that one is contrary to two, which is impossible. Moreover, equality seems to be a medium between the great and the small, but no contrariety seems to be either of the nature of a medium, nor from the definition is it a thing possible that it should. For it would not be perfect if it were a mean between anything, yet it rather invariably involves something that is a medium with respect to itself. It therefore remains that equality be opposed either as negation or as privation. Now, certainly, it is not possible that it should be in opposition to either, for why should it be opposed to the large more than to the small? In such, then, there would subsist a privative negation of both. Wherefore also the question, whether, is predicated in respect of both, but not in respect of either, as we do not say whether a thing is greater or equal, or whether it is equal or less, but the question of, whether, invariably subsists in reference to three things. It does not, however, constitute privation from necessity, for it does not follow that everything is equal which is not greater or less, but that takes place in the case of the things in which those, I mean, the greater or less, are naturally inherent. Now equality is that which is neither great nor small, but that which by nature is adapted for becoming great or little, and as privative negation is it opposed to both. Wherefore also it is a thing that is a medium, and that which is neither evil nor good is in opposition to both, but without a name, for in many ways is each denominated, and that which is receptive is not one thing, but rather that which is neither white nor black. Neither, however, is this styled one thing, but colours are somehow defined in respect of which this negation is affirmed privatively, for it is requisite that this be either a negation of white and black, or that it be a thing devoid of colour, or something else of the sort. Wherefore, those persons do not correctly reprehend our remark on this point, who are of opinion that all things are expressed similarly. Wherefore, there will be between a shoe and a hand something that is a medium, which will be neither shoe nor hand, since also that which is neither good nor bad will be a medium between what is good and what is bad, as if there were likely to be something intermediate between all things. It is not, however, necessary that this result should ensue, for this co-negation of things that are opposed belongs to those things of which there is a certain medium, and between which a certain interval has been fitted by nature to exist. But as regards these, there is not a difference in existence, for in another genus are those things to be classed of which there are co-negations, wherefore the subject of them is not one. Chapter 6. And in like manner also, concerning unity and plurality, a person might express the following doubt. For if plurality be opposed to unity, absolutely or simply considered, there ensue certain consequences that are impossible. For unity will be a thing that is few in number, or will amount to few things, for plurality is likewise opposed to the few. Further, are two things many, since the twofold is manifold, and so also is two denominated twofold. Wherefore, unity is a thing that is few in number, for, relatively to what are two things styled many, unless in reference to unity and fewness, for nothing else appears to be less. Further, must this be admitted, if as what in length are the long and the short, so in multitude are the much and the few, and whatever may be much is also many, and the many is also much, unless there is some difference then in a thing that is continuous and easily defined. Fewness will be a certain multitude, wherefore will unity be a certain multitude if, also, it be that which is few, and this must needs be so if two things are many. But perhaps plurality is styled somehow also as the much, yet as being a thing that is different, as water which is much, but not many. But in respect of as many things as are divisible, therein subsists the many, or plurality, in one way, if the multitude involves superabundancy, either absolutely or relatively to something, and in like manner it is the case with fewness, if the multitude should involve deficiency. But in another way plurality subsists as number, which also alone is opposed to unity. For in this way do we denominate unity or plurality, just as if one should say unit and units, or a white thing and white things, and things that have been measured in respect of measure, and that which is capable of being measured. So also things which are manifold are denominated many, for each number is many because it is one, and because each is measurable by one, and as being that which is opposed to unity, not to fewness. So indeed then two things are many, likewise, yet they are not so as a multitude involving superabundancy, either relatively or absolutely, but primarily. And two things are simply what are few, for it is the first multitude which involves deficiency, and two is the first multitude in number. Wherefore Anaxagoras did not correctly withdraw his assent from the current opinion when he laid down that all things had a subsistence at the same time, and were infinite both in multitude and smallness. But he ought to have said, instead of this expression, that things were infinite both in smallness and paucity, for paucity or fewness does not constitute infinity, since fewness does not subsist on account of unity, as some philosophers would make out, but through duality. Unity, therefore, and plurality, such as are to be found in numbers, are opposed in the way a measure is opposed to that which is measurable, and these things are opposed as those that are relative to something, I mean as many things of those that are relative as do not involve an essential subsistence. Now, a distinction has been drawn by us elsewhere to the effect that relatives are predicated in a twofold way, partly as contraries, and partly as scientific knowledge is related to that which may be made an object of science, because something else is predicated with respect to them, but that the one may be less than a certain thing, as for example than two, there is no hindrance to this being the case, for though it be less, it does not follow that it also be what is few in number. Multitude, however, is, as it were, the genus of number, for number constitutes multitude, which is measurable by one, and unity and number are, in a manner, opposed, not as a thing that is contrary, but, as has been stated, as some of those things that are relatives, for as far forth as unity is a measure, and number that which may be measured, thus far are they opposed to each other. Wherefore, not everything that may be one constitutes number, as, for example, on the supposition that there is anything that is indivisible. But, though science is denominated in like manner in relation to that which may be made an object of scientific knowledge, it is not yet similarly attributed as such. For science would appear to be a measure, but that which may be an object of science would appear as that which is being measured. It happens, however, that every science is a thing fit to be an object of scientific knowledge, yet everything that is an object of science is not a science, because in a certain respect is science measured by that which may be made an object of scientific inquiry. But neither is multitude contrary to fewness, but the much is opposed to this as a multitude which is excessive is opposed to a multitude that is exceeded, nor is multitude contrary to unity altogether, but in respect of unity the case stands just as has been stated, namely, that one sort is divisible, but another indivisible, and again, a third subsists as a relative, just as science subsists with respect to what may be made an object of science on the supposition that science constituted number, and that unity were a measure. Chapter 7. And since between contraries there is a possibility of there being something that is a medium, and of some there is a medium, it is necessary that media should derive their being from contraries. For all media and the things of which they are media are contained in the same genus. For we denominate those things media into whatsoever a thing that is undergoing a change must needs be changed in the first instance. For example, if one should pass from the hypate to the neat, if the transition be made in a short space of time, he will previously reach the intermediate sounds. And the case is the same in colours. If one will pass from white to black, he will come to the purple, and that which is duskish previously to his reaching what is black. And in like manner is it with other things. But that a change should take place from one genus to another genus is not possible except according to accident, as for instance in a transition from colour into figure. It is requisite then that media and the things of which they are media should be contained in the same genus also with themselves. But unquestionably is it the case that all media are, at any rate, media of certain things that are opposed, for from these alone is it possible should arise a change that is essential, wherefore it is impossible that there should subsist any medium of things that are not opposed, for otherwise would there be a change, and that not from things that are opposed. But there is no medium of contradiction in things that are opposed, for this constitutes contradiction, and amounts to antithesis, or opposition, and to an opposition of which, in any respect whatever, one of the members is present, having no medium between that of which, in any respect, either of the members, the yes or the no, is present, or in other words, not having any medium at all. But of the rest, some are relatives, but others are privation, and some are contraries. But as many things belonging to those that are relatives as are not contraries do not involve a medium, and a cause of this is the following, inasmuch as they are not contained in the same genus. For what is there that is a medium between science and that which may be made an object of scientific knowledge? But there is a medium between the great and the small. Now, if media are contained in the same genus, as has been demonstrated, and are media between things that are contrary, it is necessary that these, likewise, be compounded of these contraries, for either will there be a certain genus of them, or there will not be any such. And if there will be a genus of them, in such a way as that there be something antecedent to the contraries, those contrary differences will be antecedent, which may make the contraries as species of genus. For from genus and differences subsist species. For example, if white and black be contraries, and the one is a segregative colour, but the other a congregative colour, these actual differences, I mean discretive and syncretive colours, will have an antecedent subsistence. Wherefore, these contraries involve a subsistence prior to one another, but surely contraries at any rate that are different are contraries in preference. And the other things and the media will arise from genus and differences, as for instance, whatever colours are media between white and black, these it is necessary should be denominated as consisting from genus. But colour is a genus, and from certain differences. They themselves, however, will not constitute primary contraries, and if this be not the case, everything will be either white or black. These, then, are other colours. Accordingly, these will be the media between primary contraries. Primary differences, however, are those which are segregative and congregative. Wherefore, in regard of these primaries, as many as are contraries not in genus, we must investigate the following point: from what the media of these consist. For it is necessary that things contained in the same genus should be compounded either of things incomposite in that genus, or that they should be incomposite natures. Therefore are contraries uncompounded one of another, so that they are first principles, but the media constitute either all things, or not any at all, and from things contrary something is generated, wherefore there will ensue a change into this previously to a change into contraries, for of each thing will there be both less and more. Accordingly will there subsist a medium, and this a medium between contraries, and all the other things that are media are composites then, for that which is a medium is more than one thing, and less than another, and is in a manner compounded of those things of which it is said to consist, as greater than one of them, and less than the other. And since as regards contraries, things that have an antecedent existence are not homogeneous, all media would arise from contraries, wherefore both all things to be found in the scale of existence downwards, and contraries and media, will consist from primary contraries. That indeed therefore the media are all contained in the same genus, and that they are media between contraries, and that these media are all composed of contraries, this is evident. Chapter 8. Diversity, however, in species is a something that is diverse from a certain thing, and this must needs subsist in both, as for instance, if animal were a thing diverse in species, both would be animals. It is necessary then that in the same genus there be contained those things that are diverse in species. For by genus I mean a thing of such a sort as that by which both are styled one and the same thing, not involving a difference according to accident, whether subsisting as matter or after a mode that is different from matter. For not only is it necessary that a certain thing that is common be inherent in them, for instance that both should be animals, but also that this very thing, namely animal, should be diverse from both, for example, that the one should be horse, but the other man. Wherefore this common characteristic simultaneously is found in things that are different in species from one another. Therefore this will be such a particular animal essentially, and that will be an animal essentially different, as that will be a horse and this a man. It is necessary accordingly that this difference should amount to a diversity of genus. For I term a difference of genus diversity, which makes this very thing to be diverse. Therefore will this constitute contrariety. And the same is evident from induction likewise, for all things are distinguished by things that are opposite, and it has been demonstrated that contraries are contained in the same genus. For contrariety amounts to perfect difference, and every difference which is contained in a species is something belonging to a certain thing. Wherefore is this both the same and a genus in both. Wherefore also all contraries are contained in the same coordination of predication, as many as are different in species, and not in genus, and diverse, particularly one from another. For perfect is the difference between them, and they are not generated simultaneously with one another. Difference then amounts to contrariety, for this constitutes what it is to be diverse in species, namely, for things to involve contrariety when they are contained in the same genus, things, I say, that are individual. Now, things are the same in species, as many as do not involve contrariety, when they are individual existences. For in division and in media are contrarieties generated, before one comes to those things that are individual. Wherefore it is evident that respecting that which is said to be a genus, neither the same nor diverse in species is any of those things which are adapted for being species as of a genus. For matter is made manifest by negation, and genus is the matter of that of which it is termed a genus, not as the genus of the Heraclides, but as that which subsists in nature. Nor is genus denominated in relation to those that are not contained in the same genus, but in relation to those of which there will be a difference from them in genus, and things differing in species differ from those that are in the same genus, for the difference of that from which it is a difference in species must needs be contrariety, and contrariety belongs to those things that are alone in the same genus. Chapter 9. But perhaps one would raise the question why woman does not differ from man in species, when the female and male are contraries, and when contrariety amounts to difference. But neither are female and male diverse in species, although they are the essential differences of animal, and are not as whiteness or blackness. But the male and female are inherent in animal, so far forth as it is animal. Now, the following doubt is almost the same as the foregoing, namely, why it is that contrariety partly makes things diverse in species, and partly does not so. For example, why does it make that which has the support of feet, and that which is furnished with wings so, but does not make whiteness and blackness? Is this the case because some things are the proper affections of genus, and other things are less so, and, since the one is form, and the other is matter, as many contrarieties as are contained in form create a difference in species, and as many as reside in form, when assumed together with matter, do not give rise to a specific difference? Wherefore, whiteness does not give rise to a difference of man, nor blackness, nor are these the specific difference of a white man in relation to a black man, nor would one name be assigned to both, for man is as matter, but matter does not create a difference, for men are not forms of man. For this reason, although the flesh and bones are diverse, from which this man and that are made, yet the entire compound is a thing that is diverse to be sure, but not different in species, because contrariety does not exist in reason or form, but this entire compound is an individual thing. Now, Callias is form in conjunction with matter, and this, therefore, is the case with white man, because Callias is white, therefore man is white according to accident. Neither, doubtless, do a brazen and wooden circle, nor a brazen triangle and wooden circle, differ in species on account of matter, but because contrariety is present in the form. But whether shall we say that matter does not render things diverse in species, though being somehow diverse itself, or is it the case that it makes them so partly? For why is this horse diverse from this man in species, and yet the forms of these subsist along with matter? Is it because contrariety is inherent in the form? For there is obviously a contrariety subsisting between a white man and a black horse, and this, at any rate, is a specific difference, but not so far forth as the one is white and the other black, since even if both were white, nevertheless in species they would be diverse. But the male and female are appropriate affections of animal, but not according to substance, but in matter and body. Wherefore the same seed, in consequence of undergoing the same passive condition, is generated either as female or male. What indeed, therefore, constitutes diversity in species, and why some things differ in species, but others do not, has been declared. Chapter 10. But whereas contraries are diverse in species, and that which is subject to corruption, and that which is incorruptible are contraries, for privation is a definite impotentiality, it is requisite that things corruptible be diverse in genus from incorruptible natures. Already indeed, therefore, have we declared our sentiments respecting these universal appellations, so that it would not appear to be necessary that anything whatsoever that is incorruptible and corruptible should be diverse in species, as neither white and black should be so. For it is admissible that the same thing at the same time should be both corruptible and incorruptible, if there may be in subsistence aught of things that are universal, as man would be both white and black, and the case is similar with the mode of the subsistence of singulars, for the same man would not be white and black at the same time, although what is white is contrary to what is black. Of contraries, however, some according to accident are inherent in certain things, for instance, those that have been just now mentioned, and many others, but in the case of others this is impossible, I mean, those to which both that which is corruptible and that which is incorruptible belong. For nothing is corruptible according to accident, for that which is accidental admits of not being, but that which is corruptible belongs to those things which subsist of necessity in those things in which it is inherent, or that which is corruptible will be one and the same thing with that which is incorruptible, if what is corruptible admits of not being inherent therein. Either then substantially, or as inherent in substance, must that which is corruptible subsist in each of the things that are corruptible. But there is the same reasoning, likewise, applicable to the case of that which is incorruptible, for both belong to things that possess a necessary existence. So far forth, therefore, as one is primarily corruptible, and the other primarily incorruptible, so far are they in opposition to each other, so that they must needs be generically diverse. It is evident, therefore, that it is not possible that there be such forms as some affirm, for in such a case, as regards man, there will be one who is corruptible, but another who is incorruptible, although forms are said to be the same in species, with certain particulars, and not equivocal in respect of them. Things that are diverse in genus, however, are at a wider interval from one another than those that are diverse in species. Book 10 of Metaphysics by Aristotle. Chapter 1. That indeed wisdom is a certain science conversant about first principles is evident from the early portions of this work, in which doubts have been expressed respecting statements that have been put forward by others concerning first principles. One, however, would feel doubtful as to whether it would be requisite to suppose wisdom or ontology to constitute one science or many. For, if it does constitute one science, there is at any rate one science invariably of contraries. But first principles are not contraries. If, however, it does not constitute one science, as of what quality must we posit these many sciences? Further, to speculate into demonstrative first principles, is it the province of one or of many sciences? For, if of one science, why, let me ask, is it the province of this, more than of any other whatsoever? But, if such speculation belong to many sciences, what sort must we consider these to be? Moreover, whether is there one science of all substances or not? For, if there is not one science of all, it would be difficult to render an account of what sort of substances there is one science in existence. If, however, there is one science of all substances, it is an obscure point how it is admissible that there should be the same science of many substances. Further, the question arises as to whether demonstration is conversant about substances only, or also about accidents. For, if demonstration be conversant at least about accidents, it is not conversant about substances. But if there is one demonstrative science about accidents, and another about substances, what, may I ask, is the character of both, and which of the two constitutes wisdom, or metaphysics? For demonstrative wisdom is that which is conversant with accidents. That, however, which is conversant with first principles is the wisdom that takes cognizance of substances. Neither, however, must we consider the science at present under investigation as a science respecting the causes that have been already enumerated in our treatise on physics. For neither should we act thus in regard of, quote, the final cause, close quote. For a thing of this kind is that which is good, and this resides in practical things, and in those entities that are in motion, and this imparts motion in the first instance, for the end is a thing of this sort, But the imparter of motion in the first instance does not inhere in those things that are incapable of motion. And, in general, one feels doubtful as to whether the science now under investigation is conversant about sensible substances at all, or not about these, but about certain other substances. For, if metaphysical science be conversant with substances different from those cognizable to the senses, it will be conversant either with forms or mathematical entities. As regards forms, then, it is evident that they have no existence. But, nevertheless, one would feel doubtful, even though he should admit the existence of these forms. Why, forsooth, as in the case of mathematical entities, the same truth does not hold good in regard of other things of which there are forms. Now, I say that they have placed mathematical entities, no doubt, as intermediate between forms and things cognizant by sense, as it were, certain third natures beside both forms and those things that are here, I mean sensibles. But there is no third man, nor a third horse, beside both actual man and actual horse and singulars. And if, on the other hand, these mathematical entities do not subsist in the manner they affirm, about what sort of entities are we to assert that the mathematician is engaged? For surely he is not engaged about those things that are here, that is, about sensibles, for none of these constitutes the description of entity which the mathematical sciences investigate. Neither, certainly, is the science now under investigation, I mean metaphysics, conversant about mathematical entities, for no one of these possesses a separable subsistence. Nor, however, is it a science belonging to substances, cognizant by the senses, for these are corruptible, and, in short, one would feel doubtful as to what sort of a science belongs the investigation of the matter of mathematical entities. For neither does it belong to physical or natural science, from the fact that the entire attention of the natural philosopher is engaged about those things that contain in themselves the first principle of motion and rest. Nor unquestionably is it the province of a science that institutes an inquiry respecting both demonstration and scientific knowledge, for, respecting this very genus, it creates for itself an investigation. It remains, therefore, that this proposed philosophy of ontology, or metaphysics, should make these a subject of its inquiry. And again, one would feel doubtful as to whether it is requisite to consider the science under investigation in the present treatise as conversant about first principles, I mean, such as by some speculators are denominated elements. These, however, have been regarded by all philosophers as things that are inherent in composite natures. But it would rather appear to be a thing that is necessary, that the science of ontology under investigation at present ought to be conversant with universals, for every rational principle and every science are conversant about universals, and not about the extremes of things. Wherefore, in this case ontology would be conversant about primary genera. And these would constitute both entity and unity, for these especially would be supposed to comprise all existences, and in the most eminent degree to be assimilated unto first principles, on account of their being classed in the category of things that derive their primary existence from nature. For when these have been corrupted, other things also are corrupted at the same time along with them, for everything amounts to entity and unity. As far forth, however, as it is necessary that differential qualities participate of these, if one will admit the subsistence of these genera, now no difference participates in the genus, thus far likewise would it appear that we ought not to establish these either as genera or first principles, but further on the supposition that that which is more simple is more a first principle than that which is less simple, but the extremes of those things that descend from the genus are more simple than the genera, for these are individuals, whereas the genera are divided into numerous species, and such as are different. Hence species would appear to be a first principle more than genera. As far forth, however, as species are liable to corruption in conjunction with their genera, the genera rather would seem to be more similar to first principles. For that which brings about the destruction of other things in conjunction with itself is a first principle. These then, and other such points, are some of those questions that involve matter of doubt. Chapter 2. Further, may the question be raised as to whether it is expedient to admit the existence of something besides and independent of singulars or not. But the science now under investigation is conversant with these. These are, however, infinite, those things, at any rate, which have a subsistence independent of, and beside singulars are, without doubt, either genera or species. But the science at present under investigation is not a science conversant about either of these, for the reason why this is impossible has been already stated. For in general, likewise, doth the following question involve a doubt, namely, as to whether it is necessary to suppose the existence of any substance separable from sensible substances, and those which are here, or whether this is not the case. But shall we say that these sensible things are entities, and that wisdom is conversant about these? For the fact is, we seem to investigate some different science, and this stands forth as the point proposed by us for investigation. Now, what I mean is this, that our aim is to discover whether there is anything that essentially involves a separable subsistence, and which does not reside in any nature belonging to those objects that are cognizant by the senses. But further, allowing that there is beside sensible substances any different substance, what sort of sensibles are those beside which it is requisite to establish the subsistence of this substance? For why should one seek to establish its existence beside men rather than horses, or beside these in preference to the rest of the animal creation, or in general to inanimate things likewise? Notwithstanding, the providing of different substances eternal in duration, equal in amount to substances that are cognizant by sense, and subject to decay, would appear perhaps to fall outside the province of the rational sciences. If, however, the first principle now under investigation be not separable from bodies, what other would one admit as existing in preference to matter? This, however, does not involve a subsistence in energy indeed, but in capacity. Rather, would species and form seem to be a first principle in a stricter sense of the word than this. Now, this is a thing that is subject to corruption. Wherefore, in short, there does not subsist an eternal substance that involves a separable existence as well as an essential subsistence. But such a position as this is absurd, for it appears to be the fact, and such are the subjects of inquiry, at the hands nearly of all those that are most accomplished philosophers, that there is in subsistence a certain first principle and substance of this description. For how, let me ask, will there prevail order on the supposition that there is no subsistence of that which is eternal, and which involves a separable existence, and is permanent? But further, admitting that there is a certain substance and first principle, naturally, of such a description as we are at present investigating, and this one principle belongs to all things, and the same is the principle of those things that are eternal, and those that are corruptible, the question in such a case arises, why, on the supposition of the existence of the same first principle, some things are eternal amongst those that may be ranked under this first principle, but others are not eternal, for this constitutes the absurdity. If, however, there is one first principle of things that are corruptible, and another of those that are eternal, if, indeed, the principle, likewise, of those that are corruptible be eternal, we shall be involved in similar perplexity. For why, on the supposition of the existence of an eternal first principle, are not those things that may be classed as effects under this first principle eternal likewise? And on the supposition of the existence of a corruptible first principle, there arises a certain other principle of this, and again a different one of that, and so this progression of causes goes on to infinity. But if, on the other hand, one will seek to establish the existence of both entity and unity as those things that appear in the most eminent degree to be immovable first principles, in the first place, unless each of them signifies this certain particular thing and substance, how will they involve a separate subsistence and an essential one? But it is respecting those eternal and original first principles of this description that we are engaged in our investigations in the present treatise. Nevertheless, supposing both of them to signify this certain particular thing and substance, all the entities will be substances, for entity is predicated of all things, and unity also of some. That all entities, however, are substances is an assertion that is false. But further, how can the position of those be true who make out that unity is the first principle, and that this constitutes substance, and who from unity and matter generate the first number, and say that it is the substance of these? How, I say, does this assertion of theirs admit of being true? For how is it requisite intellectually to apprehend as one the duad and each of the other compound numbers? For on this point they neither say anything, nor would it be easy to make any assertion on the subject. Suppose, however, that anyone will seek to establish, as first principles, lines, or the things that are connected consequentially with these. Now, I mean, surfaces such as are primary. Yet, these are not substances capable of a separate subsistence, but are sections and divisions, the former of surfaces, but the latter of bodies. But points are sections and divisions of lines, and further, they are the limits of these very same things, and all these are inherent in others, and there is no one of them that is separable. Further, in what way is it necessary for us to conceive the existence of a substance of unity and of a point? For of every substance is there generation, but of a point there is not, for a point amounts to division, and this likewise furnishes a subject of doubt, namely, that every science should be conversant about things that are universal, and about that which is of such and such a quality, but that substance should not belong to things universal, but rather should constitute this certain particular thing, and that which possesses a separable subsistence. Wherefore, if we admit that science is conversant about first principles, how is it necessary to consider substance as the first principle of things? Further, the question may be asked, is there anything beside entirety or not? Now, I mean by entirety, matter and that which subsists in conjunction with this, for if in fact this be not the case, all things at least that reside in matter are subject to corruption. If, however, there subsists anything beside entirety, it would constitute the species and the form. In the case of what things, therefore, this would subsist, and in the case of what things it would not, it would be difficult to determine. For in the case of some things is it evident that the form is not a thing that is capable of a separate subsistence, as, for example, the form of a house is not separable from the house. And further, there is the question whether first principles are the same in species, or in number, for if they are one in number, all things will constitute these. Chapter 3. Since the science of the philosopher, however, is conversant about entity, so far forth as it is entity, and this universally, and not as regards any one part, and since entity is multifariously predicated, and not in one way merely, this being the case, if entity be predicated equivocally, and not according to anything that is common, it does not fall under the province of one science to inquire into it, for there is not one genus of things of this kind. But if it be predicated according to anything that is common, it would fall under the notice of one science. Now, it appears that it is predicated after the same manner as both what is medicinal and salubrious, for likewise are both of these predicated multifariously, and in this way each is predicated in respect of the one being somehow referred to medicinal art, but the other to health, and a third to something else, yet each is referred to the same thing. For a medicinal discourse and a small knife are denominated in respect, the former of proceeding from medicinal science, but the other because it is serviceable to this art of medicine. And in like manner it is so with that which is salubrious. For a thing is termed thus, partly because it is indicative of health, and partly because it is productive of it. And the same mode exists in the case of other things. In the same way, therefore, is denominated entity in its entirety, for each of them is styled entity in respect of being a passion, or habit, or disposition, or motion, or something else of this sort, belonging unto entity, so far forth as it is entity. Since, however, there is a reduction of every entity to a certain one thing, and something which is common, so of contrarieties, likewise, each will be reduced to the primary differences and contrarieties of entity, whether multitude and unity, or similarity and dissimilarity, are the primary differences of entity, or whether there are certain other differences of such, for let these stand over as subjects for future discussion. But there is no difference whether the reduction of entity be made to entity or to unity, for even if they be not the same, but something different, they are at any rate convertible terms. For both unity also, in a manner, constitutes entity, and entity constitutes unity. Since, however, it is the province of one and the same science to speculate into all contraries, and since each of those is predicated according to privation, although, as regards some contraries at least, of which there is a certain medium, one would feel perplexed as to how they are predicated according to privation, as, for example, of the unjust and the just. This being the case, concerning all such contraries, I say, is it necessary, therefore, to posit privation as existing, not of the whole definition, but of the ultimate species. For instance, if one is a just man who, through a certain habit, has been from time to time obedient to the laws, the unjust man will not be altogether deprived of the entire definition of just man, but, inasmuch as in respect of habitual obedience to the laws, he is in some point or degree deficient, in this respect, likewise, will there be inherent in him a privation of this definition. And in the same manner is it the case with other things. But as the mathematician institutes for himself an inquiry regarding abstract quantities, for he conducts his speculations by removing out of his consideration all sensible natures, such as gravity and lightness and hardness, and its contrary, and further also heat and cold, and other sensible contrarieties, but he merely leaves remaining quantity and continuity, some of which pertain to one, but others are in reference to two, and others to three, dimensions, as well as the passive conditions of these, as far forth as they are quantities and continuous. And this being the case, the mathematician does not speculate into them in reference to anything else, and of some things he examines into their natures and positions, one in respect of another, and into those things that are inherent in these, but of others into their commensurations and incommensurations, and of others into their ratios or proportions. But we, nevertheless, have established one and the same science as being conversant about all subjects of this kind, I mean, the science of the geometrician. In the same manner, therefore, is it the case in respect of entity likewise. For the things that are accidental in this, so far forth as it is entity, and the contrarieties of this, as far forth as it is entity, it is not the province of a different science from philosophy, that is, ontology, to investigate. For to physical or natural science may one ascribe the speculation of these, not as far forth as they are entities, but rather as far forth as they partake of motion. As to the sciences of the dialectician, however, and the sophist, they are sciences of the accidents, I admit, that reside in entities, but not so far forth as they are entities, nor do they speculate about entity itself, as far forth as it is entity, Wherefore, it remains that the philosopher or metaphysician should be a person qualified for speculating into the points we have just stated, insofar as they relate unto entities. Since, however, every entity is expressed according to some one thing, and something that is common, which is multifariously predicated, and as contraries are expressed in the same manner, for they are referred to the primary contrarieties and differential qualities of entity, and since it is possible that things of this kind should fall under the notice of one science, hence the doubt expressed in the opening parts of this work respecting first principles would be dissolved in this way. Now, the doubt I allude to is that wherein the matter of perplexity is involved in the question as to how there will be one science about entities that are many in number and which are generically different. Chapter 4. But since also the mathematician employs things that are common in a manner peculiar to himself, it would be the province of the first philosophy, that is, of ontology, to speculate into the original principles of these things. For that when from equals are taken away, the remainders are equal, is indeed a dogma that is common to all quantities. Mathematical science, however, speculates about a certain portion of matter, properly so called, appropriating it to itself, as for instance about lines, or angles, or numbers, or something else pertaining to other quantities, not, however, as far forth as they are entities, but so far forth as each of them is that which is continuous in one, or two, or three dimensions. Philosophy, however, does not institute an inquiry respecting those particulars that are contained in a certain portion of matter, as far forth as something amongst them is an accident in each of these, but it contemplates everything of this kind respecting entity, so far forth as it is entity, and in the same manner also does the case stand in regard of physical science, as with mathematical. For physical or natural science speculates into the accidents or first principles of entities, so far forth as they are in motion, and not so far forth as they are entities. But we have said that ontology, or the first science, is conversant about these, in as far as the subjects of them are entities, but not so far forth as they are anything that is different. Wherefore, we may set down that both this and the science of the mathematician are parts of wisdom or metaphysical science. Chapter 5. There is involved, however, in entities a certain first principle about which it is not possible to labour under any deception, but it is necessary invariably to do the contrary. Now, I mean, to speak conformably with truth, as for instance, that it is not admissible that the same thing should be and not be in one and the same period of time, and the case is so with other things that are opposed to themselves in the same manner, and respecting points of this kind, demonstration indeed has no existence absolutely speaking, but in respect of this principle it has. For it is not possible to construct a process of syllogistic reasoning from a more trustworthy principle than this very axiom just mentioned, and it ought to be so, at any rate, if it is possible that there should subsist such a thing as a demonstration in absolute terms. As regards a person, however, who makes an assertion of opposite statements, for the purpose of proving wherefore it is false, must some such position be assumed, as that although the thing will actually be the same, with the non-possibility of being the same thing, and not being so at one and the same time, yet that it will not appear to be the same thing with it, for after this manner only can a demonstration be brought about in regard of one who affirms the admissibility of opposite assertions being verified of the same thing. And, in the next place, those people who are likely to take their share in mutual discussion ought in some degree to understand themselves, for in case this be not done, how will there subsist with these persons a community in regard of such mutual discussion? It is necessary, then, that each of the denominations should be known, and that they manifest some one thing, and not many things, but only one, and if it is equivalent in its signification to many things, one ought to make it evident towards which of these significations the denomination conducts one. Now, as regards a person who affirms that this thing both is and is not, this which he in general affirms to be, he affirms not to be, wherefore he asserts that the name signifies that which it does not signify, but this is impossible. Wherefore, if the assertion that the being of this particular thing involves any signification, it is impossible that contradiction concerning the same thing should be verified. Further, if a name has any meaning, and this be capable of verification, this also must needs be from necessity. But that which is from necessity it is not admissible at any time should not be. It is not for this reason, then, admissible that opposite assertions be true concerning the same thing. Further, on the supposition that assertion in no degree is more true than negation, the person who makes the affirmation that one is a man will in no wise the rather make a true statement than if he were to affirm that he is not a man. And a person who affirms a man not to be a horse would appear to speak truth, either in a greater or not in a less degree than if he affirms that man is not man. Wherefore, one who affirms also that the same is a horse will speak true. For in a similar way it would be possible that opposite assertions should admit of verification. Wherefore, the consequence ensues that the same creature should be man and horse, or something else belonging to the animal kingdom. There does not therefore subsist in regard of these any demonstration in absolute terms, as relates however to the person who is for establishing these foregoing points, demonstration has an existence. And quickly would one likewise who after this manner had put the question to Heraclitus himself, force him to acknowledge that it is never a thing that is possible that opposite assertions should be verified of the same things, but at present, not comprehending his own theory in regard of what he says at all, he has embraced this particular opinion we have been just endeavouring to overthrow. And, in general, if the statement made by Heraclitus be true, neither would this very position of his be true. Now, I mean the admissibility that at one and the same time the same thing should be and not be. For as also, on the supposition of these assertions having been divided, in no respect the more will affirmation be true than negation. In the same manner, likewise, will it be the case when both are conjoined and connected together, just as if affirmation is regarded as being one certain thing, in no degree the more will negation be true than the entire of the assumption which is made in an affirmation. Moreover, if it is possible to make no affirmation that is true, even would this very position be false, I mean, the assertion that no affirmation is true. If, however, there exists any assertion that is true, that point which is put forward by these Heraclitics would be decided, I mean, such philosophers as resist the truth of things of this sort, and in fact, altogether, do away with rational discussion. Chapter 6. But, similar to the statements that have been just made, is that which has been asserted by Protagoras. For, likewise, he said that man is a measure of all things. In this way affirming nothing else than that what appeared to every man, that this also, indubitably, is that which it appeared to be. If, however, this is admitted, the same thing will happen to be, and not be, and to be both evil and good, and the rest of those things that are expressed in accordance with opposite assertions, from the fact that frequently to some persons indeed this particular thing appears to be fair, and the contrary to others, and from that which is apparent to every one constituting a measure. Now, this doubt would be resolved if persons considered whence the origin of this supposition has been derived. For, to some speculators, no doubt, it would appear to have originated from the opinion of the physiologists, or natural philosophers. But, to others, from the circumstance that all men do not possess the same points of knowledge in respect of the same subjects, but that to some this particular thing seems to be sweet, and to others the contrary. For that nothing is generated from non-entity, but everything from entity, is almost a commonly received dogma amongst all natural philosophers. Since, therefore, that which is not white is generated from that which is perfectly white, and by no means not white, supposing now that what is not white has been generated from that which is not a white entity, that which is being generated as not white would be produced. Wherefore, such would be generated from non-entity, according to their doctrine, unless that which is not white were the same with that which is white. It would not, however, be difficult to decide this doubt, for it has been declared in our treatise on physics in what manner from that which is non-entity are generated the things that are being produced, and how it is that they are generated from entity. Notwithstanding the giving heed in like manner to both opinions and to the fanciful statements of persons who doubt in opposition to themselves, this would be a silly proceeding, for it is evident that one party amongst these skeptics must needs labour under fallacies. And this statement is manifest from observing things that are generated according to sense, for at no time does the same thing appear to some indeed sweet, and to others the contrary, provided that the organ which has the power of perceiving and deciding the above enumerated tastes has not undergone any corruption and injury in the case of these others. But on the understanding of such a state of things as this, we may suppose that some of them are a standard of measure, and suppose that others are not so, and in like manner I assert this to be the case as regards both what is good and evil, and what is beautiful and disgraceful, and other things of the sort. For to lay down this as a principle, or to affirm the reality of nothing save the apparent, is a course nowise different from those who place their finger beneath the organ of vision, and thus from the one object make two to appear, and who really believe that there are two objects before them on account of their appearing such, and again that there is but one in reality, for to those persons who do not move their organ of vision, that which is one appears one. In general, however, it would be absurd, from the appearance of things that are here as subject to change, and which never permanently continue in the same dispositions, from this to come to any decision as regards truth. For it is necessary that we should go in pursuit of that which is true from amongst those things that invariably do subsist according to the same dispositions, and that never are instrumental in bringing about their own change. Now, of this description are those bodies that are regulated according to the orderly system of the universe. For these do not at one time appear of this particular sort, but at another time of a different kind, but invariably the same, and as participating in no change. But, further, on the supposition of the existence of motion, and of something that is being moved, now, everything which has motion impressed upon it is put in motion by something, and in the direction of something. In such a case, that which is being moved ought to be found, moreover, in that from which it will derive its motion, and yet not be found therein, and that it should be moved towards this particular place, and yet should not be generated in this. But how can such be the case? For we must bear in mind that even according to their own doctrines, that simultaneous verification is not possible as regards contradiction. And if, according to quantity, things which are here are continuously in a state of flux, and are being moved, and if one admits this, although it should not be true, why are they not permanent as regards quality? For these speculators in no small degree appear to predicate those things of the same thing, according to their contradictions, from the supposition that quantity does not continue permanently in bodies. Hence, with them the same thing is, and is not of 4 cubits in its dimensions. Substance, however, subsists according to quality, for this is of a definite nature, but quantity belongs to one which is indefinite. Further, why, let me ask, when the physician gives a prescription that his patients should take this particular food, why, I say, do they take it? For why is this particular piece of food bread rather than it is not bread? Wherefore, there would be no distinction in eating from not eating. At present, however, as the physician makes a true assertion about this thing, and this food that has been prescribed being in reality in existence, the patients accordingly take this food, although they ought not, at least, to do so, on the supposition that there is no nature that is firmly permanent in sensibles, but that invariably all things are in motion and in a state of flux. But further, if indeed we are always undergoing a change, and never remaining permanently the same persons, why is it surprising if things never appear at any time to be the same as they do to those that are sick? For to these also, on account of their habit being not similarly disposed, as when they are in a healthy state, the things that subsist according to the senses do not appear to subsist in a similar manner. Those sensibles themselves participate in no change on account of this, at least, but produce different sensations in the sick, and sensations that are not the same. In the same manner, therefore, is it requisite perhaps that consequences be disposed as if the aforesaid change took place. If, however, we do not undergo a change, but continue to be the same, there would be something in existence that is permanent. Respecting, to be sure, those persons, therefore, who entertain from principles of reason the doubts enumerated, it would not be easy to advance a refutation when they are not for admitting anything, and no longer demand a reason of those things. For all reasoning and every demonstration arise in this way. For when they are disposed to admit nothing, they overturn the thing in dispute, and, in general, all rational discussion. Wherefore, with such speculators, of course, there is no such thing at all as rational discussion. But in regard of those that labour under perplexity, from the doubts that have been handed down, it would be easy to reply, and to unravel the difficulties that create in them the doubt referred to. Now, this statement is evident from those that have been made. Wherefore, it is evident from these things that it does not admit of being possible that opposite assertions about the same thing should be verified at one and the same time, nor that contraries should, on account of the denomination of all contrariety, according to privation. This, however, will be evident to those who resolve into their first principles the definitions of contraries. And, in like manner, neither is it possible that any of those things that are media should be predicated of one and the same thing. For, on the supposition of the subject being white, when we assert that this is neither white nor black, we shall make a false assertion, for it happens that this is white, and yet that it is not. For either of these connected together will be verified concerning this, but this amounts to a contradiction of what is white. Neither, therefore, is it possible for one who makes an assertion in accordance with the theory of Heraclitus, nor of Anaxagoras, to assert what is true. And if this be not admitted, the consequence will ensue that they predicate contrary things of the same subject. For when Anaxagoras says that in everything is contained a part of everything, he says that a thing is not more sweet than bitter, or anything else of the other contrarieties, if in everything all things subsist, not merely in potentiality, but in energy or activity, and in a state of separation. And in like manner, neither is it possible that all assertions be false, nor all true, as well on account of many other difficulties which would be uttered in consequence of this position, as also because, as regards all assertions, supposing that they are false, neither will one who makes this very assertion speak what is true. But if all assertions are true, the person who says that all are false will not speak falsely. Chapter 7. But every science investigates into certain first principles and causes respecting each of those objects of knowledge that fall under its cognizance, as for example, medicinal science, and that of the athlete, and each of the rest of the productive, or the mathematical sciences. For each of these, having been for itself descriptive of a certain genus, treats concerning this as a thing existing, and as an entity, not, however, so far forth as it is an entity. Conversant, however, about this last named inquiry, is there, beside these sciences, this certain other science of the ontologist, which is different from them. But each of the above enumerated sciences, taking for granted the mode in which the nature of a thing subsists in each genus, endeavours to explain the remainder of the points relating to this more feebly, or more accurately. They, however, make an assumption as to quiddity, or the nature of a thing, some of them by means of sense, but others from hypothesis. Wherefore, it is also evident, from an induction of this sort, that there subsists no demonstration of substance and quiddity. Since, however, there exists a certain science which is conversant about nature, it is manifest that it will be different from both that which is practical science and that which is productive or effective. For of productive science the first principle of motion resides in the producing or efficient cause, and not in that which is being produced, and this either is some art or some other potentiality. And in like manner does the case stand with practical science also. The motion does not reside in the thing done, but rather in those who are agents. But the science of the natural philosopher is conversant about those bodies that involve in themselves a first principle of motion. That indeed, therefore, physical science must needs be neither practical nor productive, but speculative or contemplative, is evident from these statements. For there is the necessity of its falling under the classification of some one of these genera, and since in a manner it is requisite for each of the sciences to possess a knowledge of the nature of a thing, and to employ this as a first principle, we ought not to forget how a definition of this quiddity should be framed by the physical inquirer, and how the definition of substance is to be assumed, whether as the flat nose, or rather as the hollow. For, as regards these, the formal principle, no doubt, of flat nose is denominated along with matter, I mean, such as belongs to the thing itself. The formal principle, however, of hollow nose is expressed without matter, for flatness of nose is generated in the nose. Wherefore also the definition, or formal principle, of it is inquired into along with this, for the flat nose constitutes a hollow nose. It is evident, therefore, that the definition, both of flesh, and of the eye, and of the other parts of the body, is always to be assumed along with matter. But since there exists a certain science of entity, so far forth as it is entity, and so far forth as it involves a separable subsistence, we must examine whether at all we are to consider this to be the same with natural or physical science, or rather to be different from it. Physical science indeed, then, is conversant about those bodies that involve in themselves a first principle of motion. But the science of the mathematician is itself a certain science that is speculative, I admit, and that, too, in regard of things that are permanent, but which do not involve a subsistence separable from sensibles. Respecting, then, that which is an entity capable of separate subsistence, and which is immovable, there exists a certain science different from both of these, on the supposition, of course, that there is some substance of this description in existence. Now, I speak of a substance separable and immovable, and it is the validity of this very position that we shall attempt to demonstrate. And if we admit that there subsists any substance of this sort in entities, here also, in a manner, would there be found divinity residing, and this would be an original and most dominant principle. It is evident, therefore, that there are three genera of the speculative sciences, namely, the physical or natural, the mathematical, and the theological. The most excellent, then, is certainly the genus of the speculative, or contemplative sciences, and of these very sciences, that one which is mentioned last of the three possesses the greatest amount of excellence, for it is conversant about that one amongst entities which is more entitled to respect than the rest. Each science, however, is termed more excellent and more inferior according to its appropriate object of scientific knowledge. Now, a person might raise the question as to whether at all we ought to seek to establish universally the science of entity, so far forth as it is entity, or not. For each of the mathematical sciences, no doubt, is conversant about some one definite genus. The universal science, however, speculates in common respecting all things. If indeed, therefore, we admit physical substances to be the primary substances of entities, physical or natural science would also be the chief one amongst the sciences. But, on the other hand, if there exists a nature that is different, and a substance that involves a separable subsistence, and is immovable, it is necessary also that there belong to this a different science, and that this science should be antecedent to physical science, and universal in respect of its antecedence or priority. Chapter 8. Since, however, that which is entity simply considered is denominated in many ways, of which one is that which is spoken of as subsisting according to accident, in the first instance our examination must be instituted concerning entity in this point of view. That indeed, therefore, no one of the sciences that have been handed down from former generations is employed about what is accidental is evident, for neither does that relating to house building or architectural art investigate into what is likely to be accidental with those who will make use of the house, for example, as to whether they will dwell there sorrowfully, or the contrary, nor is it so with the art of weaving, nor of shoemaking, nor the cooking art. Each of these sciences, however, examines into that which is peculiar to its own department only, and this is its appropriate end. Neither does it consider a person so far as he is a musician and a grammarian, nor does it assert that he who is a musician, should he become a grammarian, will at the same time be both, though he were not so previously. But that which is not always an entity, this was generated at some time or other, so that such a person would at the same time become a musician and a grammarian. This, however, no one of those that are confessedly sciences examines into, with the exception of the science of the sophist, for this alone is employed about what is accidental. Wherefore Plato has not inaptly expressed himself when he affirms that the sophist wastes his time in the consideration of non-entity, but that it is not a thing that is admissible that there should be in existence a science of the accidental will be manifest to those who attempt to discern what an accident is at all. Therefore, as regards everything, we affirm one thing indeed to subsist always, and from necessity. Now, I mean by necessity, not that which is denominated according to what is violent, but what we employ in cases pertaining to demonstrations. But another thing we affirm as subsisting for the most part, and another neither as for the most part, nor always, and from necessity, but as may happen at any time to be casual. For example, cold might be prevalent when the sun is in Canis, but a thing of this sort would take place neither as always from necessity, nor as for the most part, but might, nevertheless, accidentally occur sometimes. Therefore, does that constitute an accident which is produced, not always, nor from necessity, nor as for the most part. What indeed then an accident is, has been declared. But why there is not a science of a thing of this kind is evident. For every science is conversant about that which is an entity always, or as for the most part. But the accidental is not ranked amongst either of these. But it is evident that of what subsists according to accident, there are not causes and first principles of such a description as there are of that which is an entity that involves an essential subsistence. For if this be admitted, all things will be from necessity. For if on the supposition of this particular thing being a consequence of that particular entity, but this a result from that, and if this subsists not from its being casual, but from necessity will be likewise that of which this was the cause, until that which is denominated the last effect. This, however, subsisted according to accident, so that all things will be from necessity, and the possibility for anything whatsoever casually to occur, and the existence of contingency, and the being generated, and the not being generated, will altogether be taken away from things that are being generated. For although a cause may be supposed not to be an entity, but that also which is being generated, the same consequences will ensue, for everything will be generated from necessity. For, to give an instance, tomorrow's eclipse will take place if this particular thing may happen, and this will happen if something else does, and this last if something else ensues. And doubtless in this manner, on the supposition that a portion of duration be taken away from that definite time, which may be measured from the present moment until tomorrow, one will ultimately arrive at that which is in being. Wherefore, since this is the case, all things that are subsequent to this will be from necessity. Wherefore, will it be the case that all things will be generated from necessity. As regards, however, that which is entity in reality, and not according to accident, one kind indeed is that which is contained in the comprehension of the intellect, and is a passive condition in this. Wherefore, respecting that which constitutes entity in this way, first principles are not investigated. But respecting that which is an entity external to this, and possessing a separable subsistence, they are. And that which subsists according to accident is not necessary, but indefinite. Now, I mean what subsists according to what is accidental, as in a less degree, but the causes of a thing of this sort are inordinate and infinite. But that on account of which a thing subsists, that is, the final cause, is classified amongst those things that are generated by nature, or that spring from intellect. It is chance, however, that generates them, when any of these may be generated according to accident. For, in like manner, just as also entity constitutes in one respect that which is essential, but in another that which subsists according to accident, so also is it the case with a cause. But chance is a cause according to accident in those things that are being generated in accordance with free will, for the sake of something. Wherefore, chance and intellect are conversant about the same object, for free will is not devoid of a connection with intellect. The causes, however, are indefinite, from which might be generated that which arises from chance. Wherefore, obscure to human calculation is chance, even as a cause subsisting according to accident, but, absolutely considered, such is not a cause of anything, and chance is good and evil when what is good or worthless may happen to be the result. But mischance and misfortune are conversant about the magnitude of these. But since nothing that subsists according to accident is antecedent to those things that possess an essential subsistence, neither then are causes so. If then chance, or even spontaneity, be a cause of the firmament, prior as a cause will be mind and nature. Chapter 9. Now, one thing subsists in energy only, but another subsists in capacity, and a third in capacity and energy. And of these, one constitutes an entity, but the other a quantity, and the third something else of the rest of the categories. There is not, however, any motion beside the things themselves, for the change invariably takes place in accordance with the categories of entity. But in the case of these, there is not anything that is common, nor is there a thing of this sort in a single category. Everything, however, subsists in all things in a twofold manner, as, for instance, this particular thing, for this is the form of it, but that is its privation, and according to quality, one thing is white, but another black, and according to quantity, one is perfect, whereas the other imperfect, and according to motion, this tends upwards and that downwards, or the one is light, but the other heavy. Wherefore, there are as many species of motion and of change as there are of entity. But on account of there being a division in each genus, of the one into potentiality or capacity, of the other, however, into actuality, I style energy the motion of that which subsists in potentiality, so far forth as it does subsist in potentiality. And that we make a true assertion in this point is evident from the following circumstance. For when a material is fit for being built, so far forth as it is a thing of this sort, we say that this very thing subsists in energy, so far forth as it is being built, and this constitutes the structure or the mode of building. In like manner stands the case with disciplinary learning, healing and rolling, walking, leaping, growing old, advancing towards a state of maturity. It happens, however, that a thing is in motion when the actuality itself may exist, and when it is a thing neither antecedent nor subsequent to this. Therefore, entelikeia, or actuality, belonging to that which subsists in capacity, when subsisting in actuality it energizes, either as that which it is, or something else, so far forth as it is movable. This constitutes motion. Now, I mean by the expression, quote, so far forth, close quote, a subsistence whose mode I would illustrate as follows. For brass is a statue in capacity, but, nevertheless, actuality of the brass, so far forth as it is brass, does not constitute motion, for it is not the same thing, the belonging to brass and to a certain capacity, since if it were the same, absolutely speaking, according to definition, the entelechyia, or actuality of the brass, would amount to a certain motion. It is not, however, the same. And this statement is evident as regards contraries, for the capacity of being in sound health and the capacity of being indisposed are not the same, for in such a case would the actual conditions of health and sickness be the same, but the subject that is capable of being made both healthy and diseased, whether it be moisture or whether it be blood, is one and the same thing. Since, however, the being of a thing is not the same with the being of a certain capacity, in the same way as neither is colour the same with what is visible, so the entelechyia, or actuality of that which is potential, so far forth as it is a thing that is potential, constitutes motion. That indeed, therefore, motion actually exists, and that a thing happens to be moved at the same time with its being itself actuality, and that it is a thing that is neither antecedent nor subsequent to this, is evident. For everything admits of subsisting at one time in energy, but at another time not in this state, as, for example, that which is fit for being built, so far forth as it is fit for being built, and the energy of that which is fit for being built, so far forth as it is fit for being built, constitute the mode or act of building, for the energy of this amounts either to the mode of building or the house built. But when the house may be finished, that is, when it constitutes the energy, it will no longer be a thing that is fit for being built, but, on the other hand, that which is fit for being built is actually built. It is necessary, then, that the mode or act of building amount to energy, but the mode or act of building amounts likewise to a certain motion, and the same reasoning holds good in the case of other motions. Now, that these assertions have been made correctly is evident from the statements which other philosophers have from time to time put forward in regard to motion, as also from the fact of its not being an easy matter to frame a definition of it in a different manner from the foregoing, for neither is one able to set it down as being contained in another genus, and it is evident from what these speculators say on the subject, for some of them, indeed, regard it as equivalent with diversity, and inequality, and nonentity, and yet not one of these necessarily should have motion imparted to it. But neither does there exist change or mutation into these either, nor from things of this kind more than from such as are opposed. But a cause of their setting down motion amongst things of this kind is as follows: because motion appears with them as something that is indefinite. Now, the first principles of a different coordinate series, from the fact of their being privative, are indefinite, for not one of these is either this particular thing, or any other of the rest of the categories. But a cause of this view of motion, I mean of its appearing to be a thing that is indefinite, results from the fact that it is not possible to set it down under the category of the potentiality of entities, or under that of their energy or activity, for neither that which involves a capacity of being quantity has motion imparted to it necessarily, nor that which subsists as quantity in energy. And motion appears to amount to a certain energy, or activity, no doubt. But an energy, or activity which is imperfect, and a cause of this is the following: that which is potential, to which the energy belongs, is itself imperfect, and on this account it would be difficult, as regards this, to apprehend what it is, for it must necessarily be classed either into privation, or into capacity, or into simple energy, and not one of these does it appear admissible that motion should be considered. Wherefore it remains that it be what it has been declared to be, namely, both an energy or activity, and yet not such an energy as has been mentioned, for this would be an energy difficult to discern indeed, but nevertheless one which it is admissible should subsist. And that motion is to be found in that which is capable of being moved is evident, for the actuality of this lies under the influence of that which is capable of being moved, and the energy of that which is movable is not different from this, for it is necessary, surely, that there should subsist actuality in both. For a thing is movable in respect of its involving a capability of having motion impressed upon it, and that which imparts motion does so from energy or activity, but it thus acts from this energy in regard of that which is adapted for motion. Wherefore, in like manner, there resides one energy in both, just as from 1 to 2 is the same interval as from 2 to 1. And in regard of ascent and descent, the case is the same, but the essence in this instance is not one. And the same remark holds good, in like manner, with the power that imparts motion, and that which has motion impressed upon it thereby. Chapter 10. But the infinite either is that which it is impossible to pass through, in respect of its not being adapted by nature to be permeated in the same way as the voice is invisible, or it is that which possesses a passage without an end, or that which is scarcely so, or that which by nature is adapted to have, but has not a passage or termination. Further, a thing is infinite from subsisting by addition, or subtraction, or both. It is indeed possible, therefore, that the infinite should constitute a certain entity that involves a separable subsistence, but that it is cognizant by sense is not possible, for if it constitutes neither magnitude nor multitude, and if the infinite be a substance and not an accident of this, it will be indivisible, for that which is divisible amounts either to magnitude or multitude. But if it be indivisible, it will not be infinite, unless in the same way as the voice is invisible. They do not, however, say so, nor do we inquire into the subject, but we consider it as a thing without any passage, or in other words, impermeable. Further, let me ask, how is it possible that what is essentially infinite should exist, unless there should happen to subsist number and magnitude, of which, too, the infinite is a passive condition? Moreover, if the infinite subsists according to accident, it would not constitute an element of entities, as far forth as it is a thing that is infinite, in the same manner as neither is that which is invisible an element of speech, although the voice is invisible, and that it is not possible for the infinite to subsist in energy is evident, for any part whatsoever of itself that is assumed will be infinite, for the being of the infinite and a thing which is infinite are the same, if the infinite be substance, and not that which is predicated of a subject. Wherefore, it is either indivisible, or divisible in a progression ad infinitum, if it be made up of parts that are or may be divisible. That many infinites, however, should be the same thing is impossible, for as air is a part of air, so infinite is a part of that which is infinite, if it is substance and a first principle. The infinite, then, is devoid of parts, and indivisible. But it is impossible that an entity that subsists in actuality should be infinite, for it must needs constitute quantity. It subsists, then, according to accident. But if this be the case, it has been declared that it is not possible that it should be a first principle, but this must be affirmed of that to which it happens that number or evenness should be such. The investigation, therefore, is itself universal. That the infinite, however, does not subsist in things that are cognizant by sense is evident from the following circumstances. For, on the supposition that the definition of body amounts to that which is bounded by surfaces, body would not be infinite, either that which is cognizable by sense, or by the understanding, nor will it be number as actually separated and infinite, for number is that which is numerable, or which involves number. That the infinite, however, cannot subsist in things cognizant to the senses, regarded in a physical point of view, is evident from these following reasons. For, neither is it possible that it should be a composite nature, nor one which is simple. For, if you admit that it is a composite nature, it will not be a body if the elements are limited in multitude. For it is requisite that we should equalize the contraries, and that one of them should not be infinite. For, if in any degree whatsoever the potentiality of the other body fails, the finite will be corrupted by the infinite body. But it is impossible that each of the elements should be infinite, for body is that which in every direction involves an interval, but that which is infinite is that which involves an interval without end. Wherefore, if there is in existence an infinite body, it will be infinite in every direction. Neither, however, can there be in existence one infinite simple body, nor, as certain philosophers would lay down, can it subsist as different from, or independent of, the elements from whence they generate these things. For there is not in existence a body of this description beside the elements, for all those things of which they are compounded are resolved into these. This, however, does not appear to subsist beside the simple bodies, either fire or any other of the elements, for without some one of them being infinite, it is impossible that the universe, if it may be finite, should either be or be generated from some one of the elements, as Heraclitus says that all things were originally fire. And there is the same mode of reasoning also in the case of unity, the existence of which natural philosophers introduce besides the elements, for everything undergoes a change from its contrary, as from heat into cold. Further, a body cognizant by the senses is situated in a certain place, and there is the same place of the whole as of the part, of the earth, for instance, as of one of its clods. Wherefore, if the infinite be of similar parts indeed, it will be immovable, or always will be impelled forwards. But this is impossible. For why, may I ask, should it be moved downwards in preference to upwards, or in any direction whatsoever? For instance, if it were a clod of earth, in what direction will this be moved? Or in what place will it remain at rest? For the place of the body, naturally adapted to this, will be infinite. Will it, then, comprise the entire place? And how will this be so? What, therefore, will be its place of rest and its motion? Or shall we say that it will remain at rest everywhere? It will not then be moved, or shall we say that it will be moved in every direction? It will not then stand still. If the universe, however, be of dissimilar parts, places likewise would be dissimilar, and in the first instance, no doubt, the body of the universe would not be one, save in respect of contact. In the next place, these things will be either finite or infinite in species. That they should be finite is not certainly then possible, for some indeed will be infinite, and some not so, on the supposition that the universe is infinite, for instance, fire or water, and a thing of this kind will be corruption to contraries. If, however, they are infinite and simple, both the places will be infinite, and infinite will be the elements. But if this is impossible, and the places be finite in number, the universe also must needs be finite. And in general, it is impossible that there can be an infinite body, and a place for bodies, if every body that is cognizant by the senses involves gravity or lightness, for it will have an impulse either towards the center or upwards. It is impossible, however, that the infinite, either the whole or the half, or any part whatsoever, should undergo a passive state. For in what way would you make a division of it? Or of the infinite, how will there be one portion tending in a direction downwards, and the other in a direction upwards? Or how will this constitute the extremity, and that the center? Further, every body that falls under the notice of the senses subsists in place, and there are 6 species of place. But it is impossible that these should subsist in a body that is infinite. And upon the whole, if it is impossible that place should be infinite, it is likewise impossible that body should be so. For that which subsists in place is somewhere, and this signifies a direction, either upwards or downwards, or some one of the rest of the categories, and each of these constitutes a certain limit. But the infinite is not the same in magnitude and motion, and duration, as if it were a certain single nature. But that which is subsequent is denominated according to that which is antecedent, as for instance, motion is denominated according to, or conformably with, the magnitude in regard of which the motion, or the alteration, or the increase is brought about. Time, however, is reckoned or computed in consideration of motion. Chapter 11. Now, that which undergoes a change is changed partly indeed according to accident, as when we say the musician walks, and partly when a thing is said simply to be changed in respect of something belonging to this undergoing a change. For example, whatsoever things are changed according to parts. For the body is reduced to a sound state of health, because the eye is restored to a healthy condition. Now, there is something which primarily is moved in itself or essentially, and this is that which may have motion impressed upon it from itself. And there is also something of the same sort in the case of that which imparts motion likewise. For one thing imparts motion according to accident, and another according to a portion, but a third essentially or of itself. And there is something that is the primary source of motion, and there is something that has motion impressed upon it. Further, is there the time in which, and there is the place from which, and the direction towards which a thing is moved. But the forms and passive states and place into which are moved the things that are being moved themselves are immovable, as science and heat. But the heat does not constitute motion, yet the process of heating does. The change, however, that does not ensue according to accident does not reside in all things, but in contraries and media, and in contradiction, but a reliance upon this statement may be drawn from induction. Now, that which undergoes a change is changed either from a subject into a subject, or from that which is not a subject into a subject, or from a subject into a non-subject, or from a non-subject into a subject. But I mean by a subject that which is made manifest by affirmation. Wherefore, changes must needs be 3 in number, for that which is from a non-subject into a non-subject is not properly a change, for it subsists neither between contraries, nor between contradiction, because there is not opposition in the case of a transition from a non-subject into a non-subject. The change indeed, therefore, from that which is a non-subject into a subject, according to contradiction, amounts to generation, and such a change, of course, when simply considered, is simple generation, and when it is partial generation. But the change from subject into that which is non-subject amounts to corruption, which, when it is simply so, is simple corruption, but when it is partial corruption. If, therefore, non-entity is predicated multifariously, and that according to composition or division does not admit of being put in motion, so neither can it be so with that according to capacity, which is opposed to that which subsists simply. For a thing that is not white, or not good, nevertheless admits of being moved according to accident. For that which is not white may be a man. But this cannot by any means be the case with this particular thing which subsists simply, for it is impossible that non-entity should be moved, and if this be admitted, it is impossible also that generation amounts to motion, for non-entity would be produced if it did, for in such a case, most especially, would it be produced according to accident. Yet, nevertheless, it is true to assert of that which is generated simply, that a non-entity has a subsistence. In like manner also stands the case with the being in a state of rest. And, doubtless, such are the difficulties that attend on this hypothesis, even on the supposition that everything that is being moved is in place, but what is a non-entity is not in place, for it would be somewhere. Hence, neither does corruption constitute motion, for motion or rest is a thing that is contrary to motion, but corruption is contrary to generation. Since, however, every motion amounts to a certain change, and there are 3 changes, as just now enumerated, and of these, the changes that ensue according to generation and corruption are not motions, and these are those that subsist according to contradiction, it is necessary that the change from subject into subject should alone constitute motion. Subjects, however, are either contraries or media, and let privation be considered as a thing that is contrary, and it is made manifest by affirmation, for instance, that which is naked and toothless, and that which is black. Chapter 12. If, therefore, the categories are divided by substance, quality, place, action or passion, relation, quantity, there must needs subsist 3 motions of quality, quantity, and of place. But, according to substance, there does not subsist any motion on account of there being nothing contrary to substance, nor is there a motion of relation, for it is possible, when either of the relatives has not undergone a change, that a verification should take place in regard of the other, as having undergone no change. Wherefore, the motion of these will subsist according to accident. Neither is there motion of that which is active and passive, or of that which is the efficient cause of motion, and has motion impressed upon it, because there is not a motion of motion, nor a generation of generation, nor in general a change of a change. For in 2 ways is it possible that there be a motion of a motion, first, either as of a subject, for instance, as man is moved, because from white he is changed into black. Wherefore, thus also is it with motion, either a thing is made warm or cold, or undergoes alteration in place or increase. This, however, is impossible, for the change does not amount to any of the subjects. Or, secondly, there may subsist a motion of motion, in respect of some different subject, from change being altered into a different form, as man is changed from sickness into health. Neither, however, is this possible except according to accident, for every motion constitutes a change from one thing into another, and in like manner the case stands with generation and corruption, except that those changes, I admit, that are wrought from things that are posed in this or that way are not motions. At the same time, then, is man changed from health into disease, and from this very change into a different one. It is therefore evident that, when a man shall have become indisposed, he shall undergo a change into a disease of some sort or other, for it is admissible for such to remain in a state of rest. And further, it is evident that he will not be changed into that state which is invariably casual, and that will amount to a change from something into something else, so that health will be an opposite motion, but from accident, as for instance, one undergoes an alteration from memory into oblivion, because that wherein oblivion is inherent undergoes a change, sometimes into scientific knowledge, and sometimes into health. Further, will the progression advance on to infinity if there will subsist a change of a change, and a generation of a generation? Therefore also must there be the former, on the supposition that there is the latter. For instance, if the simple act of generation take place at any time, that also which is being generated simply has been produced. Wherefore, not as yet in existence would be that which is being produced simply, but something does exist that is being generated or produced, or which already has been generated. If therefore also this thing once was generated, for what reason was that not yet in existence which is being then generated? Since, however, as regards things that are infinite, there does not subsist anything that is primary, there will not be that which is first generated, and for this cause neither that which is in order consequential. Therefore, that any of these either should be generated, or be moved, or undergo any change is not possible. Further, contrary motion, and rest, and generation, and corruption will belong to the same subject. Wherefore, the thing that is being generated, when it may become that which is being generated, is then undergoing a process of corruption, for neither is it immediately corrupted as soon as it is generated, nor subsequently to this, for that must necessarily exist which is undergoing a process of corruption. Further, it is the case that matter ought to subsist under that which is being generated, and undergoing a change. Therefore, what matter will there subsist in like manner as an alterable body or soul? In this way also, anything that subsists on being produced constitutes either motion or generation. And further, what is that into which the thing is moved? For it is necessary that something amount to the motion of this particular thing, from this particular thing into that, and yet that it should not be motion at all. How, let me ask then, is this to take place? For the generation of discipline does not amount to discipline, so neither is it true to say that there will subsist a generation of generation. Since, however, there is not in existence motion either of substance, or of relation, or of action and passion, it remains that there should subsist motion according to quality, and quantity, and place, for to each of these doth there belong contrariety. Now, I mean by motion according to quality, not that which is found in substance, for difference also constitutes quality, but that which is passive in accordance with which a thing is said to be passive, or to be devoid of passion. With regard, however, to that which is immovable, and that which, upon the whole, it is impossible should have motion impressed upon it, and that which with difficulty, in a long portion of duration, or slowly, commences its motion, and that which, having been by nature, no doubt, adapted for having motion imparted to it, yet does not possess the capacity or ability of being moved when it is naturally fitted for motion, both as to the place where and the manner how, this is what I term merely a condition of rest amongst those things that are immovable. For rest is a thing that is contrary to motion. Wherefore, it would amount to a privation of that which is receptive or capable of motion, and things are said to be moved according to place at the same time as many as are to be found in one original locality, and those things are said to be moved separately as many as are to be found in a different place, and things are said to be in contact with each other, the extremities of which subsist together, and that is a medium into which that is fitted by nature first to proceed, which is undergoing a change, before it arrives at that into which it is ultimately changed. I mean, what is uninterruptedly undergoing a change according to the constitution of nature. A thing is contrary in regard of place, which in a straight line is at the greatest distance possible, and a thing is successive between which, when it is after its first principle, either in position or form, or some other definite mode of subsistence, and that to which it is consequent, there subsists no intervening medium of things in the same genus. For instance, lines are successive to a line, or monads are successive to a monad, or a house to a house. There is no hindrance, however, to their subsisting any other medium between them, for that which is successive belongs to something in succession, and is something that is subsequent, for one is not successive to two, nor are the kalends to the nones, and a thing is coherent which, being successive, is in contact. Since, however, every change takes place in those things that are opposed, and these are contraries and contradiction, and since of contradiction there is nothing that is a medium, it is evident that in contraries there subsists a medium, and that which is continuous is that which has something of the nature of the coherent, or of that which is in a state of contact, and a thing is called continuous when the extremity of either of the parts by which they are in contact and in continuity may be one and the same. Wherefore it is evident that what is continuous is to be found amongst those things from which, as compounds, there subsists any one thing naturally adapted for being generated according to contact, and that what is successive ranks as what is primary is evident likewise, for everything that is successive does not subsist in a state of contact, but this is the case with what is successive on the supposition that what is continuous subsists in a state of contact. Even, however, though they should subsist in a state of contact, they yet by no means amount to that which is continuous. Those things, however, in which there is not found contact, there does not subsist natural coherence in. Wherefore, a point is not the same thing with a monad, for indeed, in points may be found contact, but this is not the case with monads, but these are successive to each other, and between points there may be found a certain medium, whereas we cannot discover any such between monads. Book 11 of Metaphysics by Aristotle, Chapter 1. The present speculation is concerned about substance, for the first principles and causes of substances are under investigation, for both if the universe be as one whole, substance constitutes the earliest portion, and if things subsist in a consequent order, in this way likewise would substance be first, and next quality, then quantity. But at the same time, neither, so to say, are these simply considered entities, but qualities and motions, in the same manner even as that which is not whole, and that which is not straight. Therefore we say that these also are in existence, for instance, that such a thing is not white. Further still, no one of the others possesses a separable subsistence. And to the truth of this statement bear witness also, in reality, the philosophers of antiquity, for they from time to time have investigated into the first principles and elements and causes of substance. Those, to be sure, that our philosophers nowadays have in preference sought to establish universals as substances, for the genera are universals, which they say are first principles, and substances, rather on account of their examining them logically. The philosophers, however, of old regarded singulars as substances, for example, fire and earth, but not a common body. Now, substances are three in number. One, indeed, is cognizant by sense, the existence of which all acknowledge, and one part of this is eternal, and the other subject to decay, as plants and animals. But of the eternal portion of it, it is necessary that we should admit as elements either one or many. But another substance is immovable, and this, some say, involves a separable subsistence, amongst whom some make a division of it into two. Others, however, rank into one nature forms and mathematical entities, whereas others of these admit mathematical entities only as subsisting. The substances that are cognizant by sense belong then, of course, to the department of physical science, for they involve a connection with motion, but the immovable substance belongs to a different science, on the supposition that this possesses no first principle in common with the others. Chapter 2. Substance, cognizant by the senses, however, is susceptible of change. Now, on the supposition that change takes place from things that are opposed, or such as are media, and not from all things that are opposites, for the voice is not a thing that is white, but from that which is contrary, it is necessary that something also subsist capable of undergoing an alteration into contrariety, for contraries do not undergo a change. Further, does this no doubt continue permanent? That which is contrary, however, does not continue permanent, and hence doth there subsist a something third beside contraries, namely matter. If, therefore, changes are four in number, either according to quiddity, or according to quality, or quantity, or the place where, and if simple generation indeed, and corruption be what subsist according to quiddity, and increase and diminution be what subsist according to quantity, and alteration be that according to passion, and motion be that according to place, allowing all this to be the case, the several changes would take place into contrarieties, I mean, such as are involved in singulars. Therefore, it is necessary that matter should undergo a change which can pass into both. Since entity, however, is twofold, everything which undergoes a change is changed from that which is an entity in capacity into that which is an entity in energy, as, for example, from what is white in capacity, or potentiality, into that which is white in energy. And, in like manner also, does the case stand with increase and diminution. Wherefore, not only according to accident is it possible that all things be generated from non-entity, but, likewise, from entity do all things derive their generation. I speak of what is an entity in capacity deriving its generation from a non-entity in energy or activity. And this is the unit of Anaxagoras, for it is better to maintain this than the tenet of certain speculators who are of opinion that all things subsist simultaneously, and it is tantamount to the philosophic dogma of mixture adopted by Empedocles and Anaximander, and resembles the theory of Democritus, viz., that all things subsisted in capacity simultaneously, and not in energy. Wherefore, in this case, they would touch upon matter, that is, the material cause. All things, however, involve matter as many as undergo a change. But entities involve different matter from one another. And of the things that are eternal, as many as are not generable, but movable by an orbital motion, possess matter, yet such matter as is not generable, but is merely moved from this place towards that. Now, one might raise the question, from what sort of non-entity generation could arise? For non-entity subsists in a threefold way. If, therefore, there subsists aught in capacity, from this will generation subsist. Yet, nevertheless, not from anything whatsoever, without distinction, but one thing will be generated from another. Neither is it sufficient to say that all things subsist simultaneously. For entities differ in matter, since why would things infinite in number be generated, but not one thing? For the faculty of the human understanding is one. Wherefore, if likewise matter be one, that would have been generated also in energy, the matter even of which would subsist in capacity. Therefore, are there three causes, and three first principles, two indeed amounting to contrariety, of which one sort constitutes the formal principle and the species, and the second privation, but the third cause is matter. Chapter 3. After these inquiries, there remains for us to make our readers aware that neither matter nor form is generated. Now, I speak thus of the extremities of things. For everything that undergoes any change is changed both by something and into something. By something, of course, I mean that which is the first imparter of motion, and of something, that is, matter, and that into which the thing is changed. This is the form. Therefore, they go on in a progression to infinity, if not only the brass becomes spherical, but also the spherical, or the brass is generated. Therefore, must we sooner or later come to a standstill in the series. After these inquiries, we must show how that each substance is generated from one synonymous with itself. For those things that are being generated by nature, as well as other things, are substances. For things are produced either by art, or nature, or chance, or spontaneity. Art indeed, therefore, constitutes a first principle, which subsists in another subject, whereas nature constitutes a first principle, which subsists in the thing itself. For man begets man, and the remaining causes are the privations of these. Substances, likewise, are three in number, and one of these is matter, which is this certain particular thing in consequence of its appearance as such. For as many things as are one by contact, and not by cohesion, constitute matter, and a subject, but another of these substances is nature, which likewise is this certain particular thing, and into nature is there the transition of a certain habit. Further, the third substance is that which subsists from these, and is ranked as a singular, for example, Socrates, or Callias. As regards some things, therefore, this certain particular thing involves no subsistence independent of a composite substance, as the form of a house, unless art constitutes this form. Neither is there any generation and corruption of these, but after a different manner they are, and are not, both the house itself, which is unconnected with matter, and health, and everything that is produced according to art. But if forms subsist, they subsist in the case of those things that are generated by nature. Wherefore, doubtless, not injudiciously affirmed Plato that forms belong to those things as many as involve a natural subsistence, on the supposition of the existence of forms different from, or independent of, these, as, for example, fire, flesh, the head, and so forth. For all these things are matter, and belong to substance especially, I mean, such a description of matter as is ultimate. Some causes, therefore, that are those that impart motion, subsist as entities that have been previously generated, whereas other causes, which subsist as the formal principle, are simultaneously generated with their results. For when a man is in sound health, then also is there present with him sound health, and the form of the brazen sphere subsists simultaneously with the brazen sphere. And whether also there remains anything subsequently to the separation of form from the subject of form, we must examine, for in the case of some forms there is no hindrance to this taking place, as if soul were a thing of this description. Not, to be sure, every soul, but the understanding, for that this should be so with every soul is not perhaps a thing that is possible. It is evident, therefore, that there is no necessity that on account of these at least, ideas should have an existence, for man begets man, the singular begets a certain individual. And, in like manner, does the case stand with the arts, for the medicinal art is the formal principle of health. Chapter 4. And as regards causes and first principles, in a manner are they different according as they belong to different things, and in a manner this is not the case. Supposing one to express himself universally, and according to analogy, the causes and first principles of all things will be the same. For one might raise the question as to whether the first principles and elements of substances, and of things which subsist as relatives, are different or the same. And, therefore, in like manner is it the case with each of the categories. But it would be absurd if there were the same principles and elements of all things. For from the same things will relatives derive their subsistence, as well as substance. What, therefore, will this be? For, besides substance and the rest of the things that are predicated, there is nothing that is in common. Prior, however, is the element to those things of which it is an element, but, assuredly, neither is substance an element of relatives, nor is any of these an element of substance. Further, how is it admissible that there should be the same elements of all things? For none of the elements can be the same with that which is a composite nature of the elements, as, for instance, neither B nor A can be the same with B, A. Neither, therefore, is it possible that any one element of those natures that are intelligible, as, for example, unity or entity, can be the element of all things, for these are present with each of the compound natures likewise. No one of them, therefore, will have a subsistence either as substance or relation, but it will be a thing expedient, however, that they should subsist in some form or other. The elements, then, of all things are not the same. Or, shall we say, just as we have already affirmed, that in one way this is the case, and in another that it is not, as perhaps in regard of sensible bodies, that which is hot subsists in one way as form, and after another mode that which is cold subsists as the privation thereof. But matter subsists as that which primarily and essentially constitutes both of these in capacity. Substances, however, are both these and such as consist of those things of which there are the first principles. Or, if any one thing is generated from what is hot and from what is cold, as flesh or bone, still that which is produced from thence must needs be different from these. The first principles and elements of these, I admit then, are the same, yet there are different elements of different things. And, without doubt, we cannot say that the case stands in this way with all things, but analogically are the elements and first principles of all things the same, just as if one should say that there are three first principles in existence, namely form, and privation, and matter. Each of these, however, is different according as it is conversant about every genus, as in colour, white, black, surface, light, darkness, air, and from these emerge forth day and night. Since, however, not only things that are inherent are causes, but also causes of things that are external, as, for example, in the case of what imparts motion, it is evident that a first principle is a different thing from an element, yet both are causes, and into these is a first principle divided. But what subsists as that which imparts motion or rest constitutes a certain first principle and substance. Wherefore, there are in existence three elements indeed, according to analogy, but four causes and first principles, and a different cause subsists where the subject is different, and the first cause constitutes, as it were, that which imparts motion, and is different according as the subject is different. Thus, health is as form, disease as privation, body as matter. That which imparts motion is the medicinal art. Again, a house is as form, this certain sort of confusion as privation, the bricks are as matter, and that which imparts motion, or the efficient cause, is the builder's art. And into these, therefore, is a first principle divided. But since that which imparts motion in physical or natural things is a man, and in things springing from the understanding form, or the contrary, in one respect would there be three causes, and in another four. For the medicinal art constitutes in a manner health, and the building art the form of the house, and man begets man. Further, beside these, as that which is the first of all things is that which imparts motion, or is the efficient cause to all things. Chapter 5. And, since some things involve a separable subsistence, and some do not involve a separable subsistence, the former are substances, and on this account these are the causes of all things, because the passive states and motions of things do not involve a subsistence independent of substances. In the next place, perhaps, will these constitute soul and body, or understanding and appetite and body. Moreover, in another manner, analogically, are first principles the same. For example, take the instances of energy and capacity. These, however, are both different according as the subjects of them are different, and they subsist in different ways. For in certain bodies the same thing subsists sometimes in energy, and sometimes in capacity, as wine, or flesh, or a man. But also do these fall under the category of the causes above enumerated, for form constitutes an energy, no doubt, if it be that which has a separable subsistence, and which is compounded from both, and this is the case with privation, for instance, darkness, or a creature that is sick. But matter subsists in capacity, for this is that which is endued with the capability of becoming both. But after another mode do those things differ in energy and capacity of which the matter is not the same, and of which the form is not the same, but different, as a cause of man are both the elements fire and earth as matter, and his proper form, and if there is anything else extrinsic, I mean such as his father, and beside these the sun, and the oblique circle, which constitute neither matter nor form, nor privation, nor are of the same species, but are motive natures. And, further, it is expedient for us to perceive that as regards causes, it is possible to enumerate some that are universal, and some that are not. Therefore, the original first principles of all things are that which subsists in energy as this first thing, and something else which subsists in potentiality. Those indeed, therefore, that are universals have not any subsistence, for the singular constitutes a first principle of singulars. For man, to be sure, is the principle of universal man, yet there is no universal man. But Peleus is the cause of Achilles, and your father of you, and this particular letter, B, is the cause of this syllable, B-A, and in short, B of B-A absolutely. In the next place, the forms of substances are first principles, but there are different causes and elements of different things, as has been declared. Thus, of the things that are not contained in the same genus, such as colors, sounds, substances, quantity, the elements are not the same, except analogically. The causes likewise of those things that are contained in the same species are different, but they are not different in species. But because the matter of singulars is a thing that is different, both your matter and form, and that which imparts motion, and the species, differ in number from mine, though, according to the formal principle of the universal, they are the same. Therefore, as to the inquiry what are first principles or elements of substances, and relations, and qualities, as to whether they are the same or different, it is evident that, if they are predicated multifariously, there are the same principles and elements belonging to everything. But if they are divided, there are not the same, but different first principles of everything, unless that also, in a certain respect, there are the same principles of all things. Thus they are the same analogically, I admit, because there is matter, form, privation, that which imparts motion, and in that way the causes of substances are as the causes of all things, because, on the supposition of substances being destroyed, all things are destroyed. Further, that which is first subsists in actuality, and in this way are these primaries different, as many as are contraries, seeing that they neither are predicated as genera, nor denominated multifariously. Further, likewise, are there different kinds of matter that are styled causes. What, therefore, the first principles of sensibles are, and what sort they are, and after what mode they are the same, and after what mode they are different, all this has been declared. Chapter 6. But, since there have appeared three substances, two indeed that are natural or physical, and one which is immovable, regarding this immovable substance, we must endeavour to establish that it is necessary that it should constitute a certain eternal substance, one which is immovable. For the first of entities are substances, and if we suppose all of them to be corruptible, all things are corruptible. It is impossible, however, that in such a case motion should be either generated, or that it should be corrupted, for it was always in existence. Nor is this possible with duration, for it is not possible that there can be that which is prior and subsequent, on the supposition that time or duration has no existence. And motion, then, in this way is continuous, as also duration, for duration either is the same as motion, or it is a certain passive condition of motion. But there is not any motion that is continuous, save that which is local or topical, and to this belongs the motion that is circular. But, doubtless, if there is anything that is fit for being moved, or that is productive, but not anything that energizes, in this case motion has no existence. For it is admissible that what involves capacity should not energize. There would then be no advantage gained, not even if we could make substances eternal, as those do who constitute as such the forms or ideas, unless there will be inherent some first principle capable of working a change. Therefore, neither would this be competent for such, nor would there be any other substance different from, or independent of, the forms. For, on the supposition that it will not energize, there will be no motion in existence. Further, neither will this be the case if the substance will energize. but if the substance thereof constitutes capacity, for there will not be in existence a perpetual motion, for it is possible that that which subsists in capacity should not exist. It is therefore necessary that there should be a first principle of this kind, whereof the substance constitutes an energy. Further, therefore, it is necessary that these substances do not involve a connection with matter, for it is requisite that they should be eternal, if, in sooth, there is also at least anything else that is everlasting. It is then in energy that they subsist, although this involves a matter of doubt, for it appears to be the case that what energizes should subsist entirely in a state of potentiality, but that everything that is endued with capacity should not altogether energize. Wherefore, we may assume that potentiality is a thing that is antecedent to energy. But, surely, if this be the case, no one of the entities will be in existence, for it is possible that a thing possess a capacity of existence, but that yet it should not be in existence. If the case, however, stands as the theologians affirm, I mean, those who are for generating all things from night, or as the natural philosophers, who say that all things subsisted simultaneously, the same impossibility will ensue. For how, let me ask, will matter be put in motion, if nothing that subsists in energy will be a cause? For the matter of a house, at least, will not itself move itself, but the builder's art will. Nor does the menstrual blood move itself, nor earth, but seeds, and human seed. Wherefore, some have recourse to an energy that is always in action, as Leucippus and Plato, for they maintain that motion is always in existence. But why, and in what way, they do not state, nor how this is the case, nor do they assign the cause of this perpetuity of motion. For nothing is put in motion at random, but it is necessary that there be something always in subsistence, as now indeed one thing is by nature moved in this way, and again is moved by force, either by mind or something else, after a different manner. Then, what sort is the first motion? For this inevitably differs as much as possible. But certainly, neither is it possible for Plato, at least, to call that a first principle which imparts motion to itself, and which he sometimes considers to be a first principle. For subsequent to, and yet coincident with, the heaven is the soul, as he says. Therefore, the supposition of the priority of potentiality to energy is in a manner a correct one, but in a manner is not so. And how this is correct has been declared. But that energy may be a thing that is antecedent to potentiality, Anaxagoras testifies, for the understanding subsists in energy. And Empedocles, in his theory about harmony and discord, and this is confirmed in the assertion of certain philosophers as to the existence of perpetual motion, as Leucippus, wherefore not in an infinite time did chaos or night subsist, but the same things continually were in existence as are in existence at present, either in a revolutionary system or otherwise. On the supposition that energy is a thing that is antecedent to potentiality. Supposing a thing, therefore, to be the same continually in a revolutionary system, it is necessary that something always should remain energizing in like manner. But if there is likely to ensue generation and corruption, it is necessary that there be something else which continually energizes, at one time in one way, and at another in another. It is necessary, then, that it energizes in this way, no doubt, essentially, or from itself, but in a different way, according to something else. It must in this case energize, either according to something that is different, or according to what is primary or original. It is therefore necessary that it energize according to this, for again is that a cause of energy both to this and to that other. Wherefore, that which is primary is superior as a cause, for that likewise was a cause of a thing subsisting continually after a similar manner, and something else would be the cause of the subsistence of energy in a different manner, but of its subsistence always in a different manner manifestly would both be a cause. Therefore are motions also in this manner disposed. Why therefore must we go in search of other first principles? Chapter 7. But since also the case stands thus, and if it be not so, things will spring from night, and from all things simultaneously, and from nonentity, these aforesaid questions may be decided, and something always would there be that is being moved with a motion that is incessant, but this is that which is circular, and this is evident not merely from reason, but from the fact itself. Wherefore, the first heaven would be eternal. There is therefore also something that imparts motion. Since, however, that which has motion impressed upon it, and which imparts motion, subsists as a medium, there is therefore something which, not having motion impressed upon it, yet imparts motion, which is a thing that is eternal, being both substance and energy. But in this way it imparts motion, I mean, that which is desirable and that which is intelligible impart motion, whereas they are not moved themselves. But the originals of these are the same, for a thing that is the object of a propension is that which appears fair, but a thing which is originally selected from volition actually is fair. Now, we desire a thing because it appears fair, rather than that a thing appears fair because we desire it, for the perception constitutes a first principle. But mind is moved by that which is intelligible, and the other coordination constitutes essentially that which is intelligible, and belonging to this is the first substance, and of this is that substance which subsists absolutely, and according to energy. Unity, however, is not the same with what is simple, or absolute, for unity signifies measure, but what is absolute signifies the mode in which a thing itself subsists. But, certainly, both that which is fair, and that which is desirable for its own sake, belong to the same coordinate series, and that which is first is the most excellent invariably, or amounts to that which is analogous to it. But that the final cause subsists in things that are immovable, the division makes manifest. For the final cause of anything resides in those things of which the one is in existence, and the other is not. Now, that which first imparts motion does so as a thing that is loved, and that which has motion impressed upon it imparts motion to other things. If indeed, therefore, anything is being moved, it is admissible also that it should subsist in a different manner. Wherefore, if the primary motion constitute energy also, so far forth as the thing is moved, in this way is it likewise possible that it should subsist after a different mode, in place though not in substance. Since, however, there is something that imparts motion, itself being immovable, and subsisting in energy, this does not by any means admit of subsisting in a different manner. For the primary motion belongs to the changes, and of this that which is circular, but this first mover imparts motion to that. Of necessity, in this case, must this immovable first mover constitute an entity, and so far forth as it subsists necessarily, so far forth does it subsist after an excellent manner, and in this way constitutes a first principle. For what is necessary subsists in thus many ways, in the first place by what is accomplished by violence, because it is contrary to free will, and secondly, as that without which a thing does not subsist in an excellent manner, and thirdly, as that which could not be otherwise from what it is, but involves an absolute subsistence. From a first principle, then, of this kind, I mean one that is involved in the assumption of a first mover, hath depended the heaven and nature. Now, the course of life of this first mover, in like manner with our own, for a limited period of time, is such also as is the most excellent, for in the present instance doth that first mover continue in the enjoyment of the principle of life for ever. For with us certainly such a thing as this would be impossible, but not so with the first mover, since even doth the energy or activity of this first mover give rise unto pleasure or satisfaction on the part of such, and on this account vigilance, exercise of the senses, and perception in general are what is most productive of pleasure or satisfaction, and with hopes and recollections is the case the same for these reasons. Now, essential perception is the perception of that which is essentially the most excellent, and that which is most essential perception is the perception of that which is most essential. The mind, however, is cognizant of itself by participation in that which falls within the province of the mind as its object, for it becomes an object of perception by contact, and by an act of intellectual apprehension, so that the mind, and that which is an object of perception for the mind, are the same, for that which is receptive of impressions from what is an object of perception, and is substance, constitutes mind, and when in possession of these impressions it energizes, or subsists in a condition of activity. Wherefore, that seems to belong to the first mover rather than to the mind of man, and it is a divine prerogative which the mind appears to possess, and contemplation constitutes what is most agreeable and excellent. If, therefore, God in this way possesses such an excellent mode of subsistence for ever, as we do for a limited period of duration, the divine nature is admirable, and if he possesses it in a more eminent degree, still more admirable will be the divine nature. In this way, however, is the deity disposed as to existence, and the principle of life is, at any rate, inherent in the deity. For the energy or active exercise of mind constitutes life, and God, as above delineated, constitutes this energy, and essential energy belongs to God as his best and everlasting life. Now, our statement is this, that the deity is an animal that is everlasting, and most excellent in nature, so that with the deity, life and duration are uninterrupted and eternal, for this constitutes the very essence of God. As many philosophers, however, as adopt the supposition, such as the Pythagoreans and Speusippus, that what is best and most fair is not to be found in the principle of things, from the fact that though the first principles, both of plants and animals, are causes, yet that what is fair and perfect resides in created things, as results from these. Persons, I say, who entertain these sentiments do not form their opinions correctly, for seed arises from other natures that are antecedent and perfect, and seed is not the first thing, whereas that which is perfect is, as for example, just as if one were to say that a man is antecedent to seed, not the man that is being generated from seed, but another from whom the seed flows. That, indeed, there exists a certain eternal substance, and a substance that is immovable, and possesses actually a subsistence separable from sensibles, is evident from the statements that have been made above. But it also has been demonstrated that it is not possible for this substance to involve any magnitude, but it is devoid of parts and indivisible. for it imparts motion throughout infinite duration, and nothing that is finite involves infinite potentiality. Since, however, every magnitude is either infinite or finite, for this reason such a substance as the above would not involve a finite magnitude, and therefore it cannot involve an infinite magnitude, because, in short, there is no infinite magnitude in existence. But unquestionably also it has been demonstrated that such is impassive and unalterable, for all other motions are subsequent to that motion which is local or topical. These statements, therefore, make it evident why it is that the deity is disposed as to existence after this manner. Chapter 8. Now, whether are we to admit that there exists one substance of this description or many? And if so, how many such there are ought not to escape our notice. But we should call to remembrance also the assertions of other philosophers, because regarding the multitude of these substances they have not spoken aught which amounts to even anything that is clear in the expression. For indeed, the opinion in regard of ideas does not involve any peculiar investigation, for the persons who affirm the existence of ideas affirm that these ideas are numbers, and as regards numbers, at one time they speak of them as of things that are infinite, and at other times as of things that are limited, as far as to the decade. As to the cause, however, why it is that there subsists a multitude of numbers of this kind, nothing is expressed by them with demonstrative certainty. This, however, must we declare from principles that are taken for granted, and that have been determined. For the first principle, and the original existence of entities, is a thing that is immovable, both essentially and according to accident, and it imparts motion with an original and eternal and single motion. But since that which is being moved must needs derive its motion from something, and that which first imparts motion is essentially immovable, and an eternal motion derives that motion from what is eternal as a moving cause, and a single motion its motion from what is single, and since we see that beside the simple revolutionary motion of the universe, which we say derives its motion from the first substance, and that which is immovable, there are other motions that are everlasting, namely, those of the planets, for eternal and unstable in its movement is a body that is circular, but we have furnished demonstrations in regard of these in our physics. Now, I say, since the foregoing is the case, each of these motions must needs derive its motion from that which is both immovable essentially, and is an eternal substance, for the nature of the stars consists in being a certain eternal substance, and that which imparts motion is eternal, and is antecedent to that which has motion impressed upon it, and that which involves priority of subsistence to a substance must needs also be a substance. It is evident, therefore, that it is expedient that there should be in existence substances of this kind, such as are both naturally eternal, as well as essentially immovable and devoid of magnitude, and that too on account of the cause that has been stated previously. That indeed, therefore, these substances are in existence, and which of these is primary, and which of them is secondary, according to the same order, with the orbital motions of the stars, is evident. But at present must we discover the multitude of these orbital motions from that department of the philosophy of the mathematical sciences, which is most appropriately devoted to this purpose, I mean, from astronomy. For this science institutes an investigation respecting a substance that is cognizant by sense, no doubt, but such as is eternal. The rest of the mathematical sciences, however, are not concerned about any substance whatever. For example, take the case of the science respecting numbers and geometry. That therefore there are numerous orbital motions belonging to the stars that are being moved across the arch of heaven is evident to those who have even moderately busied themselves in such inquiries. For more motions than one do each of the planetary stars assume. But as to how many these happen to be, let us likewise now declare the statements which some of the mathematicians make on this subject, for the purpose of understanding the point under investigation, in order that it may be possible to apprehend a certain multitude of these when mentally defined. But as to what remains, we must ourselves investigate into some points, but we must make inquiries into others from persons engaged in investigations into these subjects, if, haply, anything beside the statements that already have been made may appear to those who are busied in these speculations, and, if so, we should bestow affection upon both, yet yield our assent only to those who are more accurate. Eudoxus, in his system, therefore, laid down the orbital motion of the sun and moon to be severally in 3 spheres, the first of which he maintained was that of the fixed stars, and the second was that which accords with the circle which passes through the central signs of the zodiac, and the third with that circle which is situated obliquely in the latitude of the zodiacal signs. Now, that oblique circle through which the moon is carried is situated in a wider latitude than that through which the sun is carried. But of the devious or erratic stars, he makes a disposition of each in 4 spheres, and of these, likewise, he considers the first and second to be the same with those of the sun and moon. For the sphere of the fixed stars, according to him, is the same with that first sphere which carries along all the orbs, and that which has been arranged under this, and possesses a motion corresponding with the circle that passes through the central signs of the zodiac, he considers a sphere common to all these heavenly bodies. He is of opinion, however, that the poles of the third sphere, which is common to all, are situated in that circle which passes through the central signs of the zodiac, and that the motion of the fourth sphere is in an orbit declining towards the center of the third, and that the poles of the third sphere are the proper poles of the other spheres, but that Venus and Mercury have the same poles. Callippus, however, sets down the same disposition of the spheres with Eudoxus, that is, the same arrangement of their mutual distances, but with respect to their multitude, he ascribed to the star of Jupiter, as well as to that of Saturn, the same number with Eudoxus. Yet still he thinks that to the luminary of the sun, and to that of the moon, there should further be annexed 2 spheres, that is, supposing one likely to furnish a solution of the phenomena, and in regard of the other spheres of the planets, he adds 1 sphere to each. It is necessary, however, on the supposition that all, when collected together, are likely to furnish a solution of the phenomena, that according to each of the erratic stars there should be different spheres revolving less by one than those which carry along the planets, and, in regard of position, restore into the same place the first sphere invariably of the star which is ranked in an inferior order. For in this way only is it possible that by the orbital motion of the planets should be produced all the phenomena that may be observed. Since, therefore, as regards the spheres in which the planets are carried along, some of them are made to amount to 8, but others to 25, and of these it is not necessary that those merely should have revolving spheres in which a star arranged lowest down is carried. Those, accordingly, that impart a revolutionary motion to the spheres of the 2 first will be 6 in number, while those to the spheres of the 4 subsequent stars will be 11. The total amount of all the spheres, however, as well those that carry along the stars, as also those that make them revolve, will be 55. But, if one were not to add the motions of the moon, which we have mentioned to the sun also, all the spheres will be 47. Let the number, then, of the spheres amount to so many, wherefore it is reasonable to suppose that both the substances and the first principles which are immovable, and are cognizant by the senses, should be so many in number as we have enumerated. For then there must necessarily be such a number as this. Let it be left to those to decide who are endued with greater ability to declare their sentiments on such points. If, however, it is not possible that there should be any orbital motion which does not contribute towards the orbital motion of a star, and further, if it is requisite to suppose that every nature and every substance ought to be regarded, provided it be devoid of passion and be essential, as having attained the most excellent end, in this case there would not be in existence any other nature independent of these. But it is necessary that this should constitute the total amount of substances, for whether there should be others, they would impart motion, as being an end of orbital motion. But, at any rate, it is impossible that there should be other orbital motions beside those that have been enumerated, and this supposition it would be reasonable to arrive at from observing the bodies that are being moved along the surface of the heavens. For, on the supposition that everything that is borne along the firmament subsists by the constitution of nature, on account of that body which is borne along, and that every motion belongs to something that is carried forward, there would not exist any orbital motion on account of itself, or of another motion, but on account of the stars would it exist. For if we admit that orbital motion will subsist on account of motion of the same sort, it will be requisite that this latter, likewise, should subsist on account of other orbital motions, so that, since it is not also possible to go on in a progression to infinity, an end of every orbital motion will be some one of those divine bodies that are borne along the surface of the heaven. That, however, there is one heaven is evident. For if there were many heavens, as there are men, in regard of each will there be such a first principle, as is one in species, but in number many at least. Such things, however, as are many in number, involve a connection with matter. For there is one and the same mode of reasoning applicable to the case of many. Take the instance of a man. Yet Socrates is one. But that which ranks as first amongst formal causes does not involve a connection with matter, for it subsists in actuality. Accordingly, in both reason and number, that which primarily imparts motion is immovable, and that which has motion impressed upon it, in this case is always and uninterruptedly one thing merely. Such being true, there is consequently in existence one solitary heaven. Traditions, however, have been handed down from our predecessors, and the very ancient philosophers, and left to their posterity in the form of a myth, to the effect that these many heavens, supposing them to exist, both are gods, and that the divinity encompasses the entire of nature. And the remainder of these traditions, in the present day, have been brought forward, clothed in a fabulous garb, for the purpose of winning the assent of the multitude, and enforcing the utility that is urged in favour of the laws, and of general expediency. For they speak of these as subsisting in the form of the human species, and as being like in appearance to certain of the rest of the animal kingdom, and other statements consequential upon these, and similar to those that have been declared, do they put forward. Now, if as regards these traditions, anyone having separated this from amongst the others may receive merely the first assertion, namely, that they supposed the first substances to be gods, he would consider that this statement had been made after a divine manner, and in accordance with what is to be expected in the discovery, as frequently as is consistent with possibility, as well of every art as of every system of philosophy. And in the loss of these again, he must conclude that likewise these opinions of those very ancient philosophers, as relics, have been preserved up to the time of the present day. This opinion, therefore, of our forefathers, and that which has been traditionally handed down from the very earliest speculators, is evident to us thus far, and no more. Chapter 9. There are points, however, respecting mind, which involve certain subjects of doubt. For it seems certainly to constitute the most divine existence amongst phenomena. But after what manner it is disposed, so as that it should be a thing of this sort, is attended with certain difficulties. For whether it be void of the faculty of understanding anything, but is like one who is sleeping, what, may I ask, would there be reverential in such a condition of being? Or, supposing that it possesses the faculty of understanding, and yet that there be something which is dominant over this faculty, for in this case that which is its substance is not intelligence, but capacity. Should the foregoing be true, we could not say that mind would be the most excellent substance, for it is through the faculty of the understanding that that which is entitled to reverence is inherent in the mind. But, further, whether understanding constitute its substance, or whether perception does, what, may I ask, does it understand? For either it is itself that it understands, or something else. And, supposing that it understands something else, either it will invariably be the same, or something different. Whether then is there any difference, or no difference at all, between its understanding what is fair, and understanding what is casual? Or, also, would it be an absurd idea to imagine that it exercises the faculty of cognition in regard of certain things? It is evident, therefore, that that which understands is most divine, and most entitled to reverence, and that it undergoes no change, for change would presuppose a transition into something that is worse, and a thing of this sort would, in the present instance, amount to a certain motion. In the first place, then, of course, supposing that the mind were not perception or intelligence, but capacity, it is reasonable to infer that continuity of perception would be a laborious operation for the mind, and in the next place it is evident that there would be in existence something else that is more entitled to reverence than mind, namely, that which is an object of perception to the mind, for both the faculty of understanding and actual perception will be present to the mind, even in its understanding that which is most inferior, so that we must avoid this consequence. For also would it be better not to see some things than to see them. Hence, perception would not constitute that which is most excellent. Accordingly, may we assume that mind is cognizant of its own operations, if it really is that which is most superior, and if perception amounts to the perception of a perception. Now, scientific knowledge invariably appears as well as perception by sense and opinion, and the faculty of thought, to be conversant about something different from itself, and to be conversant about itself only in a secondary or subordinate sense. Further, if we suppose that understanding is different from being an object of perception to the understanding, according to which of these will subsistence in an excellent way be inherent in mind? For neither is it the same thing, the being inherent in an act of perception by the understanding, and in an object of perception to the understanding. Or, shall we say that in the case of some things, the science constitutes itself that which is the object of the science? In the case, I admit, of the productive sciences, the substance and the essence do not involve a connection with matter, whereas in the case of the speculative sciences, the definition or formal principle is the object of the science, as well as is the perception exercised by the mind. Inasmuch then as the object of the understanding is not a different thing from the understanding itself, in the case of as many things as do not involve a connection with matter, they will be the same thing, and the act of perception by the mind will be identical with the object of perception. Moreover, therefore, a doubt remains whether an object of perception is a composite nature or not. For, if this be the case, the object of perception, as a compound, would undergo a change in the parts of the entire. Or, shall we say that everything is indivisible which does not involve a connection with matter, as the human mind? Or are we to take for granted that the perception of compound objects involves a connection with matter during a certain portion of duration? For an excellent condition of subsistence does not always reside in this particular thing or in that, but that which is most excellent subsists in a thing, viewed as a certain entirety, being something different from itself, and therefore the first and actual perception by mind of mind itself doth subsist in this way throughout all eternity. Chapter 10. But we must also consider in what manner the nature of the entire creation involves what is good and what is most excellent, whether there exists something that has been separated in point of fact, and which actually subsists essentially, or whether we are to assume the existence of order, or make both of these assumptions together, just as we might illustrate our meaning by the case of an army. For the good or excellent condition of an army depends upon the order that is enforced, and the commander who aims to promote this subordination. Even this person, in a more eminent degree, may be regarded as a cause of such an excellent condition. For this officer is not set over the army on account of the order that is found to prevail there, but that order is found to exist on account of the command exercised by this officer. All things, however, are coordinated after a certain mode, but not after a similar mode. Take the classification, for example, of aquatic and winged animals, and of plants. And they are not disposed after such a way as that there should not subsist anything in common to either in relation to the other, although in respect of some point do they involve some resemblance. For indeed, in regard of one characteristic are all things ranked under coordinate series, but as in a house it is allowable, least of all, for the free to do anything whatsoever they please, but all things, or most things, have been reduced into a state of orderly arrangement, so to slaves likewise and wild beasts, only in a small degree belongs a desire to do what may contribute to the general advantage. But for the most part their operations are confined to whatsoever chances to fall in their way, for the nature of each of them constitutes to them a first principle of this description. But I say in this instance that it is requisite for all to attain unto a condition where distinctions will be drawn, and other things subsist in this way, of which all participate for the constitution or preservation of the entire. But whatever impossibilities or absurdities ensue to those who make assertions in a different way, and what sort of theories those put forward on the subject who express themselves in a more elegant or accomplished manner, and in the case of which of these there prevail the least number of doubts, we must not allow such inquiries to escape our observation. For all philosophers are for producing all things from contraries. Neither, however, is the expression, quote, all things, close quote, nor the expression, quote, from contraries, close quote, correctly employed by these speculators, nor do they declare, as regards those things in which the contraries are inherent, in what manner they will consist of contraries, for contraries are mutually impassive. But by us is this controversy decided rationally, by the introduction of a certain third nature. Some, however, constitute some one of the contraries as matter, just as those do who make the odd subject for the even, or plurality for unity. And this likewise is decided in the same manner, for the matter which is one is not what is contrary to anything. Further, all things except unity will participate in what is worthless, for the evil itself constitutes one or other of the elements. The other speculators assert, however, that neither what is good and what is evil are first principles at all, notwithstanding that what is good is in a most eminent degree a first principle in all things, and some, I admit, correctly make this assertion of what is good. I mean, that we must consider it a first principle, after what mode, however, it is that what is good constitutes a first principle, they do not state, whether it is to be regarded as an end, or as a moving cause, or as a formal principle. Now, Empedocles also forms his opinions absurdly upon this point, for he makes harmony to constitute what is good, and this harmony, in his system, subsists even as a first principle that imparts motion, for it has the power of congregating entities, and it subsists as matter, for it is a portion of the mixture. Now, even on the supposition that to harmony has it happened in this same system that it should subsist as matter, and a first principle, and as a power that imparts motion, yet the essence of this is not the same with the essence of these, according to which of them, therefore, will harmony subsist. And that discord should be a thing that is incorruptible would be absurd likewise, and yet this very thing constitutes the nature of what is evil. But Anaxagoras regarded what is good as a first principle, so far as it is a power that imparts motion, for mind in his system imparts motion. It imparts motion, however, for the sake of something else. Wherefore, that is different from that for the sake of which it subsists, except it subsists as we say it actually does, for the medicinal art, in a manner, constitutes health. But it was also an absurdity contained in the Anaxagorean philosophy, the not having produced a contrary to what is good as well as to mind. But all who assert contraries to be first principles do not employ contraries as such, unless one is disposed to handle the subject in a careless vein. And why is it that some things are corruptible and some things incorruptible? No one declares, for they produce all entities from the same first principles. Further, some of these speculators produce entities from what is non-entity, but some, that they may not be forced to this, make all things to be one. Further, no one lays down a reason why generation will always exist, and what the cause of generation is, nobody declares. And for those who create two first principles, will it be necessary to have a different first principle, which would be more dominant, as well as for those philosophers who introduce forms, because there really exists another principle more dominant than these. For why has matter participated, or why does it participate in these ideas? And for others it is necessary that there should be something that is contrary to wisdom, and to that which is the science most entitled to reverence. But to us this is not necessary, for there is nothing contrary to what is primary. For all the contraries involve matter, and these subsist in capacity. But contrary ignorance is opposed to what is contrary, yet nothing is contrary to what is primary. Further, on the supposition that there do not exist other things beside those that are cognizant by the senses, there will not subsist a first principle, and order, and generation, and the celestial bodies will have no existence. But there is always a first principle of the principle, just as we find in the systems of theologians and all natural philosophers. Now, admitting that there will be forms, or numbers, they will not constitute a cause of anything. And if they are not a cause of anything, neither will they be a cause of motion at any rate. Further, how, let me ask, will magnitude and continuity arise from things that are devoid of magnitude? For number will not produce a continuous quantity, either as that which imparts motion or as form. But certainly there will not be anything, at least, belonging to the contraries, which is both productive and motive, for it would admit of non-existence. But surely the energy or producing cause is subsequent to the capacity, and in such a case eternal entities do not exist, but yet they do exist. Accordingly, some one of these hypotheses must be rejected, and this has been declared in the above statement that capacity antecedes energy, as to how it must be accomplished. Further, in what way numbers may be one, or soul and body, and in general, form, and the thing itself, no one says anything on this point, nor is it possible that one should declare his sentiments thereupon, unless he express himself as we do, namely, to the effect that it is the cause which imparts motion that is the agent of production. But they who say that mathematical number is the first, and in this way continually suppose the existence of another substance adhering thereto in succession, and of different first principles belonging unto each, these make the substance of the universe to be adventitious. For in no wise does one substance contribute anything towards another, as to whether it exists or does not exist, and besides this they introduce many first principles. The entities, however, do not choose to submit to injudicious government. Quote, "The government of many is not a good thing. Let there be one ruler." Close quote. Book 12 of Metaphysics by Aristotle. Chapter 1. Respecting indeed, therefore, the substance of things that are cognizant by the senses, it has been declared what it is in the mode of inquiry adopted by natural philosophers in their theories concerning matter, and subsequently in our own treatise in regard of matter in a condition of energy or activity. Since, however, our present investigation has for its object to ascertain whether besides sensible substances there is in existence a certain substance that is immovable and eternal, or there is not, and on the supposition of the existence of any such, what it is, in the first place we must take a glance at the assertions made by other speculators, in order that, if they happen to make any assertion, not after a correct manner, we may not become entangled in the same errors, and that if there subsists any dogma in common between ourselves and them, we may not be indignant with it as a thing peculiarly in opposition to our present design. For it is a thing that we should remain content with, if one should make some statements with more propriety, but others in a way no wise inferior to ourselves. Now, there are two opinions respecting these subjects, for certain philosophers affirm that mathematical entities are substances, such, for example, as numbers and lines, and those things that are kindred to these, and, again, that ideas are existences of this description. Since, however, some speculators constitute these as two distinct genera, I mean both the ideas and the mathematical numbers, and others maintain in opposition that there is one nature of both, and certain other philosophers say that mathematical entities are alone substances. In the first place, we must institute an investigation respecting mathematical entities, without annexing to them any other nature, as for instance might or might not be the case, according to whether they happen to be ideas or not, and whether these are first principles and substances of entities or not. But as regards mathematical entities, attending to this point merely, whether they possess a subsistence or do not, and if they do, after what mode they subsist. In the next place, after these inquiries, we shall, apart by itself, institute an investigation concerning the ideas themselves, simply considered, and as much for the sake of usage as anything else. For most of the tenets of what relates to these inquiries have been divulged even by exoteric discourses respecting them. Further also, in regard of that particular form of investigation, it is necessary that we encounter a more enlarged philosophic discussion when we come to be engaged in our inquiries as to whether the substances and first principles of entities are numbers and ideas. For, after the investigation relating to ideas, this one remains as a third subject for inquiry. But it is requisite, on the supposition of the existence of mathematical entities, that these should reside either in objects that fall under the notice of the senses, as certain affirm, or that they should involve a subsistence separable from sensibles. And some make a statement in this way, or if they are not inherent in either one or the other, they either have no existence at all, or exist in some different manner. Wherefore, the question with us will not be concerning the existence of mathematical entities, but concerning their mode of existence. Chapter 2. That indeed, therefore, it is impossible that these mathematical entities should reside in objects that are cognizant by the senses, and that at the same time the reason assigned for this position is a fictitious one, has been declared also in the Doubts, where we have proved that it is impossible that there should be two solids in the same place at the same time. And further also, it depends on the same course of reasoning, both that other potentialities and natures should reside in sensibles, and that no one of them should possess a separable subsistence. These things, then, have been already declared. But, in addition to these statements, it is evident that it is impossible that any body whatsoever should be divided. for it will be divided according to a superficies, and this according to a line, and a line according to a point. Wherefore, supposing that it is impossible to divide a point, it is also impossible to divide a line. And if it is impossible to divide a line, the case is the same with the other mathematical quantities likewise. What, therefore, is the difference in allowing either that natures of this description should exist, or that these do not exist at all, but that such natures should be found in sensibles? For the same consequence will ensue, for on the supposition of a division of the sensibles, they also will be divided, or they will not be of the nature of sensibles. But the fact is, neither is it possible that such natures should be actually, at least, separated. For, if independent of such as are cognizant by the senses, there should exist other solids that are actually in a condition of separation therefrom, and which are antecedent to those that are cognizant by sense, it is evident that it is also necessary that besides surfaces there should exist other surfaces that involve a separable subsistence, and in like manner other points and lines, for this deduction rests upon the same reasoning. And if these points be admitted again, in addition to the surfaces and lines and points of a mathematical solid, there will be different ones subsisting in a separate condition. For incomposite natures are antecedent to those that are composite, and if antecedent to sensibles, there exist bodies which do not fall under the notice of the senses. By the same reasoning, those very surfaces which subsist essentially will likewise be antecedent to those surfaces that are to be found in immovable solids. Wherefore, those surfaces and lines are different from those which at the same time are inherent in separated solids. For the latter indeed are capable of consubsistence with mathematical solids, but the former are antecedent to mathematical solids. Again, therefore, there will be lines belonging to these surfaces prior to which there will needs be different lines and points for the same reason, and of those points contained in the lines that have an antecedent subsistence to those cognizant by sense, there will be other prior points to which there will no longer belong different ones that have this prior subsistence. Wherefore also, such an accumulation as the foregoing would be absurd. For it happens that independent of such as fall under the notice of the senses, there subsist single solids, no doubt. Yet that there are three ranks of surfaces beside those that are cognizant by the senses, and that one of these subsists beside those that are sensible, and that the second resides in mathematical solids, and that the third subsists beside those sensibles that are inherent in these, and that there exists a fourfold classification of lines, and that there are 5 ranks of points. Wherefore, let me ask, respecting which of these will the mathematical sciences be conversant? For undoubtedly they are not conversant respecting the surfaces and lines and points that are resident in an immovable solid. For a science is always conversant about subjects that involve a priority of subsistence. And the same reasoning holds good respecting numbers also. For beside each of the points will there exist other monads, and beside each of the entities that fall under the notice of sense, next in order will subsist those that are objects of perception for the mind. Wherefore, there will exist infinite genera of mathematical numbers. Further, how is it possible that we should decide the questions of controversy which we have taken a review of in the doubts enumerated above? For the objects about which astronomy is conversant will in like manner be different from those that are cognizant by sense, and this will be the case too with those particulars about which geometry is concerned. But let me ask the question how it is possible that heaven and the parts thereof subsist, or any other thing whatsoever that involves motion. And the case stands the same in regard of those objects that pertain unto optics and harmonics, for there will exist both voice and a power of vision in addition to the things that fall beneath the notice of our senses, and to singulars. Wherefore it is evident that there will be in existence both other senses and other objects of the senses. For why, may I ask, should these exist rather than those? If, however, these do exist, there will also be in existence other animals, if the truth be that also there are other senses. Further, are some things described by the mathematicians as universal in addition to these substances. Therefore, will this also constitute a certain other separated substance, intermediate between both ideas and media, and which will be neither number, nor points, nor magnitude, nor duration. But if this is impossible, it is evident that it is impossible that those natures also should be separated from sensibles. Now, the short of the matter is this, that the very contrary takes place both to what is in fact true and habitually supposed to be true, if one will in this way seek to establish the existence of mathematical entities as certain natures possessed of a separated subsistence. For it is necessary, from the fact of the subsistence of these in this manner, that they should be antecedent to magnitudes that are cognizant by the senses, when yet, in reality, they are subsequent to them. For an imperfect magnitude is prior in generation, but subsequent in substance, in the same way as what is inanimate is prior to that which is animated. Further, in what way also at all will these mathematical magnitudes be one? And when will this be the case? For the things, of course, that are here reside in the soul, or a portion of the soul, or in something else that is endowed with reason. And if this be not the case, many things are exposed to dissolution. But now, what is the cause of those things which are divisible, and pertaining to quantity being one, and remaining in conjunction with one another as such? Further, do generations make this evident? For in the first place, no doubt, such make a transition into what pertains unto length, in the next place into what pertains unto breadth, and lastly into what relates to depth, and has reached an end. If, therefore, that which is subsequent in generation may be antecedent in substance, corporeity would be antecedent to a surface and a length, and will be both perfect and an entirety in this way in preference, because it is rendered a thing that is animated. But how, one may ask, would a line or a surface become animated? For such an axiom as this would be above the grasp of our senses. Further, it is true, corporeity constitutes a certain substance, for already doth it in a manner involve that which is perfect. But how are lines said to be substances? For neither are they substances in the same manner as species, and a certain form. For example, if in such a case we should admit that soul were a thing of this sort, nor are they substances in the same way as matter. For instance, take the case of body as a thing of this description, for nothing appears as endued with a capacity of consisting either from lines or surfaces or points. But supposing that it were a certain material substance, this would appear as one that is endued with a capacity of assuming passive states. In definition, then, granting that mathematical natures will be antecedent to sense, yet it does not follow that all things whatsoever that are prior in definition should be prior also in substance. For those things that are prior in substance indeed are whatsoever things which, involving a separate subsistence, are transcendent in their essence. But all those things are prior in definition, of which there are definitions compounded of definitions. These, however, are not inherent at the same time. For if there are not in existence passive conditions, independent of the substances to which they belong, as, for example, a something that has motion imparted to it, or which is white, whiteness will be prior to a white man, and will be prior in accordance with the definition, but not in accordance with the substance, for it does not admit of a separate subsistence, but it always subsists in conjunction with a thing in its entirety. Now, I mean by entirety a man, for instance, who is white. Wherefore, it is evident that neither is that prior which subsists by abstraction, nor is that subsequent which subsists by addition. For by addition is a man styled white, by reason of whiteness. that indeed therefore neither are mathematical entities in a greater degree existences than bodies, and that they are not antecedent in their essence to those objects that fall under the notice of the senses, but are so merely in point of definition, and that it is not possible that they should be made to involve a separate subsistence in any place, has been declared with sufficient clearness. Since, however, neither in sensibles is it possible for these to subsist, it is evident that either in short they have no existence at all, or they subsist after some mode or other, and on this account not simply do they exist, for existence we predicate multifariously. Chapter 3. For, in the same manner also as universals in mathematics are not conversant about things that have been separated, and in this condition of separation subsist independent of magnitudes and numbers, but are concerned about these, but not so far forth as they are things of such a kind as to involve magnitude, or to be divisible, it is evident that there is a possibility of their likewise being in existence both definitions and demonstrations respecting those magnitudes which fall under the notice of our senses, not, however, so far forth as they are things cognizable by sense, but so far forth as they are universals. For in like manner as, also, so far forth as things are in motion merely, there are many formal principles of them, independent of the essence of each of the things of this sort, and of their accidents. And since there is no necessity, on account of these things, either that there should exist anything that is being moved in a condition of actual separation from sensibles, or that there should be in things that are such as these any separated nature at all, so therefore, likewise, in the case of things that are being moved, will there be rational principles and sciences, not, however, so far forth as they are things that are in motion, but so far forth as they are bodies merely, and again, so far forth as they are surfaces merely, and so far forth as they are lengths merely, and so far as they are divisible, and so far as they are indivisible, and things which involve position, and so far forth as they are indivisible merely. Wherefore, since it is absolutely true to affirm not only that things capable of a separate subsistence exist, but also things that are not capable of this separable subsistence, as for instance, that things in motion exist, so, as regards mathematical entities, it is absolutely true to affirm that such mathematical entities exist, and that, at any rate, they are such as they are asserted to be. And, likewise, as it is absolutely true to affirm, in respect of the rest of the sciences, that there are sciences conversant with this particular thing, and not with that which is accidental to it, for instance, that there is one of what is white, if that which is salubrious should be what is white, but so far forth as it is salubrious, yet they are not conversant with that, I say, which is salubrious, but with that to which each science of it belongs, if it is salubrious, that is, in this case with the salubrious, and if so far forth as such is a man, it is conversant with man, so also that this is the case with geometry. It does not, however, follow, even though sensibles happen to belong to those objects about which geometry is conversant, and, though it may not be conversant with them so far forth as they are sensibles, that the mathematical sciences will be concerned with objects that fall under the notice of the senses, and they will not certainly be conversant with these while there are in existence other separate natures. But many things are essentially accidental in things, as far forth as each peculiar quality of such is inherent in each, since both as far as an animal is female, and so far forth as it is male, these are its peculiar affections, although there is not anything that is female, or anything that is male, which involves a subsistence separable from animals. Wherefore also the case is the same, so far forth as there are lengths merely, and so far as there are surfaces. And by so much the more as geometry is employed about those things that are prior in definition, and which are more simple, by so much the more does it involve the consideration of what is accurate. But the accurate is what is simple. Wherefore, geometry speculates into things that are without magnitude, rather than into those that are connected with magnitude, and especially are without motion. But if it contemplates motion, especially will it contemplate that motion which is primary or original, for this is most simple, and of this is that motion which is equable. And there is the same mode of reasoning both in the case of the sciences of harmonics and optics, for neither are the speculations of either carried on as far forth as the power of vision, or as far forth as voice is concerned, but as far forth as lines and numbers are the objects of inquiry, for these, of course, are the appropriate affections of those, and this is the case with mechanical science in like manner. Wherefore, if anyone, admitting the existence of those things which involve a separate subsistence from accidents, makes any inquiry respecting these, so far forth as they are such, he will not for this reason utter any falsehood, just as neither does he do so when he describes anything on the earth, and says that that is the measure of a foot, which is not the measure of a foot, for not in the propositions doth the falsehood lurk. But thus would each particular be investigated in the most excellent manner, if anyone, having effected, as he thought, a separation, should regard as such that which does not in reality possess a separate subsistence, as is done by the arithmetician and geometrician. For one indeed, and indivisible is man, so far forth as he is man, but the arithmetician has established an indivisible one, and next he considers whether there is anything that is an accident in man, so far forth as he is indivisible. The geometrician, on the other hand, carries on speculations relative to man, neither as far forth as he is man, nor as far forth as he is indivisible, but as far forth as he is a solid. For what things, even though he were not indivisible anywhere, would be inherent in him is evident, because even without these, that which is endued with capacity admits of being inherent in this very man. Wherefore, on this account, geometricians with correctness make assertions, and discourse concerning entities, and entities have an existence, for twofold is entity, the one subsisting in actuality, and the other materially. Since, however, that which is good is different from that which is fair, for the one is always in conjunction with the method of doing a thing, but that which is fair also resides in things that are immovable, those who assert that the mathematical sciences make no affirmation about what is fair or good make a false assertion. For they do speak of these, and frame demonstrations of them in the most eminent sense of the word. For if they do not actually employ these names, they do not exhibit even the results and the reasons of these, and therefore they can hardly be said to make any assertion about them. Of what is fair, however, the most important species are order and symmetry, and that which is definite, which the mathematical sciences make manifest in a most eminent degree. And since, at least, these appear to be the causes of many things, now I mean, for example, order, and that which is a definite thing, it is evident that they would assert also the existence of a cause of this description, and its subsistence after the same manner as that which is fair subsists in. We will, however, declare our sentiments in regard of these points in a more intelligible form elsewhere. Chapter 4. Respecting indeed, therefore, mathematical natures, that they are entities, and how far they are entities, and how in one respect they are not antecedent to sense, and how in another they are antecedent, let thus much suffice to have been said on this subject. Concerning ideas, however, we must, in the first instance, examine into the actual opinion in regard of the idea which would not in any degree connect it with the nature of numbers, but in accordance with the hypothesis that has prevailed from the earliest age amongst those who originally were the first to affirm the existence of ideas. The opinion, however, in regard of forms, happened to be adopted by those who make assertions in this way, on account of their being persuaded, respecting the reality of this dogma, by the arguments adduced by Heraclitus, to show that all entities that fall under the notice of the senses are in a state of continual flux. Wherefore, if there are systems of science and of practical wisdom conversant about anything, we affirm that some different natures, in a condition of permanence, must necessarily exist beside those that are cognizant by the senses. For it is plain that a science of those things that are in a state of flux has no existence. Now, seeing that Socrates was engaged in forming systems in regard of the ethical or moral virtues, and was the first to institute an investigation in regard of the universal definition of these, for, to be sure, Democritus, to a small extent, merely busied himself in physical inquiries, and defined after what mode that which is hot, and that which is cold, subsisted. But the Pythagoreans, previously to his time, brought forward definitions in respect of some few things, the formal principles of which these philosophers connected with numbers, as, for example, take the instance, what opportunity constitutes, or justice, or marriage. Socrates, notwithstanding, I say, from time to time investigated into quiddity, or what a thing is, and this too on rational grounds. For his aim was to form syllogisms, and we know that quiddity is a first principle of syllogisms, for dialectical strength not as yet had at that time any existence, so that they were able, even without the possession of quiddity, or the substance of a thing, to institute inquiries into those things that are contraries, even though we should suppose that there would be the same science of contraries. For there are two improvements in science which one might justly ascribe to Socrates. Now I allude to his employment of inductive arguments, and his definition of the universal, for both of these belong to a science that is conversant about a first principle. Socrates, however, did not, it is true, constitute universals as things involving a separable subsistence, nor did he regard the definitions as such. The other philosophers, however, invested them with a separate subsistence, and, in addition, they denominated things of this sort as the ideas of entities. Wherefore it occurred to them, almost for the same reason, that there exist ideas of all things which are predicated universally, and this assumption is just as if one desirous of reckoning a particular sum, when in fact the component parts were fewer in number, should consider it an impossibility to do so, but when he had made them more numerous, should succeed in counting them. For more numerous, so to say, are forms than singulars that fall under the notice of sense. From an investigation into the causes of which did these speculators advance from sensibles to ideas. For a form is a thing that is of the same import with a sensible singular, and it subsists independent of substances. And forms are there in the case of many other things, namely, both in these particular things and in those that are eternal. Further, in the modes in which it is demonstrated that forms exist, according to none of these is it apparent that they really do exist. For from some of them it is not necessary that a syllogism should arise, but from certain others, and in the case of things where they do not suppose that there are forms in existence, of these are there generated forms. For, according to the rational principles that may be adduced from the other sciences, there will subsist forms of all things of whatsoever there are sciences, and according to the notion of the unity that is involved in plurality, will there subsist forms also of negations, and according to the perception of something belonging to what has been corrupted, will there be forms of things subject to corruption, for of these is there a certain impression on the mind. But further, with respect to the most accurate of the arguments that have been brought forward in favour of the ideal theory, certain speculators, no doubt, make ideas to belong to relatives of which they do not affirm that there is an essential genus, whereas others assert the existence of a third man. And, in general, the arguments concerning forms overturn the very things which those persons who maintain the existence of these forms would desire to exist, in preference to the existence of the forms themselves. For it happens that the duad is not first, but that the number is, and prior to this is that which is relative, and that which involves an essential subsistence is prior to, and this will be the case with all those things whatsoever which certain philosophers, in their adherence to these opinions respecting forms, have put forward in opposition to first principles. Further, according indeed to that supposition by which these speculators affirm the existence of ideas, not only will there be forms of substances, but of many other things besides, for there is not only the one concept about substances, but also concerning those things that are not substances, and there will be systems of scientific knowledge, conversant not about substances merely. But there are innumerable other consequences that ensue unto this hypothesis, in accordance, however, with what is necessary, and with the opinions that are prevalent concerning the ideal theory. On the supposition that the forms are participants, it is expedient that there should be ideas of substances merely, for these do not participate according to what is accidental, but it is requisite that they should participate of each thing, so far forth as there doth not exist a predication of it of a subject. Now, I say, for example, if anything participates of the twofold itself, this also participates of what is everlasting, but according to accident, for it is an accident for the twofold to be everlasting. Wherefore, forms will constitute substance, and these here and there are in their signification equivalent to substance. Or, can we say that there is any existence of anything independent of these? Take the case, for instance, of the notion of unity involved in that of plurality. And, surely, if one establish that there is the same form of the ideas as of those things that are participants of them, there will subsist something that is in common to both. For why, may I ask, in the case of corruptible duads, and of duads that are many, I admit, in number yet everlasting, why, I say, in the case of these, is the duad one and the same thing, rather than in the case both of this and a certain particular duad? If, however, there is not the same form of these, the result would be that entities would be homonymous, and the case would be just as if one should call both Callias and a piece of wood a man, though at the same time unable to discern any point of communion between them. If, however, we shall establish that other things, now I mean common reasons, are capable of adaptation to the forms, as for instance a plane figure to the circle itself, as well as the other portions or the definitions of the circle, and if that also to which it belongs will be annexed in addition, if all this be done, we ought to institute an inquiry as to whether or not this may be entirely an ineffectual proceeding. For also, to what, it may be asked, will the addition be made, whether to the centre, or to the surface, or to all the parts? For all things that are involved in substance constitute ideas, for instance animal and biped. Further, it is evident that it is necessary that a thing itself should be something, in the same way as a surface must be some nature or other which will be inherent in all the forms, as is the case with the genus. Chapter 5. But, most especially, might one raise the question as to what at all it is that forms contribute either to the things that are eternal amongst those that fall under the notice of our senses, or to things that are being generated and corrupted, for neither are these a cause to them of any motion, or of any change whatever. But, certainly, neither do these forms render any assistance towards the advancement of the science of other things, for neither are those the substance of these, for in such a case they would be inherent in them, nor do they contribute to the existence of anything at all, inasmuch as they are not at least inherent in those things that are participants, for if they were so, they might perhaps seem to be equivalent with causes, as in the case of what is white, when it has been mixed with what is white. But undoubtedly may this reason be very easily overturned, a tenet to be sure, which Anaxagoras in the first instance, and subsequently to his age, Eudoxus, and certain other speculators from time to time, maintained whilst labouring under doubts. The theory itself, however, I say, is capable of refutation, for it would be easy to collect together many antagonistic arguments, as well as many impossible consequences in reference to such an opinion. But the fact is that neither do other things subsist from the forms according to any of the modes which are accustomed to be put forward by the advocates of the ideal hypothesis. And the assertion that ideas are models or exemplars, and that other things participate in these, is to speak quite at random, and to assert what is tantamount with mere poetic metaphors. For what, allow me to ask, is that which operates, having an eye, so to say, or looking towards the ideas? For anything whatsoever admits of coming into existence, and of being generated, and yet there is no consequent necessity that it should be a thing that is modelled after some form or image, so that even though we should suppose Socrates to exist, and not to exist, there yet would be generated some such thing as Socrates actually is. And in like manner is it evident that this would be the case even though Socrates were eternal. Also will there subsist many paradigms or models of the same thing, so that this will hold good of the forms likewise, as in the instance of man. Animal and biped will subsist as forms in conjunction also with ideal man. Further, not only will the forms constitute the paradigms of sensibles, but also those of themselves, as genus might be regarded a paradigm of species that are generic, wherefore the exemplar and the image will be the same thing. Further, it would appear an impossibility that substance, and that to which the substance belongs, should be separate. Wherefore, how would ideas which are said to constitute the substances of things involve a separable subsistence? In the Phaedo, however, is an assertion made to this effect, I mean, to the effect that forms are the causes both of existence and of generation. Nevertheless, on the supposition of the existence of these forms, entities, notwithstanding, are not being produced, if also there should not subsist something that is likely to be an efficient cause, and to this we may add that different other things are generated, as a house and a ring, of which they do not say that there are forms at all. Wherefore it is evident that those things also, of which these advocates of the ideal theory say that there are ideas, may both exist and be generated on account of such causes as we may consider the things also to be that have been just now mentioned, but not on account of forms. But, certainly, as far as regards the subject of the ideal hypothesis, it is possible, both in the manner now adopted, as well as by means of arguments that are more logical and accurate, to collect together many similar points with those that already have been made subjects of inquiry. Chapter 6. Now, since we have thus far arrived at some settlement of the controversy concerning these upholders of the ideal theory, it is well once more to examine into the consequences in respect of numbers that happen in the systems of those who assert that they are substances that involve a separable subsistence, and the primary causes of entities. It is necessary, however, on the supposition that number constitutes a certain nature, and that there is not any other substance of it, but this very thing, as certain affirm. It is, I say, undoubtedly necessary, in this case, that something belonging to it should be classed as what is primary, whereas that something as consequential to this be in every instance different in form. And this directly resides either in monads, and then every monad whatsoever is incapable of comparison with any monad whatsoever, or all of these are directly in order consequent, and any whatsoever are comparable with any monads whatsoever, as scientific men affirm to be the case with mathematical number. For in mathematical number there is no difference as regards any monad one from another, or shall we say that, as far as the monads are concerned, that some of them are capable of comparison with one another, whereas some are not. Just as if the first duad were to subsist after unity, and next in order the triad, and so therefore another number. But the monads in each number are capable of being compared one with another, as the monads contained in the first duad are with themselves, and those in the first triad with themselves, and so therefore is it in the case of the rest of the numbers. Those monads, however, that are contained in the duad itself are incapable of comparison with those that are contained in the triad itself, and the case is the same with the other consecutive numbers. Wherefore also the mathematician reckons 2 after the 1, along with the one before, another 1, and after the numeration of the 3, in addition to these 2, he subjoins another 1, and the rest in like manner. But this philosopher, I mean Plato, after the 1, reckons 2 others without the first one, and the triad without the duad, and the case stands the same with the other number. Or shall we say that one sort of numbers should subsist as that which has been mentioned first, but another such as the mathematicians put forward, and a third which has been spoken of as last? Further, it is evident that these numbers are either separable from things or are not separable, but are resident in objects that fall under the notice of our senses, yet not in these in such a manner as we have considered at the first, but as subsisting in sensibles through inherent numbers, or at any rate one kind of these must have a subsistence thus, and another not so, or all of them must exist thus. The modes indeed therefore, according to which it is possible that these should exist are necessarily only these. In general, however, those philosophers who affirm unity to be a first principle, and a substance and element of all things, and that number derives its existence from this, and from a certain other one, almost each of them has declared his adherence to some one of these modes, with the exception of that one, where all the monads are assumed as being incapable of comparison one with another. And this has happened consistently with rational principles, for it is not admissible that there should be further another mode of the subsistence of number beside those that have been enumerated. Some therefore assert that both are numbers, and that one of these modes, which involves what is antecedent and what is subsequent, accords with ideas, but that mathematical number is different from ideas and sensibles, and that both ideas and mathematical number possess a separable subsistence from sensibles, whereas others assert that mathematical number only it is that is the original of entities, and that it has been actually separated from sensibles. And the Pythagoreans say that there exists the mathematical unit, but not one which has been separated, but they affirm that sensible substances consist from this. For the entire heaven they construct out of numbers, with the exception of those that are not monadic numbers, but they suppose that the monads involve magnitude. Yet, as to how the first unit consists, possessed of magnitude, they seem to be involved in perplexity. A certain other philosopher, however, affirms that the first number is that one which ranks amongst forms, and others say that mathematical number is this first number. And in like manner also is it the case in regard both of lengths and surfaces, and in regard of solids, for some say that those which are mathematical are different from those that subsist after ideas. But in the case of those who say otherwise, some, it is true, speak of mathematical natures even mathematically, as many I mean as do not constitute the ideas as numbers, or say that the ideas exist, but others speak of the mathematical number, yet not mathematically, however, for what they maintain is this, that neither is every magnitude divided into magnitudes, nor that any monads whatsoever can compose a duad. All speculators, however, with the exception of such of the Pythagoreans as assert that unity constitutes, as it may be said, an element and first principle of entities, seek to establish the dogma that numbers partake of the nature of monads. Yet those undoubtedly speak of monads as involving magnitude, as has been stated previously. In what number of ways it is admissible, therefore, that statements should have been made respecting numbers, and that all such methods have been enumerated, is evident from these foregoing assertions. All these assertions, however, are, to be sure, impossible, but perhaps one more than another. Chapter 7. In the first place, then, we must examine whether monads are capable of mutual comparison, or are incapable of such comparison, and on the supposition of their being incapable of comparison, whether they are to be viewed in the manner that we have divided. For indeed it is possible that any monad whatsoever should not admit of being compared with any whatsoever. And it is possible that those monads that are resident in the actual duad should not be capable of a comparison with those that are in the actual triad, and so therefore that those be incapable of comparison with one another which are contained in each primary number. If therefore all the monads are capable of comparison, and devoid of any mutual difference, mathematical number, and one number alone, come into being, and it is not admissible that ideas should constitute number. For what sort of a number will an ideal man be, or an ideal animal, or any other species whatsoever? For there is one idea of each, as one idea of man himself, and of animal itself there is another one. Numbers, however, that are similar, and devoid of difference, are infinite. Wherefore, in no respect will this triad constitute ideal man more than any other one whatever. On the supposition, however, that the ideas are not numbers, neither is it possible that these exist at all. For from what first principles, may I ask, will the ideas be derived? For number is derivable from unity, and the duad, which is indefinite, and these are said to be the first principles, and the elements of number, and it is not admissible to arrange them in classes, either as prior or subsequent to numbers. If, however, monads are incapable of comparison, and incapable of comparison after this mode, so that everything whatever is different from everything whatever, neither is it admissible that this can constitute mathematical number, for, in fact, mathematical number is derived from monads which are devoid of difference, and things that are demonstrated thereby are found to harmonize with monads of this description. Nor yet can this number belong to forms, for the first duad will not be derived from unity and the indefinite duad. In the next place, the consecutive numbers, as it is affirmed, are duad, triad, tetrad, for at the same time are the monads produced, which are contained in the first duad, whether after the same manner as the philosopher was for maintaining who first made the assertion of their subsistence from unequal monads, for from things reduced to a state of equality they have been actually produced, or whether they have a subsistence in another way. In the next place, on the supposition that there will be one monad that is prior to another, it will also be prior to the duad that is derived from these. For in case of the subsistence of anything, there is something prior, and something subsequent. Likewise will that which subsists from these be a thing that is antecedent to the one, but subsequent to the other. Further, whereas this actual unity is first, then doth there belong a certain first unit to the others, and a second after that, and again a third. There will be a second, of course, after the second, and a third after the first one. Wherefore the monads would be antecedent to the numbers of which they are composed, as, to give an instance, in the duad there will reside a third monad antecedent to the existence of the number 3, and in the triad a fourth, and in the tetrad a fifth, before the existence of these numbers. No one indeed, therefore, of these aforesaid philosophers hath asserted that the monads are incapable of comparison after this mode. But, in accordance, to be sure, with the principles of those speculators, it is reasonable that the case should be even so, though, according to reality, such is impossible. For also, that monads should be prior and subsequent is reasonable enough, provided there may be in existence both a certain first monad and first unit, and that in like manner also, this should be the case in regard of duads, on the supposition that there is a first duad likewise. For, after that which is first, it is rational and necessary that there should be a something that is second, and if a something that is second, a third, and so therefore, of the rest in order. At the same time, however, to assert the existence of both, even the existence of a first monad, and of a second after unity, and of a first duad, this is impossible. But they introduce a monad, I admit, and a first one, but no longer do they bring forward a second and a third, and they introduce a first duad, but no longer do they bring forward a second and a third. But it is evident also that such is not admissible on the supposition that all the monads are incapable of comparison. I mean, that an actual duad and a triad, and so the other numbers, should have a subsistence. For whether the monads be devoid of difference, and whether they are severally different one from another, it is necessary that number be reckoned according to addition, as for instance the duad by the addition of one to another one, and the triad by the addition of another one to the two, and the tetrad in like manner. Inasmuch as these things, however, are so, it is impossible that there should be a generation of numbers after this mode, that is, in the same manner as certain speculators generate them from the duad and from unity. For the duad becomes a portion of the triad, and the triad of the tetrad, and in the same manner does it happen in the case of those numbers also that follow next in order. But from the first duad, and from the duad that is indefinite, is formed the tetrad, being two duads in addition to the actual duad. But on the supposition that the actual duad is not a portion, there will exist still another single duad, and the duad will be derived from unity itself, and another one. And if this be the case, it is not possible that also an indefinite duad should constitute the other element, for it produces one monad, but not a definite duad. Further, beside the actual triad and the actual duad, how, may I ask, will there exist other triads and duads, and in what manner are they compounded of prior and subsequent monads? For all these assumptions are even fictitious, and it is impossible that there be a first duad, then an actual triad, and it would be necessary that this should be the case on the supposition that unity and the indefinite duad will constitute elements of numbers. If, however, consequences that are impossibilities ensue, it is likewise impossible that these should be first principles. If indeed, therefore, the monads are different, any one whatsoever from any one whatsoever, these and such other results necessarily ensue. But if the monads that are resident in another number are different, and others that are inherent in the same number are alone devoid of any such mutual difference, even in this case, not a whit the less do consequences ensue that are attended with difficulty. As, for instance, in the decade itself are involved 10 monads, and the decade is composed both of these and of 2 pentads. Since, however, the decade itself is not an ordinary number, and since it is not compounded of ordinary pentads, as neither of ordinary monads, it is necessary that the monads should involve a mutual difference, I mean those that are contained in this decade. For if they do not involve this difference, neither will the pentads be different of which the decade is composed. Yet, since they do involve this difference, the monads likewise will differ. And on the supposition that they differ, whether does it follow that there will not be inherent different other pentads, but merely those 2, or that there will be inherent such? And if we do not suppose this to be the case, namely, that they will be inherent, it is absurd. Or, if they will be inherent, what sort will be the decade that is composed of those? For there is not another decade resident in the decade beside itself. But assuredly also it is necessary that the tetrad, at any rate, be not compounded of the ordinary or casual duads. For the indefinite duad, as they say, receiving the definite duad, has produced two duads, for it causes the duad it has received to become two. Further, the existence beside the two monads of the duad as a certain nature, and of the triad beside the three monads, how, may I ask, is such admissible? For one will either partake of the other, as a white man beside white and man, for he partakes of these, or will do so when the one amounts to a certain difference of the other, as man beside animal and biped. Further, some things are one in contact, and others by mixture, and others by position, not one of which is it admissible should be inherent in the monads from which the duad and the triad are compounded. But, just as two men are not one certain thing beside both, so it is necessary also that the case should stand with the monads. And they will not be said to differ, because they are indivisible, for on this account also are points indivisible, but nevertheless the duad of them will not be anything different from the two. But undoubtedly neither should this escape our notice, that it happens that there will exist prior and subsequent duads, and in like manner doth the case stand with the rest of the numbers, for indeed, even allowing the duads to rank in the tetrad one along with another, yet these are antecedent to those in the octade, and they themselves have produced, as the duad has these, the tetrads that are contained in the octade itself, so that if, also, the first duad be an idea, these likewise will constitute certain ideas. And there is the same reasoning applicable to the case of the monads also, for the monads in the first duad produced the four monads that are in the tetrad, wherefore all the monads become ideas, and an idea will be compounded of ideas. Wherefore it is evident that those things of which the ideas themselves happen to be compounded will be composite natures, just as if one were to say that animals are compounded of animals. If there are ideas of these, ideas will be compounded of animals. And in general, to make monads to involve a mutual difference of any kind whatsoever would be an absurd and fictitious supposition. Now, I mean by fictitious a thing that is forcibly contrived so as to suit a particular hypothesis. For neither according to quantity, nor according to quality, do we see a monad differing from a monad, and it is requisite that every number should be either equal or unequal, but particularly that which is monadic. Wherefore, if it be neither greater nor less, it will be equal. But things that are equal, and in short, devoid of mutual difference, we consider to be the same in numbers. And if this be not admitted, neither will there be in this decade duads that are without a difference, seeing that they are equal. For what cause will one be able to bring forward who makes the assertion that they are devoid of this mutual difference? Moreover, if every monad and another monad make two, a monad which is taken from the duad itself, and the duad which is taken from the triad itself, will be derived from monads that are different, and the question may be put as to whether this duad will be antecedent to the triad, or subsequent to it. But there appears to exist a greater necessity for its being antecedent, for the one subsists along with a triad, and the other along with a duad of monads. And we indeed in general are inclined to adopt the supposition that one and one are two, even whether they may be equal or unequal, as for instance, what is good and what is evil, and man and horse. They who make assertions in this way do not make these assertions of the monads, however. But if the number belonging to the triad itself be not a greater number than that belonging to the duad, it is astonishing, or, on the supposition of its being greater, it is evident that there is an equal number also in the duad. Wherefore, this will be without a difference from the duad itself. This, however, does not admit of taking place if there is a certain first number and a second number, neither will the ideas be numbers. For this very assertion do they correctly make who think that the monads should involve mutual differences, since they will constitute ideas, as has been previously stated, for the subject of both will be one form. But if the monads do not involve this difference, both the duads and the triads will be indifferent likewise. Wherefore, to the authors of this assertion, it is necessary to say that in counting 1, 2, in this way, we must not, beside what is previously existing, make any additional assumption of anything, for neither will there subsist generation from the indefinite duad, nor is it possible that an idea can exist, for there will be one idea inherent in another, and all forms will be parts of one. Wherefore, consistently, I admit, with their hypothesis, do they make their assertions, yet upon the whole, they do not make their assertions even consistently with their hypothesis. For they overturn many things, since they are likely to say that this itself at least involves a certain doubt, namely, whether, when we count and say 1, 2, 3, we additionally assume anything in counting, or whether we carry on our reckoning according to parts. We do so, however, in both cases. Wherefore, it would be ridiculous to reduce this into so great a difference of substance. Chapter 8. In the first place, however, above all, it is well that we should come to some final distinctions as to what the difference is between a number and a monad, if there is any difference at all. Now, it is necessary that this difference exist either according to quantity or according to quality, yet neither of these appears to be admissible. But, so far forth as number is concerned, the difference subsists according to quantity. And, therefore, if monads likewise differ in quantity, one number also would differ from another number, though it may be equal in the multitude of the monads. Further, may we ask whether the first monads are greater or less, and whether they may subsequently increase, or the contrary. For all these statements are irrational, but undoubtedly neither is it admissible that they should differ according to quality, for it is not possible that there should reside subsequently in them any passive condition, for also they say that there inheres in numbers quality subsequently to quantity. Further, neither would it happen unto them that this should be derived from unity, nor from the duad, for the one is not quality, whereas the other partakes of the nature of a constituent of quantity. For of the existence of many entities is the actual nature of them a cause. But if then this subsists after a certain manner differently, we must declare that this is the case likewise in the most eminent degree with a first principle, and we must come to some final distinction respecting the difference of the monad, namely that it is especially a necessary one, and why there exists a necessity that this should be the case. If monads, however, do not differ in quantity, nor yet in quality, what difference can speculators assume as existing in them? That indeed, therefore, on the supposition that ideas are numbers, it is admissible that all the monads neither should be capable of comparison, nor should be incapable of comparison, one with another, in either of these ways. This point is evident. But, assuredly, after the manner in which certain other philosophers make statements respecting numbers, neither are such assertions made correctly, and these are such as do not consider that there are ideas in existence, neither simply considered, nor as being certain numbers, but lay down the existence of mathematical entities, and contend that numbers are most original amongst entities, and that actual unity constitutes a first principle of them. For it would be absurd to go on the supposition that unity should be something primary amongst the units, as those persons assert it is, but that a duad should not be something primary amongst duads, nor the triad amongst triads, for all such points rest on the same reasoning. If indeed, therefore, the assertions in regard of number may be viewed after this manner, and if one will seek to establish that mathematical number exists solely, unity in such a case does not constitute a first principle of numbers, for it is requisite that unity, such as this is, should differ from the rest of the monads, and if this be admitted, there will necessarily exist a certain first duad that is different from the other duads, and in like manner also will it be so with the rest of the numbers, I mean, such as are consecutive. If, however, unity constitute a first principle, there subsists the greater necessity that the case should stand just as Plato used to say the points regarding number were disposed, and that there should exist a certain first duad and triad, and that numbers should be not capable of comparison with one another. But, on the other hand, if anyone again should maintain these assertions, it has been declared that many impossibilities ensue. But certainly it is at any rate necessary that the case be either in that way or this way. Wherefore, on the supposition that it be in neither way, it would not be admissible that number should involve a separate subsistence. It is evident, however, from these statements that the third mode is expressed even in the worst manner, I mean, that one which makes out that the number which belongs to forms, as well as mathematical number, are the same. For it is necessary that two errors, at the same time, should concur with one opinion. For neither is it possible that mathematical number should subsist in this manner, but as regards a person indulging in peculiar hypotheses, it is necessary that he should be prolix, and that he should enumerate the consequences also, whatsoever they are, which ensue unto those who denominate numbers as forms. This is requisite likewise. But the plan of the Pythagoreans partly, no doubt, involves fewer difficulties than the statements that have been previously made, but partly it involves certain different difficulties peculiar to itself. For the constituting number as that which possesses a subsistence, not separable from sensibles, removes many of the impossibilities. But the assertion that bodies are compounded out of numbers, and that this number is mathematical, is impossible. For neither is it correct to say that it constitutes individual magnitudes, and in the next place, because in the most eminent degree they are disposed after this mode, the monads at any rate do not involve magnitude. And how is it possible that magnitudes should be composed of things indivisible? But assuredly, mathematical number at least in its nature is monadic, yet those persons say that entities constitute number. At any rate, their speculations do they try and harmonize with bodies, as if numbers were derived from those. If, therefore, it is requisite, on the supposition of number being something essentially belonging to entities, that some one of those modes that have been mentioned should exist, but it is not admissible that any one of these should exist, it is evident, then, that there doth not subsist any such nature of numbers as those furnish who constitute number as that which possesses a separate subsistence. Further, might the question be asked, whether does each monad consist from the great and the small equalized, or whether is the one monad from the little, and another from the great? If indeed, therefore, the case stands thus, neither will each number consist from all the elements, nor will the monads be devoid of mutual difference. For in this monad will be inherent the great, and in that the small, being what is in its own nature contrary. Further, how are those resident in the triad itself? For one of them is uneven, but perhaps on this account they make actual unity in what is uneven a mean. But if each of the monads arises from both the elements equalized, how will the duad constitute one certain nature compounded from the great and small? Or what difference will there be in this from the monad? Further, the monad is antecedent to the duad, for when it is taken away, the duad is taken away. Therefore, it is necessary that this be an idea of an idea, being at any rate antecedent to an idea, and that it has been produced prior to such. Of what, then, will it be? For the indefinite duad would be formative of duality. Further, it is necessary that, certainly, number be infinite or finite, For speculators make number to be that which involves a separate subsistence, so that it is not possible that the other of these should not subsist. That therefore it is not possible that it should be infinite is evident, for neither is infinite number odd, nor is it even, but the generation of numbers is invariably either of an odd number or of an even. When unity in one instance falls upon an even number, an odd number is produced, and when the duad in another case falls upon the even, that which is from unity is rendered twofold, and when it falls in a third way upon the odd numbers, another even number is produced. Further, if every idea belongs to some particular thing, but numbers are ideas, infinite number also will be the idea of something, either of sensibles or of something else, although neither does this admit of taking place according to position, nor according to reason, but philosophers arrange the ideas after this manner. On the supposition, however, that number is finite, how far in point of quantity does it extend? For it is requisite that this should be declared, not only that the fact is so, but also why it is so. Undoubtedly, however, if number extends up to the decade, as certain say, in the first place, of course, will forms fail quickly, as for instance, if the triad constitute ideal man, what number will ideal horse be? For every ideal number reaches up to the decade. Therefore, it is necessary that certain numbers exist of those residing in these, for these are substances and ideas. Notwithstanding, however, they will fail, for the species of animal already will be superabundant. At the same time, it is, however, evident that if the triad in this way be ideal man, the rest of the triads likewise will be so, for similar are those that are inherent in the same numbers, wherefore will there exist infinite men. If indeed every triad constitutes an idea, each man will be an ideal man, but if not, yet at any rate men will be so. And if the smaller belong as a portion to the greater, namely, that which is of the monads that are capable of comparison, as a portion of those that are in the same number, and if the tetrad itself be an idea of anything, as of a horse, or of what is white, man will be a part of horse, if man constitutes a duad. But absurd also is the supposition of there being an idea of the decade, but not of the endecade, nor of the numbers consecutive to this. Further, however, there both exist and are generated certain things of which there are not forms. Wherefore, the question comes to this, on what account are there not forms of those also? In such a case, the forms do not constitute causes. Moreover, it would be absurd to imagine that number, as far as the decade, should be a certain entity in a greater degree, and a form of the decade itself, although there is no generation of this, as of an unit, but of that there is. Philosophers attempt, however, to alter their opinions, as if the supposition were true that number up to the decade were a perfect one. They generate at any rate the things thereon following, as, take the case of vacuity, proportion, the odd and other things of this kind, within the decade, for some things they ascribe to first principles, for example, motion, rest, good, evil, but other things to numbers. Wherefore, unity amounts to what is odd, for if it is resident in the triad, how will the pentad constitute what is odd? Further, how far do magnitudes, and as many such bodies as there are, partake of quantity? For instance, the first indivisible line, next a duad, and next those numbers up to a decade. Further, on the supposition that number involves a separate subsistence, one might feel a doubt as to whether unity were antecedent, or the triad and the duad. As far forth, therefore, as number is compounded, unity is antecedent. But as far forth as what is universal and is form are prior, number involves an antecedent subsistence. For each of the monads constitutes a portion of number as matter, but the other as form. and no doubt in one way is the right prior to the acute angle, because it has been limited by its definition, and in another way is the acute prior to the right, because it is a part of it, and the right angle is divided into the acute. Undoubtedly indeed, as matter, the acute angle, and the element and the monad are prior, and again, as in reference to form and substance, such as subsists according to definition, is the right angle prior, and so with the entire, which is compounded of matter and form, for both are more proximate to form, and to that which definition belongs unto, but in generation are they subsequent. How then, may I ask, is unity a first principle? Because it is not, they say, divisible, but is indivisible, both that which is universal, and that which is particular, and that which is an element. But in another manner is unity partly that which subsists according to definition, and partly that according to duration. In what way, then, does unity constitute a first principle? For, as has been declared, both the right angle seems to be antecedent to the acute, and the acute to the right, and each is one. Therefore, in both ways do speculators constitute unity as a first principle. But, further, is this impossible? For the one subsists as form and substance, and the other as a part and as matter. For, in a manner, each one in reality subsists in capacity, if, at least, number is one certain thing, and not as an aggregate heap. But different number subsists from different monads, as they say, and each monad does not subsist in actuality. A cause, however, of the error which ensues is this, that they are accustomed at the same time to pursue their investigations from the mathematical sciences, and from universal definitions. Wherefore, from those no doubt, as a point, have they established unity, and the first principle, for the monad is a point without position. As therefore, certain others also have compounded entities out of what is least, so do these persons likewise. Wherefore, the monad becomes the matter of numbers, and at the same time is prior to the duad, and again is it subsequent to the duad, existing as a certain whole, and as an unit, and as species. On account, however, of their being engaged in investigating that which has been predicated universally as an unit, they in this way also have spoken of it as a part. But it is impossible that these should reside in the same subject at the same time. But, on the supposition of its being necessary that unity itself should subsist merely without position, for in no respect is there a difference, save that it constitutes a first principle, and that the duad is divisible, whereas that the monad is not so. If this be the case, the monad would be more similar to unity itself. But if the monad alone be without position, unity will be more similar to the monad than to the duad, so that in either case each monad would be prior to the duad. These speculators do not say so, however, at least they generate the duad first. Further, on the supposition that the duad itself is a certain unit, and the triad itself both constitute a duad, from what then, may I ask, does the duad itself consist? Chapter 9. But one might also feel perplexed, since contact, likewise, has not an existence in numbers, but that which is consecutive has, in regard of whatsoever monads there is not to be found a medium, as those that are in the duad or the triad, whether what is consecutive is to be found in unity itself or not, and whether the duad be antecedent to those things that are consecutive, or anything whatsoever to the monads. And in like manner also, concerning the subsequent genera of number, do these difficulties ensue, both in the case of a line, and surface, and body. For some inquirers make lengths from the species of the great and the small, for instance the lengths, as it were, from the long as well as from the short, but surfaces from wide and narrow, and bulks from what is profound and low. And these are species of the great and the small. In respect, however, of the principle that subsists according to unity, have different persons in different ways sought to establish their opinions upon points of this description, and in these also appear innumerable statements that are both impossible and fictitious, and which are contrary to all suppositions that are rational. For also it happens that they are severed in their connection one with another, unless likewise the first principles are concomitant, so that there should exist what is broad and narrow, and long and short, and if this be admitted, the surface will constitute a line, and that which is solid a surface. Further, however, angles and figures and such like, how will they be assigned? And the same consequence ensues unto the points respecting numbers, for these are passive states belonging to magnitude, but magnitude is not a passive condition belonging unto these, as neither is length of straightness, and what is curved, nor solids of what is smooth and rough. Common, however, to all these assumptions is that which is allowable as a subject of perplexity in the case of species viewed in reference to genus, when one may admit the subsistence of universals, namely, whether animal itself may reside in animal, or there be something therein that is different from animal itself. For, on the supposition that this is not separable, it will not create any doubt, but on the supposition of its being separable, as the persons who make these statements affirm, it would not be easy to decide the question of doubt respecting unity and respecting numbers. And if such be not easy, it is necessary to say what is impossible. For when any one understands unity as involved in the notion of the duad, and in general in that of number, the question arises, whether does he perceive a certain actual thing, or something else. Some therefore generate magnitudes from matter of this description, but others from a point. But a point seems to them not to be an unit, but to involve some similar quality with unity, and to belong to a different matter, such as multitude belongs to, but which does not belong to multitude, respecting which not a whit the less it happens that one feels the same doubts. For if in fact the matter is one, the same thing will be a line, and a surface, and a solid, for from the same things will be derived that which is one and the same thing. But if the matters are many in number, and there will exist one matter of a line, and another of a surface, and another of a solid, assuredly they will follow one another, or they will not, so that the same consequences will ensue likewise in this view of the case, for either the surface will not involve a line, or it will constitute a line. Further, how it is admissible that number should subsist from unity and plurality, there is no attempt made to show. Yet, howsoever therefore they happen to frame their statements, they encounter the same difficulties as those who make number to consist from unity, and from the duad, which is indefinite. For one indeed generates number out of that which is predicated universally, and not out of a certain multitude, but the other from a certain multitude. Yet from that which is primary, for they say that the duad is a certain primary multitude. Wherefore there is no difference, so to speak, discoverable in all this, but the same doubts will follow, whether we assume it to be mixture, or position, or temperament, or generation, and whatever things of this kind there are. But one might especially inquire, supposing that each monad is one, from what does it subsist? For, undoubtedly, each will not constitute unity itself at least, but it is necessary that it be derived from unity itself, and from plurality, or from a portion of plurality. The assertion, therefore, that the monad constitutes a certain multitude is impossible, since at least it is indivisible. But the assertion that a monad is from a portion of multitude involves many other difficulties, for it is necessary also that each of the portions be indivisible, or that it constitute multitude, and that the monad should be divisible, and that unity and the multitude should not be an element, for each monad is not from multitude and an unit. Further, the person who puts forward this assertion does nothing else than make another number, for multitude is a number of indivisible things. Moreover also, it is worthy of inquiry, in respect of those who make assertions in this way, whether number may be infinite or finite. For, as it appears, the multitude was also finite, out of which, and unity, finite monads were produced, and multitude itself is different from infinite multitude. What sort of multitude then, and what sort of an element is unity? And in like manner might one inquire also respecting a point and the element, from which they make magnitudes, for there is not merely at least one actual point. Therefore, at any rate, one might ask the question, from what each of the rest of the points will ensue. For undoubtedly, it is not from a certain interval at least, and an actual point. But assuredly, neither is it admissible that indivisible portions constitute the portions of an interval, as they do of the multitude from which the monads consist. For number is composed of things that are indivisible, but this is not the case with magnitudes. Now, all these statements, as well as others of this kind, render it evident that it is an impossibility for number and for magnitudes to possess a separable subsistence. Moreover, the discordancy of the original framers of this theory respecting numbers is an indication that these things, not being true, are fraught with sources of confusion unto them. For some of this school constituting mathematical natures, merely in addition to those that are cognizant by the senses, when they came to perceive the difficulty and fiction attendant upon forms, have withdrawn their assent from the ideal or formal number, and have introduced mathematical number in its stead. But others, wishing to make forms to exist at the same time with the numbers, but not discerning in what manner, on the supposition of one's admitting these as first principles, mathematical number will subsist independent of that which is ideal, have constituted ideal and mathematical number as the same in definition, since in point of fact at least, mathematical number has been done away with in this hypothesis, for they introduce peculiar theories of their own, and such as are not consistent with mathematical science. The philosopher, however, who first sought to establish the existence of both forms and numbers in obedience to the dictates of reason, assigns a separate subsistence to forms and mathematical entities. Wherefore it happens that all of this sect express themselves correctly in a certain respect, no doubt, yet not entirely with correctness, and themselves likewise acknowledge so much, as being persons who do not make the same statements at all times, but such as are contrary with one another. And a cause of this is the following, that their suppositions and first principles are false. But it would be difficult from things that are not properly disposed in regard of truth and falsehood to frame an hypothesis with correctness according to Epicharmus. For in this case, as soon as the assertion is made, immediately also is apparent that which is not properly disposed in the before-mentioned respect. Regarding numbers, however, let thus much suffice of the questions that have been started, and of the definitions and distinctions that have been framed. For a person who has been brought to a state of acquiescence in a theory would still the more be induced to yield assent from the force of more numerous arguments. But nothing further will prevail towards inducing persuasion in the case of one who has not been prevailed upon to yield his assent already. With respect, however, to first principles, and first causes and elements, whatever assertions those persons put forward, who are engaged in framing their distinctions in regard of a substance merely cognizant by the senses, some of these indeed have been declared in our treatise on physics, but the remainder of them are omitted, seeing that they do not belong unto the plan of inquiry proposed to be pursued in our present work. But whatever assertions are made by those who affirm that there exist different substances independent of those that fall under the notice of our senses, this is a subject for investigation consecutive to those statements that have been already made upon this point. Since, therefore, certain persons affirm that there are such like ideas and numbers, and that the elements of these are elements and first principles of entities, with respect to these we must inquire what it is they say, and how they say it. Those philosophers, then, who are for constituting as such existences numbers only, and such as are mathematical numbers, are to form subjects for examination afterwards. Of those, however, who affirm the existence of the ideas, one should at the same time be able to perceive both the manner of their existence and the matter of doubt that is prevalent regarding them, for also do they constitute ideas as existing simultaneously with universal substances, and again they view them as involving a separate subsistence even from singulars. But that these statements are not possible has been previously made a matter of doubt. A cause, however, of their connecting these substances into one and the same species, I mean, with those persons who call ideas universals, is because they are not accustomed to constitute them as the same substances with sensibles. Some singulars, indeed, therefore, that are involved in objects that fall under the notice of our senses, they consider to be in a state of flux, and not one of them to remain in a condition of permanence, but that the universal subsists both beside these, and is something that is different from them. But, as we have declared in the foregoing statements, Socrates communicated an impulse, it is true, to this inquiry by reason of definitions, yet he did not really abstract them, at least from singulars, and, in thus not assigning them a separate subsistence, he formed his conceptions correctly. And one could make this assertion evident from the actual occurrence of facts, for without universals, of course, it is not possible to attain unto scientific knowledge, but the abstraction of them from singulars is a cause of the difficulties that ensue in regard of ideas. But some, as if it were necessary that if there are certain substances beside those that are cognizant by sense, and are in a state of flux, they should involve a separate subsistence, some, I say, were not in possession of other natures, but brought forward those that are denominated universals, so that it happens that both universals and singulars are nearly the same natures. This, to be sure, then, would itself amount to a certain essential difficulty in those statements that have been put forward above. Chapter 10. What it is, however, that is attended with doubt, both unto those who affirm the existence of ideas, and those who deny their existence, has likewise been observed previously in the doubts enumerated at the beginning of this treatise. Let us, however, at present make a repetition of the statements made there. For if indeed one will not admit that substances involve a separate subsistence, and that the singulars of entities subsist in that manner as they are declared to do, such a view of things will overturn substance, as we are disposed to allow. Yet, should one assume that there are substances possessing a separate subsistence, how will he establish the elements and the first principles of them? For, supposing them to subsist as a singular, and not as an universal, entities of this kind will be as numerous as elements, and the elements will not be things capable of being made objects of scientific knowledge. For, let the syllables in a word be granted to be as substances, and let the elements of them be the elements of substances. In such a case as this, it is therefore necessary that B, A, be one, and that each of the syllables should be one, if not in fact universally, and the same in species, yet each must be one in number, and this certain particular thing, and not equivocal, and further, they regard each one as the very thing itself. If syllables, however, be thus, so also will those things be of which syllables are composed. There will not accordingly be more than one letter A, nor will any of the rest of the elements be more than one, according to the very same mode of reasoning, in accordance with which neither is there any of the other syllables that is the same, but there is one in one word, and another in another. But certainly, if this be the case, there will not exist any different entities beside the elements, but entities will constitute elements merely. And further, neither will the elements be objects of scientific knowledge, for they are not universals, but scientific knowledge is conversant about universals as objects of investigation. Now, this is evident both from demonstrations and definitions. For a syllogism is not completed because this particular triangle has angles equal to 2 right angles, unless every triangle has angles equal to 2 right angles, nor because this man is an animal, unless every man is an animal. But, undoubtedly, if first principles are universal, or, also, if substances that are compounds of these are universal, non-substance in such a case will be a thing that is antecedent to substance, for what is universal does not constitute substance, whereas the element and the first principle are universal. The element, however, and the first principle are things that are antecedent to those to which a first principle and an element belong, and therefore do all these consequences ensue reasonably when both certain philosophers constitute ideas as out of elements, and when, beside ideas and substances involving the same form, they may be of opinion that there is some one thing that has actually a separate subsistence. If, however, there is no hindrance, but that, as in the case of the elements of speech, there should be a multitude of the letters A and the letters B, and that A itself and B itself should be nothing beside the multitude of these, on this account at least there will be infinite similar syllables. But the fact that all scientific knowledge is conversant about what is universal, so that it is necessary that both the first principles of entities should be universal, and not separable substances, this fact, I say, most especially, is attended with doubtfulness above any of the assertions already made. The assertion that is made is, notwithstanding, in a manner true, and in a manner it is not true, for scientific knowledge, as also the act of scientific cognition, is twofold, of which one subsists in capacity, but the other in energy. Capacity, then, I mean, that which subsists as the matter of that which is universal, and is indefinite, belongs to what is universal and indefinite. The energy, however, being definite, is likewise this certain particular thing belonging to this certain definite particular thing. But according to accident it is that the power of vision beholds universal colour, because this particular colour which it beholds is a colour, and what the grammarian speculates into as this particular letter A is a letter A, since if it be necessary that the first principle should be universal, it is also necessary that those things which subsist from these should be universal, as is shown in the instance of demonstrations. And if this be the case, there will be nothing that involves a separate subsistence, nor will there be in existence actual substance. It is evident, however, that in a manner scientific knowledge is conversant about what is universal as an object of its investigations, but that in a manner this is not the case. Book 13 of Metaphysics by Aristotle, Chapter 1. Respecting indeed, then, this substance, let thus much suffice to have been spoken, but that all constitute first principles as contraries, as we have observed in our physics, this is also the case in like manner respecting immovable substances. If it is not admissible, however, that there should be anything prior to the first principle of all things, it would be impossible that the principle being anything else should be the first principle of all things, as if one should say that a thing that is white was a first principle, not so far forth as it is something else, but so far forth as it is white, and that this, notwithstanding, belonging to its subject is white, and is something different at the same time, for that will be antecedent. But certainly all things are generated from contraries, as from a certain subject. It is requisite then that especially this should take place in contraries. Always therefore will all contraries belong to a subject, and none of them will be separable. But as also it appears, nothing is contrary to substance, and reason certifies to the truth of this statement. Not one, therefore, of contraries is strictly a first principle of all things, but a principle that is different from these. Some, however, make one of the contraries as matter, certain of them on the one hand constituting the unequal as contrary to unity, that is, to equality, as if this were the nature of multitude. But some, on the other hand, making multitude or plurality contrary to unity. For numbers are generated by some, no doubt, from the unequal duad, I mean the great and small, yet a certain philosopher generates them from plurality. By both, however, this is done from the substance of unity. For the person who says that the unequal and the one constitute elements, but that the unequal, as a compound from great and small, constitutes the duad, speaks of inequality and greatness and smallness as if they were one, and he does not clearly determine that they are so in definition, but not in number. Yet, certainly, even the first principles, which they call elements, they have not correctly furnished an explanation of. Some speculators amongst them, introducing, along with unity, the great and the small, affirm that these three are elements of numbers, the two first as matter, but unity as form. Yet, according to others, the much and the few are elements, because the great and the small are naturally more peculiar properties of magnitude. But, according to the systems of others, elements are things that are more universal in the case of these, I mean the exceeding and the exceeded. There is not, after all, any difference, however, between them, so to say in regard of certain consequences that ensue, unless in respect of logical difficulties merely, which they try to guard against by themselves, introducing logical demonstrations. Nevertheless, it rests on the same mode of reasoning, at any rate, namely, the assertion of the exceeding and the exceeded being first principles, but not the great and the small, and that from the elements number is prior to the duad, for both are more universal. But now do they make an assertion of the one, but do not make an assertion of the other. Others, however, have opposed diversity and difference to unity, but some introduce as principles plurality and unity. But if entities, as they are disposed that they should be, are generated from contraries, but to unity either nothing is contrary, or if then there is likely to be anything, it is plurality, and if the unequal is contrary to the equal, and the diverse to the same, and the different to the same, if all this be the case, most especially are those persons who oppose unity to plurality in possession of a certain opinion that may be urged in their defense. Nor, however, have even these speculators adequately proved their hypothesis, for unity will constitute what is fewness, for plurality is opposed to paucity, but the much to the few. Now, as regards unity, that it signifies a measure is evident, and in everything is there something different that may be classed as a subject, as in harmony the diesis, and in magnitude a finger or foot, or something else of this description, but in rhythm the basis or syllable. And in like manner also, in weight, there is a certain definite standard of measure, and according to the same manner also it is with all things. In qualities there is found a certain definite quality, but in quantities a certain definite quantity, and that which is indivisible constitutes the measure, for one sort of measure subsists according to the form, and another according to sense, so that there does not exist any substance that is essentially one. And this assumption rests on what is in accordance with reason. For unity signifies that it constitutes a measure of a certain plurality, or multitude, and number that it is plurality measured, and a multitude of measures. Wherefore also it may be concluded reasonably enough that unity is not number, for neither is the measure a standard of measure, but a first principle, and the measure and unity. It is necessary, however, always, that measure should subsist as something that is the same in all things, as, for instance, if a horse is the measure, that such should be horses, and if a man, men. But if man, and horse, and a god are measures, they will perhaps be animal, and the number of them will be animals. But if man, and white, and walking be such, by no means of these will there be number, from the fact of all subsisting in one and the same subject according to number. Yet, nevertheless, there will exist a number of the genera of these, or of some other such category. But those who make the unequal as a certain unity, but the indefinite duad from great and small, put forward an assertion very far from the truth of things that are apparent and possible, for these are both passions and accidents, rather than subjects of numbers and magnitudes. For the much and few constitute passive states of number, and great and small of magnitude, just as even and odd, and smooth and rough, and straight and curved. Moreover also, in addition to this error, it is necessary likewise that the great and the small, and all things of this kind should be relatives. But relation, least of all the categories, constitutes a certain nature, or substance, and is subsequent, both to quality and quantity, and is a certain passive condition of quantity, which subsists in relation to something, as has been declared, but does not constitute matter, or anything else, and, in general, subsists in regard of what is common in relation to something, and in the parts and species of this. For there is nothing that is either great or small, or much or few, and in short, which subsists as a relative, which is not much or few, or great or small, or a relative, at the same time that it is something else. That relation, however, in the smallest degree, constitutes a certain substance, and a certain entity is indicated by the fact of there belonging to it alone neither generation, nor corruption, nor motion, just as with respect to quantity there is increase and diminution, with respect to quality, alteration, with respect to place, motion, with respect to substance, generation simply and corruption. But this is not the case with respect to relation, for without being put in motion, at one time it will be greater, and at another time less or equal, so far forth as the other is put in motion according to quantity. And it is necessary that the matter of everything should be such as the thing itself in capacity. Wherefore also will this be the case with the matter of substance. But relation constitutes substance, neither in capacity nor in energy. Therefore it would be absurd, nay, rather impossible, the constituting non-substance an element of substance, and a thing that is antecedent to it, for all the categories are what is subsequent. But, further, elements are not predicated as elements of each of the things of which they are elements, but the much and few, both separately and simultaneously, are predicated of number, and the long and the short of a line, and a surface is both broad and narrow. But if doubtless, also, there exists a certain multitude of things to which always there belongs something indeed that is few, as, for example, the duad, for if this were much, unity would constitute fewness, and if it were much absolutely, it would be much after the same manner as the decade, and if this be not the case, it will be more than this, nay, even than 10,000. How then will number, on supposition of the foregoing in this way, consist of few and much? For either both ought to be predicated, or neither. But, in the present instance, only one of these is predicated. Chapter 2. But it is necessary absolutely to examine as to whether then it is admissible that things which are eternal should be composed from elements, for they will in such a case involve matter. For everything that is compounded of elements constitutes a composite nature. If therefore it is necessary that a thing be generated from that of which it consists, both if it exists invariably and if it were invariably generated, but everything is generated from that which subsists in capacity, I mean, the thing which is being generated, for it could not have been produced from that which is impossible, nor had it any existence before it was generated. But that which is possible admits of subsisting in energy, and not of subsisting in this way. Now, if this be the case, that number also, most eminently above all things, always subsists, or anything else that involves matter, it would admit of non-existence, just as that also which involves the space of one day, and that which possesses any amount of years whatsoever. Now, if this be so, thus much will be true of time also, when it is extended so as to be without limit. There would not, then, exist things eternal, since that is not a thing eternal which admits of non-existence, as it has come in our way to treat of this subject in other portions of our philosophic discourses. If that, however, which is now asserted be true universally, that no one substance is eternal unless it subsist in energy, and that the elements are the matter of substance, there will not exist elements of any eternal substance from which, as inherent, this substance is composed. But there are some persons who make an indefinite duad the element, together with unity, but as to the unequal, they reasonably enough encounter difficulties on account of coincident impossibilities, from whom so many merely of the difficulties are removed as necessarily arise, on account of the making inequality and relation an element, to those who make assertions in this way. As many difficulties, however, as ensue independent of this opinion, these it is necessary should exist for those also, both whether they constitute out of them ideal number, and whether they do so with mathematical number likewise. Many indeed, therefore, are the sources of the error with respect to these causes, but particularly does this remark apply to the doubt prevalent downwards from antiquity. For it appeared to the philosophers of ancient days that all entities will be one, I mean entity itself, unless one should adduce a solution of the doubt, and at the same time would advance in the investigation in a line parallel with the theory of Parmenides. But there is a necessity for showing, in regard of its existence, that, quote, non-ens, close quote, has an existence. For in this way, out of entity and something else will entities arise, supposing they are many, although in the first place indeed will this be true if entity is denominated multifariously, for one entity signifies that a thing constitutes substance, and another that it is quality, and another that it is quantity, and so of the rest of the categories therefore. What sort of one will all the entities in such a case be, if non-entity will not have an existence? Whether will they be substances, or passive conditions, and other things truly, in like manner? Or will they constitute all things, and the one will be this particular thing, and such like, and so much, and such other particulars, as signify one certain entity? But absurd, nay, rather impossible, would be the assertion that one certain nature produced should be a cause, and that of this entity, and of the same entity, something should be this particular thing, and something else should be endued with quality, and that this should belong to quantity, and that to the place where. In such a case, may I ask, from what sort of non-entity and entity will entities subsist? For also multifariously is denominated non-entity, since likewise this is the case with entity, and non-man signifies that which is not this, and the non-straight, the not being a thing of this description, and the being not 3 cubits, that which does not possess this particular quality of measure. Of what sort, therefore, of entity and non-entity are many classes of entities? Now, an advocate of this opinion is desirous of asserting what is false, and of calling this nature non-entity, out of which, and entity, arise the many classes of entities that are generated. Wherefore also it was said that it is requisite that something that is false be supposed in the same manner as also geometricians allow, hypothetically, that a thing is pedal, which is not pedal. And it is impossible that these things be so, for neither do geometricians suppose anything that is false, for that is not what is the object of the proposition in the syllogism, nor are things generated, nor corrupted, from that which constitutes non-entity after this mode. Since, however, non-entity, according to its declensions, is styled in an equal number of ways with the categories, and besides this, that is denominated non-entity, which subsists as what is false, and that which subsists according to potentiality, from this generation takes place, from that which is not man, but man in capacity is generated a man, and a thing that is white from that which is not white in energy, but white in capacity. And in like manner is it the case whether both one certain thing is generated, and whether many are. The inquiry, however, appears to be as to how ends, which is predicated according to substances, should constitute what is plural. For numbers, and lengths, and bodies are things that are being produced. Now, absurd is the inquiry as to how indeed entity, which constitutes the nature of some particular thing, is plural, and not also to inquire how it possesses either qualities or quantities. For, beyond all doubt, the indefinite duad is not a cause, nor yet the great and the small, that two things are white, or that there are many colours, or tastes, or figures, for these would be numbers and monads. But really, supposing that they attended to these inquiries at least, they would have perceived also in them the cause, for the same thing, and that which is analogous or proportional would constitute a cause, for the actual deviation is a cause also of the opposition that is under investigation by them, as subsisting between entity and unity, from which, and from these, such persons seek to generate entities, and have adopted their hypothesis in regard of relation and inequality, because there neither exists a contrary, nor negation of these, but one nature of entities, as both this particular thing, and that particular quality. And one ought also to institute this inquiry, namely, as to how relatives are plural, but not single. In the present case, however, the inquiry is as to how there are numerous monads beside the first one, but they do not also further inquire how there are many unequals beside the unequal, although they employ and affirm the existence of the great, the small, the much, the few, of which numbers consist, the long, the short, of which length consists, the broad, the narrow, of which the surface is composed, the deep, the low, of which the bulks consist, and in this way further, they without doubt affirm the existence of as many species of relatives as they may introduce. What, therefore, let me ask, is the cause with these of their being plural? It is requisite, therefore, indeed, as we have affirmed, that entity in capacity should be supposed as subsisting in each of these. But by one who makes these assertions is this also evinced, namely, that this particular thing constitutes an entity in capacity, and a substance, but non-entity in itself, because it constitutes a relative, just as if he should speak of something of such a quality, which is neither unity nor entity in capacity, nor a negation of unity, nor of entity, but one certain thing, which is something belonging to entities. And much more will this be the case, as has been declared, if he prosecuted the inquiry as to the manner how entities are plural, not through the investigation as to the mode those things that belong to the same predicamental line constitute many substances, or many things endued with qualities, but how they are many entities. For some things are substances, but some passive states, and some relations. In the case, therefore, of the rest of the categories, the subsistence of plurality involves the matter also of some other investigation. For, on account of their not being separable, as the subject becomes, and is plural, and those things that are endued with qualities and quantities are plural likewise, although at least it be necessary that there should subsist a certain matter for every genus, save that it is impossible that it should involve an existence separable from substances. In the case, however, of those things subsisting as a certain particular thing, there is involved some reason in the inquiry how this particular thing is plural, if it will not be something particular, and this very particular thing, and a certain nature of this description. But rather does this doubt originate from hence, how quantities are many substances in energy, but not one. However, without doubt, even though this particular thing is not the same with that which is a certain quantity, it is not expressed how and why entities are plural, but how and why quantities are plural. For every number signifies a certain quantity, and the monad constitutes nothing else than a measure, because it is according to quantity what is indivisible. If therefore a quantity be different from that which subsists as a definite particular, from what it is that such definite particular results is not declared, nor how plurality subsists. But if it is the same, the person who makes the assertion supports many contrarieties. And one may also prosecute the inquiry as regards number, whence are we to obtain our confidence as to their existence? For in the doctrine of ideas, the idealists furnish a certain cause for entities, since each one of the numbers constitutes a certain idea. But the idea is the cause of existence to other things, in some way or other to be sure. For let this be assumed as a supposition of theirs. To one, however, who does not think in this way, on account of discerning inherent difficulties independent of the doctrine of ideas, the case is different, so that on this account at least he does not constitute them as numbers. But to one who introduces mathematical number, whence, may I ask, is it necessary even to have confidence in the existence of number of such a description, and in what respect will such be serviceable to other things? For neither does such a one say that it is the cause of anything who affirms its existence, but such a one asserts it as being a certain nature which involves an essential subsistence. Nor does it appear that it is a cause, for all the speculations of arithmeticians, as has been stated, will likewise have an existence as conversant with objects cognizant to our senses. Chapter 3. Those, therefore, that posit the existence of ideas, and say that these are numbers, should make an attempt to inform us how and why they subsist, since, according to the exposition of each, every idea constitutes one certain thing that is different from what we regard the many as being. Doubtless, however, since these things are neither necessary nor possible, neither is it to be affirmed that mathematical number exists separably, on account of these at least. But the Pythagoreans, on account of their perceiving many passive qualities of numbers as subsisting in bodies cognizant to the senses, made entities to be numbers, I admit, not involving, however, a separable existence, but they regarded entities as compounded from numbers. And why so? Because the passive qualities of numbers subsist in harmony, and in the heaven, and in many other things. To those, however, who maintain that mathematical number exists merely, nothing of this kind is it admissible for them to affirm, that is, if they followed their own hypothesis. But it was asserted by them, because of these will there not exist systems of scientific knowledge. We assert, however, that the case stands as we affirmed formerly, and it is evident that mathematical numbers do not possess a separated subsistence, for if they did, the passive qualities of those that have actually been separated would not have been resident in bodies. The Pythagoreans indeed, therefore, as regards a point of this description, are not deserving of reprehension in any way. But so far, however, as they constitute physical or natural bodies out of numbers, or, in other words, from things not possessing gravity, nor having lightness, things involving lightness and heaviness, so far, I say, they seem to speak respecting another heaven, and other bodies, but not of those that fall under the notice of our senses. Those, however, who constitute number as involving a separable subsistence, because axioms will not exist as inherent in objects cognizant to the senses, the assertions, likewise, of the existence of the other, that is, of the mathematical entities, will be true, and these serve to cause a soothing sensation in the soul. And they suppose that numbers exist and involve a separable subsistence, and in like manner is it the case with the magnitudes of the mathematicians. It is evident, therefore, that also the adverse argument will enunciate things that are contrary, and the point which just now has been declared a matter of doubt must be decided by those who speak in this way, namely, as to why, on the supposition of these things, not by any means being inherent in objects cognizant to our senses, the passive qualities of them should be insensibles. But there are some who, from the fact of the existence of boundaries and extremities, viz., from a point being the boundary of a line, and again a line of a surface, and a surface of a solid, imagine that natures of this description exist necessarily. Therefore, one ought also to discover, as regards this reason, whether it may not in reality be very weak. For neither are extremities substances, but rather do all these constitute limits or boundaries, since both of walking, and in general of motion, there exists a certain limit. Is therefore this limit some particular thing, and a certain substance? But to indulge in such a supposition is absurd. Certainly, however, admitting that they have an existence, all of them would be found amongst those objects that fall under the notice of our senses, for the argument itself proclaims their existence in these. Why then will they involve a separable subsistence? But further, would one who was not very credulous investigate respecting therefore, of course, every number and mathematical natures, as to why such as these as are prior contribute nothing to those that are subsequent? For, according to those who say that mathematical natures merely exist, though number should not have any existence, yet magnitudes will have a subsistence, and though even these were not in existence, yet still would the soul exist, and such bodies as are cognizant to our senses. It does not, however, appear from the phenomena that nature is devoid of a connection with herself, just in the way that a vicious tragedy might be. With those, however, who are for establishing the subsistence of ideas, this, no doubt, escapes them, for they constitute magnitudes out of matter and number, from the duad indeed, lengths, and from the triad, surfaces, perhaps, and from the tetrad, solids, or also from other numbers, for there is no difference. But whether, one may ask, will these exist at any rate, as ideas, or what, pray, will be the manner of their subsistence, and in what way are they contributors to entities as to their being? For, as with mathematical entities, so do these neither contribute anything in that way. But, assuredly, neither of these doth there exist at least any theorem, unless one should choose to put in motion mathematical entities, and to create certain peculiar opinions of his own. But it is not difficult for those who put forward any description of hypotheses whatsoever to be able to be prolix and to speak without ceasing. Those, therefore, who cement together mathematical entities with ideas are in this way guilty of error. But the earliest amongst these speculators, having constituted two numbers, the one of form and the other of a mathematical nature, by no means either have declared, or would they be able to say, the manner how this is effected, and from what mathematical number will be compounded, for they make it intermediate between formal and sensible number. For if we suppose that it is composed of the great and small, the same will it be with that which is belonging to the ideas. But if from some other thing that is small and great, this will not be the case, for number produces magnitudes. But if he will speak of anything different, he will affirm the existence of many elements. And if the first principle of each thing constitutes a certain original unity, there will be in the case of these a something that is common, namely, unity. We must likewise investigate how, also, these many are one, and at the same time, in regard of the fact that it is an impossibility that number should be produced otherwise than from either unity and an indefinite duad. Therefore are all these consequences irrational, and they are at variance both themselves with one another, and with those statements that are reasonable, and there appears to be inherent in them the quote, long discourse quote, of Simonides. For a long discourse is like that of the slaves, when no wholesome assertion is made. But also they appear with respect to those elements, the great and the small, to bawl out as if they were being dragged away with violence. for by no means are they able to generate number without doubling that which proceeds from unity. But it is absurd, nay, rather, a certain one of the impossibilities of this system, to introduce generation in the case of entities that are eternal. As to the Pythagoreans indeed, therefore, they have no need to labour under doubt whether they do not introduce, or do introduce generation, for they manifestly affirm that unity has been established, and that, accordingly, what is immediately nearest to the infinite, whether from surfaces, or from colour, or from seed, or from such things as they are at a loss to declare, is so because it has been dragged forward, and bounded by a limit, or termination. Since, however, they frame cosmogonies, and wish to express themselves physically, it is just that they should institute some inquiry concerning nature, but as a departure from the present method of investigation. For we are engaged in the investigation of the first principles, belonging to things that are immovable, wherefore also we must examine into the generation of numbers of this kind. Chapter 4. They do not speak of the generation of the odd number, therefore, as if it were a thing evident that of the even there is in existence a generation. But the even, in the first instance, certain speculators constitute from unequals, I mean, the great and small equalized. It is, then, with them necessary that inequality should be prior to the equalization of these. If, however, there always existed things in a state of equalization, they would not have been unequal at a prior period, for of that always existing there is not anything prior. Wherefore, it is evident that it is not for the purpose of speculation that they make the generation of numbers. It involves, however, a doubt, and a subject matter for reprehension, to one who acquires knowledge judiciously, how disposed, in respect of the good and the fair, are elements and first principles. The doubt, I mean, is as follows, namely, whether any of those is such as we are disposed to denominate the good itself and the best, or whether they are not of this sort, but are of subsequent growth. For the difficulty appears to be acknowledged by theologians, by certain amongst those of the present day, who do not actually make an assertion of this description, but who maintain that from the principle of progression found in the nature of entities, the good and the fair make their appearance on the stage of creation. This, however, they do, cautious about falling into a real difficulty, which ensues unto the systems of those who affirm, as some do, that unity constitutes a first principle of things. But the difficulty to which I allude is not started on account of this, namely, their ascribing, quote, the well, close quote, to a first principle as a thing that is implanted in it, but from the fact of their making unity a first principle, and a first principle as an element, and number as consisting from unity. But the poets, those of the early ages, acted in a way similar to this, so far as they assert the dominion and the rule not of these first principles, such as night and heaven or chaos, or even Oceanus, but of Jupiter. Notwithstanding, to these persons does it happen that they assert things of this description on account of their changing the dominative principles of the universe, because those of these speculators that, at any rate, were for adopting principles of a mingled description, and in respect of their not broaching their theories in a fabulous garb, for example, as Pherecydes and certain others, have in point of fact established, quote, the best, close quote, as the earliest principle of generation. And this is the case also with the Magi, and with the Sophoi, or sages of a subsequent period, such as both Empedocles and Anaxagoras, one of whom constituted harmony as an element, and the other made mind a first principle of things. Of those philosophers, however, who asserted the existence of immovable substances, some, I admit, affirm unity to constitute the actual good. They, however, in the most eminent degree, regarded unity to constitute the substance of the good. The matter of doubt, of course, therefore, comes to this, as to what way scientific men ought to express themselves on this subject. It would, however, be surprising, if in that which is original and eternal, and most self-sufficient for its own subsistence, this very original attribute, I mean, the self-sufficiency and the conservation of itself, should not be discovered as that which constitutes what is good. But, undoubtedly, not on account of anything else is it incorruptible or sufficient to itself, than on account of its existence or condition of subsistence after an excellent mode. Wherefore, indeed, the assertion of the existence of a first principle of this description appears reasonable, as far as its reality is concerned. For this, however, to be unity, or if not unity, both an element and an element of numbers, is impossible, for much difficulty is coincident with an hypothesis of this kind, and certain speculators, in their attempts to avoid this, have lost sight of the point in question, when they acknowledged unity to constitute an original first principle and an element of things, but a principle and an element of number, however, I mean mathematical number. For, supposing this to be the case, all the monads would become a something that is good, and there would exist a certain fair supply of things which are good. Further, if forms constitute numbers, all the forms will be such as some certain thing or other that is good. Notwithstanding, let anyone suppose the existence of ideas of any description whatsoever he feels disposed to admit, for allowing that they are to be classed amongst things that are good merely, ideas will not constitute substances. But if, also, they are to rank amongst substances, all animals and plants are good, and the participants of these likewise. Now, both do these absurdities concur with this hypothesis, and what is contrary constitutes an element, whether we assume it to be plurality or inequality, and great and small will amount to what is an actual evil. Wherefore, no doubt, a certain philosopher avoided the connection of the good with unity, as if on this hypothesis it would be what is contrary, since generation arose from contraries, that the nature of plurality should necessarily be evil. Some, however, affirm the unequal to be the nature of evil. Therefore, do all these entities happen to have a share in what is evil, except unity, which constitutes actual unity. And we find that numbers participate in a more unmixed state than magnitudes. It also follows that evil is a place of the good, and that it shares in and desires after that which is subject to decay of itself. For one contrary is corruptive of another contrary. And if it is the case, as we have affirmed, that matter constitutes everything that subsists in capacity, as fire in capacity is the matter of fire in energy, evil will constitute the good itself in potentiality. Now, all these results concur partly in consequence of their constituting every first principle as an element, and partly in consequence of their making contraries first principles, and partly because they make unity itself a first principle of things, and partly because they regard numbers as first substances, and such as involve a separable subsistence, and because they take the same view of the species or forms. Chapter 5. If therefore also the non-positing of the good in the rank of first principles, and the positing it in the way we have alluded to, be what is impossible, it is evident that first principles are not correctly assigned, nor the primary substances. Yet one does not form his opinions correctly, either if he should assimilate the first principles of the universe to the principle belonging to animals and plants, because from things that are indefinite and unfinished there arise always things that are more perfect. Wherefore also, in the case of the primary substances, they affirm that it happens in this way, that neither does any particular entity constitute actual unity, for in objects that are here, that is, that fall under the notice of our senses, are the first principles perfect, from which these objects derive their original. For man begets man, and the seed is not that which is first. But it would be absurd also the making a place along with mathematical solids, for the place of singulars is peculiar to them, wherefore are they topically or locally separable. Mathematical solids, however, are not situated in any certain locality, and the assertion that they will be situated indeed somewhere, and at the same time not to say what the place is absurd. But it would become those who say that entities are compounded of elements, and that numbers are the first of entities, that they should, by thus making a division as to how one thing derives an existence from another, express themselves in such a way as to make us acquainted after what manner number originates from certain first principles, whether this takes place by means of mixture. Neither, however, is everything that has undergone mixture different from that which is being produced, and unity will not be a thing that involves a separable subsistence, nor a different nature, but they wish that it should be after this manner. Does number, however, we may ask, subsist through composition as a syllable? But in this case it is requisite that there should be position, and he who employs his understanding thereupon will comprehend unity apart from plurality. Number, then, will constitute this, that is, a monad, and plurality, or unity and inequality. And since that body, which subsists from certain entities, subsists partly as from things that are inherent, and partly that this is not the case, in which, may I ask, will number be found? For those things which do not subsist in this way, as from those that are inherent, are no other than those of which there is generation. Does it, however, then subsist as from seed? But it is not possible for anything to proceed forth from what is indivisible. Shall we say, however, that it arises from a contrary that does not involve a permanent subsistence? But whatever things subsist in this manner are also from something else that does possess a permanent subsistence. Since, therefore, as regards unity, one philosopher, in fact, posits it as a thing that is contrary to plurality, and another as what is contrary to inequality, employing unity as if it were equality, number should, therefore, subsist as if it were from contraries. There will then be something else from which, as involving a permanent subsistence, a generation of the other is brought about. Further, why then, at all, are the other things of this sort subject to decay, as many as have their existence from contraries, or wherein contraries are to be found? Why, I say, are they subject to decay, even though they may arise from everything, and yet that this be not the case with number? For, respecting this, nothing is declared, although a contrary, which is both inherent and not inherent, destroys that which is contrary to itself, as, for instance, discord, mixture, and yet, at any rate, such ought not necessarily to be the case, for the former is not contrary to the latter at least. There has been, however, no determination arrived at either as to the mode in which numbers are causative of substances and of existence, whether as limits, for example, points of magnitudes, and, according to the arrangements adopted by Eurytus, that a certain number belongs to a certain thing, as this number belongs to man, and that to horse, just as they who refer numbers to figures, the triangle and the square thus assimilating the forms of plants to pebbles of calculation. Or, shall we say that this is the case with the ratio, or the symphony of numbers? And in like manner it is so as regards man, and everything else. But as regards then the passive states, how, may I ask, are they numbers, such as the white, and sweet, and hot? That numbers, however, do not constitute substances, and that they are not causes of form, is plain. For reason, that is, the formal principle, constitutes substance, but number constitutes matter as the number or substance of flesh or bone. In this way are there 3 of fire, and 2 of earth, and number, whatsoever it may be, is invariably of certain things, and constitutes either what is fiery or earthy, or of the nature of a monad. Substance, however, is that which consists in being so much with relation to so much, according to mixture, but this no longer constitutes number, but a proportion or ratio of the mixture of corporeal numbers, or certain other things. Neither, therefore, does number constitute a cause in respect of production, nor does it as number exist at all, nor as such number as is of the nature of a monad, nor as matter, nor as the formal principle, and the form itself of things. But undoubtedly neither does it constitute that on account of which a thing subsists, I mean, of course, the final cause of things. Chapter 6. One, however, might also doubt what, quote, the well, close quote, is which originates from numbers, if mixture is to be found in number, either in that which is rational, or in that which is odd. For now would nothing more conducive to health arise from water, and honey, being thrice 3 times mingled, but it would be of more service in that way, supposing that there were to subsist no proportion in the condiments, but that it be watery, or, in number, that which is an unmixed entity. Further, the ratios, I mean those belonging to the mixtures, consequent upon the addition of numbers, are not found in numbers themselves, as the ratio between 3 and 2 is that of 3:2. Not thrice 2, however, for there ought to be the same genus in the multiplications. Wherefore it is necessary that both by the A should be measured the order in which the A, B, G is to be found, and by the D, that which D, E, Z will assume. Wherefore there must be the same measure in all things. Therefore there will be of fire B, E, G, Z, and of water the number twice 3. But if it be necessary that all things should participate of number, it is requisite likewise that there should be a concurrence of many things that are the same, and that there should be the same number for this and for another. Is this thing therefore a cause, and on account of this is there anything that is done? Or is it obscure, such for instance as is a certain number of the revolutionary movements of the sun, and again of those of the moon, and the life and age of each of the animal creation at least? What obstruction then, I may ask, is there to some of these being square, but others of them cubical, and equal to each other, and others twofold? For there is no hindrance to this, but it is necessary that they be intimately connected with these, if all things are wont to participate in common of number, and if it should be admissible that things which differ from each other should fall under the same number. Wherefore, if the same number happens to be found in certain things, those will be the same with one another, having the same form of number, as sun and moon will be the same, having the same numerical form. But why are these causes of things? There are 7 vowels, no doubt, and 7 chords or harmonies, and 7 Pleiades, and within 7 years some animals cast their teeth, some at any rate do so, and some do not. And 7 in number were those warriors that undertook the famous expedition against Thebes. Is it then the case, because such a particular number is naturally suited for such purposes, that on this account either those chieftains amounted to 7, or that the Pleiades consist of 7 stars, or were the, quote, septum contra Thebes, close quote, so on account of the gates of Thebes, or through some other different cause? If, however, we reckon in this manner, and assign 12 stars to Arcturus at least, yet others agree in assigning a greater number, since X, Y, Z, they affirm 2 constitute symphonies, and that because those are 3, these also are 3. But that there may be 10,000 things of this sort, no one in the least feels any concern, for G and R would be one sign. But if because each of the others is twofold, but another is not so, now the cause is, inasmuch as there being 3 places, one in each is added to S. On this account there subsist 3 only, but not because there are 3 symphonies, since there are at least more symphonies than 3. Yet in the present instance there cannot any longer be more than 3. Now these philosophers also are not unlike the ancient interpreters of Homer, who discover minute, but fail to observe important similitudes. Certain speculators, however, assert that there are many such like particulars, as for instance, even as regards media, one medium is 9, whereas another is 8, and a verse of 17 feet is equal in number to these. Now, they say that the verse ascends on the right in 9 syllables, but in 8 on the left, and that the distance is equal, both in letters from A to Z, and in musical instruments from the most grave sound to the most acute, the number of which constitutes an equality in the all-various melody of the heaven. One ought not, however, to observe things of this kind, for no one would entertain a shadow of doubt as regards them, nor ought we to make any assertions concerning them, nor to attempt to discover them in things that are eternal, since also they are to be discovered in things that are subject to corruption. Those natures, however, in numbers, that are the subjects of applause, and the things contrary to these, and in general, those that fall under our notice in the mathematical sciences, as some in fact affirm them to be, and constitute them as causes of nature, appear to persons at least, who view the matter in this light, to escape their notice. For, according to no one of the modes of those that are defined respecting first principles, is any of them causative, and yet they do make manifest that point, namely, that, quote, the well, close quote, has a subsistence, and that to the coordination, in the case of the fair, belong the odd, the straight, the equal, the powers of certain numbers. For at the same time subsist seasons, and such a particular number, and other things therefore of this sort, such as they gather from mathematical theorems. These all involve this power or capacity. Wherefore also they seem like unto casual coincidences, for they are accidents no doubt, yet all are appropriate to one another. The analogical, however, is one. For in each category of entity is there the analogical, as the straight in length is analogous to the even in superficies, to perhaps the odd in number, and in colour to the white. Further, numbers which are in the species do not constitute causes of things harmonic and the like, for those that are equals in the species differ from each other, for likewise do the monads differ. Wherefore, on account of these things at least, we must not constitute them species. As regards the consequences indeed then, that ensue, both these, and even still more than these, can be collected. They appear, however, to furnish a proof of the fact that the supporters of the ideal hypothesis fall into many errors respecting the generation of them, and that in no way can a connection be traced in their systems, inasmuch as mathematical species do not involve a subsistence separable from sensibles, as some affirm, nor do these constitute the first principles of things. And End of Metaphysics by Aristotle, translated by John M'Mahon, read by Geoffrey Edwards, proof listened by Guido, meta-coordinated by Guido, recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.